Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. We got a World War III alert. Putin warns Trump, don't even think about it or else. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, I got some late breaking news the revolutionaries can use. Putin is warning Trump, don't put your troops in the harm's way for no reason at all. Don't make me do it to you. Let's get into the content.
Tensions between Israel, Iran, now the United States and Russia. It is escalating, my friends. And the Daily Mail is reporting that Putin has stepped in, issuing a terrifying warning to Donald Trump after he gave Iran a threat: surrender or die. Wow. That's a heavy headline. Okay, let's slow down.
The headline is the truth. Putin came out and told him, don't he didn't say, he told him, don't you dare support Hotel family, salute kinfolk. Don't you dare try to help Israel. Don't you dare stick your nose in this business. And he say, don't even think about doing it. This is serious.
A bit. Trump said, quote, unconditional surrender, which is a strange thing to say when you're not at war with the country. Who are they surrendering to? Israel? Now, there's fears that with this threat, Donald Trump is preparing military action, and we are seeing the U.S. mobilize assets into the region. And what CNN has reported is gearing up.
We passed wondering if the U.S. is going to intervene. They don't have no choice. Israel is getting the shit slapped out of them. They're getting pummeled every day. They can't stand the pain. They have no choice. And Trump is very compromised. You're talking about the Epstein file. The whole file might be about this nigga now. This dude's a psychopath. Now, he done lost his damn mind. That's why Tucker Carlson got the belt out, spanking all them clowns. MAGA is in revolt right now. Some Democrats rising up too. I like that. And anybody anti-war, I'm gonna side with them because that's what we got to stand on. The congressional back shoe shiners. I'm so disappointed with those clowns. They got to back Israel. But this is gonna show also that those clowns, they can't support us. We can never support the congressional back caucus ever again in life on shit like this. They don't need to be bringing up Dr. King. If Dr. King was alive, he would not be for World War III. Dr. King was alive. He said the U.S. was the biggest purveyor of violence in the motherfucking world. I don't want to hear them bring up Dr. King when they're not saying the U.S., you the biggest gangster.
To militaristically intervene.
Salute.
Now, the Ayatollah has said, we will never surrender.
Oh.
And, of course, the Daily Mail has this shock.
I got some big news about the Ayatollah. Nobody going to be talking about this, but the Ayatollah did something today. It wasn't shocking because he's a legendary, brave hero. He's already got his will in order. He's already shifted powers from himself. He just the face. He no longer the leader. No. The leader is the Revolutionary Guard. The leader of Iran is now the motherfucking army. That's a fact. This needs to be all over the motherfucking news. Trump talking shit. They talking shit about killing the Ayatollah. Well, guess what? He don't lead Iran no more. He's already got the house in order. So if you whack him today or tomorrow, there will not be no surrendering because now the Ayatollah is not the most radical person in Iran. This is the problem. You got some people behind him. They want all the smoke. They want a war with the U.S. They're willing to lose millions of people to get their goddamn hands on the U.S. That's a fact. So, I mean, if this is what the Zionists want to do, I know this is what they want to do. They want population control. They want global nuclear war. And Putin is warning the U.S., if you do this, your ass going to pay.
Shocking front page story. All right, let's slow down. It's not Putin issuing this warning, and the warning isn't a threat of an escalation of war.
Yes, it is.
The warning is, if the U.S. does intervene in the region, it's going to destabilize everything.
That's not the warning. This dude trying to clean. That's not the fucking warning. Putin is actually trying to help the U.S. not go all the way down the drain because he wants the U.S. to change systems. He wants the U.S. to still be strong so we can fight terrorism. He don't want to, but he's warning the U.S. if you help Israel, he said, don't even think about it. It's going to go bad for you. He can't tell you what all going to happen to you, but he's warning you, your base is going to get blown up. Probably your aircraft carrier is going to get sunk. I mean, I'm going to show you some of the missiles that Iran fired today. Them motherfuckers look similar to the Russian heuristic that they just displayed in Ukraine about 2 months ago. And the whole world is saying, wait a minute. What the hell is Iran doing? Look like they got some of those brand new Russian missiles that can't be stopped. I don't know.
So it's not necessarily that, well, first of all, it's not Vladimir Putin saying to Donald Trump, if you do this, I will come after you.
Yes, it is.
No. It's a foreign minister saying, if you do this, you will completely destabilize the region, and the implications are as such. This will result in greater war. Now, we've got reports that China is circumventing the sanctions on Iran and shipping some kind of materials into
our family Terry for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I absolutely appreciate the love, family, and help me keep the lights on here in the House of Revolution.
Iran through freighters.
I know you in there.
We are now seeing the escalation, and the BRICS nations may very well be trying to get behind Iran in some fashion. We don't know for sure, but we'll start here with this story.
Man, the whole world
Russia warns Trump against bombing.
The whole world is back in Iran right now. I mean, they really. I was surprised. I'm like, God damn. You got regular people in the Arab world. The Arabs they really hated the Persians. They love Iran because right now Iran is looking like the only nation willing to stand up to Israel. This was a big mistake. You turned the Iranians into the heroes. The world is cheering. Every time I go into them comment sections, they complain about how many Israelis died or how this devastated Israel is. I look in the comment section and people saying, now you get a taste of what happened to Gaza. Nobody's on the U.S. side. Nobody's on Israel's side. And one thing the United States better figure out, the world wants you to reap what you've been sowing. I feel sorry for our soldiers. I really do. Those who joined up to terrorize, fuck them. You got what's coming to you. But those who just want to make a better life for their families, you know, try to get a house, take care of their wives, their kids, or whatever. You know, I feel bad for them because they got a choice to make right now. Either they can refuse illegal and unjust orders, or they go into a motherfucking killing field where they will never come out the winners.
Iran and Ayatollah vows to never surrender. Russia warned the U.S. against even thinking about supporting Israel's attacks on Iran. That's that hyperbole.
No, no hyperbole. You quit trying to clean up Putin's speech. Putin said, don't do it. Wait a minute. Putin said, don't even think about doing it. Come on, man. That man's saying that for a reason. He said, first of all, I don't want you to do it, but I don't even want you to think about helping Israel. I'm trying to save your ass. You lost to the Taliban. You lost every war since the 40s. I'm trying to help you here, America. Don't do it. But America, your congressional, your Congress, your Senate, our Supreme Court, our president, they're all in the Epstein files. Israel control America. And I said this shit months ago. Nigga talking about Trump run Benjamin Netanyahu. I said that's a fucking lie. They gotta be out of their mind. Benjamin Netanyahu run that Congress. He's in charge. And he proven it. Trump, he got his hand up Trump ass. Trump just saying shit. Benjamin Netanyahu running this show. And we going to fucking war. Everybody can get ready for it.
Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov said on Wednesday that direct U.S. military assistance to Israel could radically destabilize the situation in the Middle East. Ryabkov said Russia cautions the U.S. against applying such assistance to Israel, as the ministry warned Israeli strikes on nuclear facilities had pushed the region millimeters away from catastrophe. The remarks came as the Ayatollah Khomeini issued a chilling threat to the U.S., warning that any U.S. military intervention will undoubtedly be accompanied by irreparable damage. This nation will not surrender to anyone.
Why would they surrender?
In the face of imposition. The stark warning came as U.S. officials indicated.
Why would they surrender? Every fucking body know you can't just fly over a country and bomb them and they surrender. That's not going to happen. That's not going. So that's what Trump. We're going to bomb you into oblivion, bro. You need to get a military book and see if that worked. That don't work. Ask the Israelis in Gaza, but ask the U.S. how they went for them in Vietnam, or how they went in Iraq, or how they went in Afghanistan You have to put your boots on the ground to go seize territory, to physically seize these places you're trying to bomb. Ain't no way in hell the U.S., NATO, anybody is going into Iran without coming out in body bags. So what are you doing? You see, Russia had to actually go into Ukraine. They had to actually go into that place. They couldn't just bomb them from Russia. That won't work. They had to go in there and put in work. If the U.S. want to even almost be able to defeat Iran, which they can't, they're going to have to go into Iran.
Indicated that Iran has 24 to 48 hours to surrender and save itself from American intervention as President Trump considers joining Israel's war. Now, my question is, surrender to who? Who declared war?
Now,
surrender what?
And I'm going to show you what
Serious
Trump made a big mistake by saying that. When Trump said Iran must surrender, as soon as he said that, Iran could have hit those bases and all throughout the Middle East, and everybody know it. That's lit. You said Iran must surrender to who? You said we have full control, and everybody on these videos is saying, "What you mean we? We have full control over Iranian skies," which is a lie. But once you say that, Iran got the right to start killing Americans. You're in this fight. You're saying you win the fight, coming out your mouth. See, Trump playing a dangerous game. He want to talk this shit, but then say, "No, it's not us, bro. That's not gonna work with this. That's not gonna work. You want in, let the whole world know you in, so you can start paying the price." But since you hiding behind Israel, their ass getting tore off the bone.
Question. What we are witnessing right now is Israeli airstrikes in Iran. Now, Israel does not have bunker busters. They do not have ordnance that will reach the deep underground military bases where Iran is producing fissile nuclear material. So what are they suggesting? Iran blow up their own nuclear plant? Because surrender would be stop launching missiles, I guess. They're going to say White House officials said the next 2 days will be critical in determining whether Washington and Tehran can find a diplomatic solution to the burgeoning crisis in the Middle East. Trump posted on Truth Social yesterday that he knew where Iran's supreme leader, Ali Hosseini Khamenei, is hiding, but would not launch a strike yet. He then added unconditional surrender. However, Khamenei stated Iran will never surrender and U.S. intervention will be met with irreparable damage. Welcome to the Rock and the Hard Place, my friends. The U.S. cannot take out Khamenei. I mean, they physically could. We could turn the whole region to glass.
That don't matter.
That would be mutually assured.
That don't matter. Khamenei just gave the order. He's no longer the leader. He's the leader. He's the leader in spirit. But he already signed the document. This is what's so wrong with these people. I'll be up on this for y'all. He's already signed all the documents like a last will and testament. If anything happened to him, the leadership is the Revolutionary Guard. They hate your fucking guts. Not y'all, but the U.S. military, NATO. They hate their guts. Israel, they want more war. They want the Iranian people to go into their bunkers and get ready for an all-out war. They want to turn Iran into a fort and just fight. You know what I'm saying? So this nonsense about Khomeini, they keep bringing up Khomeini. This is because they want to kill the head of the Shiites, which is going to cause a bunch of blowback. But if he died in the morning of a heart attack or slipping and getting out the shower, that's not the end of Iran. That's like I keep telling people, if they kill Putin, that's not the end of Russia. Are you kidding me? There's hardliners over there who hate the U.S. Putin is being too nice, they say. It's people in Russia, it's people in Iran saying Khomeini being way too nice with Israel and the U.S.
Destruction. If the U.S. were to take out Khomeini, the government would collapse into chaos and civil war. And certainly, this may mean that there's no nuclear weapon in Iran, but it means that whatever weapons they got will go chaotic. But put it this way. There's a guy standing in front of you, and he's got 15 guns on him. And you know who he is, and you're kind of worried he's nuts, but he ain't doing nothing yet. And he's going to pick up a bazooka, and you're like, hey, man, don't pick that one up. Now, the issue is, without Khomeini in command, in control of Iran.
Oh, Khomeini is no longer in control of Iran. See, these people right here, they late. Khomeini, and I'm here telling y'all this. He's no longer in control of Iran. They're going to keep saying Khomeini. He's the spiritual advisor. He is not in control of Iran. Khomeini is deep down in the bunkers in the mountains. His guerrilla fighters, The IRG, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, they're in control of Iran. The mullahs, the religious people who wore the black turbans and the white, they're not in control. The U.S. fucked up. It's gonna come a time where they wish the religious people was back in power, and they're not in power no more. The military people in power. The religious people had to take a back seat because they've been too nice. They didn't want nuclear weapons. The military people wanted nuclear weapons. Now it's on. Khomeini said, you know what? I tried. Y'all didn't want to listen to me. Now it's in the hands of the military. I'm telling you that right now. I've seen all the information on that. That's a fact.
All these weapons that they have that are currently under the control of this government will spread out. You will get the biggest civil war we've seen on this planet in a very long time. You will get ISIS times 10.
Look, they dreaming. You gonna get a civil war? Well, in Iran? No, they're against you. They're not against each other. Sure, you have some people in Iran that love the West. They wish they was in control, but they don't have the power. They all get wiped out. You sure you want ISIS and Al-Qaeda to take over Iran? That ain't gonna happen. They'll take over America before they take over Iran. Matter of fact, they already control America with the help of the Zionists.
Extremist Islamists will take the weapons, they'll start spreading them across the region, and it will be bedlam. That's why Khomeini's saying, I ain't surrendering. Do it. He's calling the US's bluff. He says, without me, this 90 million people, it's going to collapse. Sure, you can try and go in and engage in regime change. It's
enough of this. Enough, Tim. I just need you to let us know about Putin saying that's the end of them bastards. Okay, that's all we want to know from you. You're doing a lot of lying and trying to scare the people. Sound like Scott Ritter. Scott Ritter said Iran was going to get a devastating blow the first day, and that was going to be it. Now he got to change his fucking tune. The war. Iran was playing weak. They didn't be strong.
Israel did not imagine of its actions. Finally, the powerful firing of missiles by Iranian armed forces during the retaliation in the operation True Promise 3, leaving Tel Aviv in ruins, which has never...
Ain't going great. Look at this shit. It look like Gaza. Man, you reap what you sow. They talking about the good. They steady got our knowledge in their hand that they don't give a damn about usurpers. They reaping what they done sowed. You just did this to Gaza. You just did this to Lebanon.
Never happened before.
End of the world.
Along by Israeli aggression that continues every day and is secretly by the U.S. backed, under the pretext and without any reason to attack Iranian nuclear sites, the Chief of Staff of Iranian Armed Forces Abdolrahim Mousavi gave a warning on Wednesday, June 18th, saying that the operation...
a prime example of it can get worse. That man way more vicious than the man that was in front of him. I listened to the man who was in front of him. The dude was rough, but he wasn't this rough. That man is not doing no playing with the Zionists. Now him right there. They better hurry up and get rid of him, and then something worse than him gonna come. He already told them they finna have some terrible days. That dude just told all of the settlers in occupied territory called Israel to please leave now so your life will be spared. It's why Trump talking shit about people leaving Iran, man. Iran got the world respect. They came on TV and said, no, it's the settlers who we want to spare their life. They need to leave Tel Aviv and leave Haifa right now. And then they start tearing that shit up.
Operations carried out so far against Israel are a warning to deter, and we will soon carry out punitive operations.
Okay, that's another thing he said. He said, you ain't seen nothing yet. The little operations we've been carrying out, that just was to warn them to turn back from their wicked ways. Ooh, them some cold lines. He said they didn't heed our warning. Now they really finna feel the pain of Iran. Now, who in the hell think Iran is bluffing now? Nobody. Now people rubbing their hands like, get them. Get them. Don't stop now. You got them on the road. They begging for America.
Documents revealed moments of missile launches from Iranian territory, whether last night, June 17th, or a few days ago, show spectacular views of...
It's Iran. Iran videotaping, yeah, we letting the world know. That's horrible for Israel.
Series of fire packages, making their short journey to the target, which will immediately cripple the U.S.-Israeli agenda in the occupied territories.
None of those bases are safe. No warship is safe. You better proceed with caution.
Most likely, Iran will deploy Fatah hypersonic missile package, which can reach the target at a speed of more than 13 times the speed of sound and extreme maneuverability outside the atmosphere and a separate engine in its warhead.
It'll be there in minutes after Iran fires. They better not be on the toilet.
It is worth noting that Iranian current stock of ballistic missiles is around 20,000 to 50,000 according to U.S.-Israeli sources. With domestic production, Iran can mass produce
20 to 50. They did some people on TV the other day, they said 2,000. I say, boy, you better put some zeros on that. Why you trying to lie to these people? That's what you said about Russia. No, Iran has tens of thousands of these things, and they're going to be killing these people with them.
Use dozens or even nearly 50 missiles per day. No one knows the actual number of Iranian missiles, but they are a formidable weapon, which has been proven even though Iran recently launched its old missiles. Iran's Supreme Leader Imam Ali Khamenei responded that Zionist movement and American intervention have committed a great mistake and will pay the price by causing irreparable damage. Iran will not forgive those who violate its airspace and will not forget the blood of its martyrs. Iranian response weakened this vile enemy. It still does.
Talking about that man was going to be Saddam or Gaddafi. Okay, and now they're paying for those words.
And Tehran is preparing to give new, heavier blows in the future. War for war, bomb for bomb. Iran will not submit to an imposed war or an imposed peace, Khamenei added. This will be terrible. Sure enough, last night Tel Aviv was attacked. Its Iron Dome collapsed. Some of its interceptors failed to intercept and fell on civilian buildings.
That's why the U.S. got to step in. Because they cannot let
a serious blow.
They cannot let Israel get defeated and they haven't stepped in the fight. They're going to get defeated with Israel. But they cannot let, because Trump going to get assassinated by Zionists immediately. Then they're going to start calling. This is why our Congress people are scared. It ain't just that they compromise, because they are compromised. But they know what Israel will do. They know what happened in 9/11. They scared of Israel. They know Israel will kill Americans. They done business with the devil. And they got us hostage over here, man. Where Trump will talk shit about Bush, talk shit about Obama, saying they starting all the Middle East wars. They should have stayed out them wars, America first, saying that he would never go to war with Iran. And now look at this man, a psychopath. He's saying way more vicious shit than any other president that ever said in his motherfucking existence about Iran. How could that happen so fast? On the drop of a dime. To where now MAGA is split and Tucker Carlson is warning him, this is going to be the end of your presidency. Because you done been compromised and you finna take us to war and get these soldiers killed for no motherfucking reason at all.
To science from any point of view, showing the scale of the total destruction at the sites by Iranian missiles, especially in several areas of Tel Aviv, which are in ruins slowly starting to look like Gaza Strip. Military targets are the most important for Iran. IDF-affiliated Weizmann Institute in Rehovot in central Israel no longer exists, with its laboratory building completely destroyed and burned after being hit by Iranian missile on the night of June 15th. The center, which worked closely with Elbit Systems to develop biologically inspired military materials and had ties with defense companies such as Israel Aerospace Industries, supported Israeli army with AI, drone control, advanced weapons, cyber defense, and nuclear technology.
All that's getting hit.
There used to be a particle accelerator centrifuge there. Now it is gone. For the first time in its history, Israel is facing sustained Iranian ballistic missile strikes, resulting in a level of disruption unprecedented since the country was founded by a sheet of declaration. Over the past 6 days, Iranian missiles have hit home to the army and damaging its most strategic.
Iran sent a siege control of the Muslim world like this because they're going to have the hearts. Watch. I wouldn't be surprised if Turkey bitch ass try to sneak his way into this fight because fuck NATO. Turkey want to be the leader of the Muslim world again, bro. They were the leader of the Muslim world up until World War I think it is. That's when they got the Ottoman Empire got broke up, and then they lost a lot of Syria and lost. They used to rule Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, everywhere the Muslims was at. Turkey was in control. The Ottomans was in control, man. So now Iran, because it's fighting Israel and stepping on them, the whole Muslim world, man, is looking to Iran now for leadership and guidance. This is bad for Turkey.
Strategic and sensitive military sites. This direct confrontation with Iran has inflicted a new scale of damage and destruction on Israel, which has led to a nuclear escalation in the Middle East. We are millimeters away from disaster. Attacks on Iranian nuclear infrastructure are carried out every day. The situation has changed from a hypothetical scenario to a real one, in which they launch missile attacks on peaceful civilian nuclear facilities in Iran under IAEA control, according to Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova.
Russia not even doing Ukraine like this, bro. Iran, that shit. Iran saying these ain't our brothers. Y'all brothers with Ukraine. Y'all going easy on them. Iran is. I'm telling you, people have never seen this type of shit before. Man, they is devastating these people. All right, let's let me see. All right, let me see. Hindustan, my God. The Trump ass gonna get impeached too. All right, let's take a look, because the whole world want to know what the hell was this. I say after Khamenei's response to Trump, Iran unleashed a new missile. They did unleash a new missile, some devastating new missiles that the fake news won't talk about, and it's a total media blackout in Israel now that they've been getting their ass kicked. They don't want nobody to know. But this missile is similar to the missile, the Oreshnik, that the Russians used on Ukraine for the first time. It was a missile that can't be stopped. It can go deep, hit deep bunkers. Putin was bragging about it. And now all of a sudden, Iran is firing off the exact same type of missile, and it got the same structure. People want to know what the hell is going on. It's dancing in the sky. Either Putin that sent that missile over there, or Iran damn near got the same kind of undefeatable, unstoppable new era missile. Iran been warning they got shit they ain't let loose, and they just proved it. We got some shit the world ain't never seen, and we're gonna use it on these people. You tell us we all gonna die and ain't no tomorrow, then fuck. Salute, Queen. The Israelis, they live underground. They groundhog. They threatened to kill that man. That man brought out some new toys, man.
I greet the great and glorious nation of Iran. The first thing I would like to say is to praise the behavior of our beloved nation in this matter that the enemies have recently brought to the country. The Iranian nation has shown that it is both steadfast, courageous, and punctual. This great movement that the people showed to the world on the day of Qadr was a great movement. The gatherings of the people, the marches of the people in these few days, their presence in the Friday prayers, and their marches after the prayers, all of this indicates the growth of the Iranian nation and the strength of rationality and spirituality. Along with courage and punctuality in our beloved nation. I thank God that, by the grace of God, He has placed this believing nation at this level of spiritual and material capabilities and possibilities. I feel it necessary to mention here the beautiful and meaningful gesture that the TV presenter made in response to the enemy's attack, saying Takbir and, in fact, presenting the nation's power to the whole world. This was a historic event, a very valuable event. The second point is that this incident, the incident of the Zionist regime's stupid and malicious invasion of our country, occurred while government officials were negotiating indirectly with the American side. There was no issue from Iran that would indicate that there was a military move or a harsh move. Of course, it was suspected from the beginning that America was also involved in this malicious move of the Zionist regime. But with these recent statements that they are making, this suspicion is being strengthened day by day. The Iranian nation stands firm against the imposed war, as it has stood so far, and stands firm against the imposed peace. The Iranian nation will not surrender to anyone in the face of imposition. I expect that the intellectuals and the writers, especially those connected with the public opinion of the world, will express these meanings and concepts.
For y'all who just showing up, I'm already told people that Khomeini today left his will and testament. He's ready to go and be a revolutionary martyr and die for the revolution. He's OG. He's no longer, he's just a spiritual advisor now. The military, the Revolutionary Guard Corps run Iran now. They're the leader. So on TV, when you hear these people talking about killing Khomeini, I want them to know that don't mean shit no more. Because the RGC, they run Iran. So you need to be telling them to surrender. They will never fucking surrender. They want to fight. It's millions of them. They want to fight. You lost to the Taliban. They don't believe you that tough. That's a fact. So it was a bold move Khomeini made. He's stepping down from power. He's still a face. But he did that. So it would never be, if he died in the morning, they get him. It would never be chaos because everything is already properly put in order. The Revolutionary Guard is going to carry on orders to shoot these new missiles. Israel gotta submit. Israel got to say, stay surrender. Israel got to be the ones to say, ouch. Or it's just going to be up from now. It can only be one.
Explain them, clarify them for the audience, and not allow the enemy to distort the truth with its own deceptive propaganda. The Zionist enemy has made a big mistake, committed a big crime, and must be punished and is being punished. It is being punished right now.
They're being punished right now.
The punishment that the Iranian nation and our armed forces have inflicted on this evil enemy and are inflicting on it and have plans for the future is a severe punishment and has weakened it. The very fact that its American friends are entering the scene and speaking is a sign of its weakness and a sign of its impotence.
That's a fact.
Finally, the President of the United States.
People know that. The fact that they done drugged the Americans in so quick, it ain't been a week yet. You already got to have the U.S. in, you little bitch. You had the audacity to attack Iran, nigga, and talk tough. Now Donald Trump is finna ruin his presidency. Lord help a lot of those American soldiers, bro. A lot of our people is over there. They're not finna be in a good position. It's gonna get bad for them. The military was smart. They would arrest Trump, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, and anybody else that was down with this motherfucking move on behalf of Israel. They would arrest them. And then you would get your respect back from the rest of the world. The U.S. want to get some respect back. They got to arrest these motherfucking criminals who finna put everybody's life in danger. And Putin is warning them. Be careful, boy. You're playing with nuclear war.
United States has recently opened his mouth to threaten us. He is both threatening and, with a ridiculous and unacceptable statement, explicitly asking the Iranian nation to come and surrender to me. When a person observes these things, he is truly amazed. First,
Talk that talk, man.
they are threatening someone who is afraid of their threats. The Iranian nation has shown that it is not afraid in the face of threats from those who threaten. And do not be humiliated, and do not grieve, and you are the ones who declare that you are believers. The Iranian nation believes in this. Threats do not affect the behavior of the Iranian nation and the thoughts of the Iranian nation. Secondly, telling the Iranian nation to come and surrender is not a wise thing to do. Intelligent people who know Iran, know the Iranian nation, know the history of Iran, would never utter such a word. Surrender to what? The Iranian nation cannot be surrendered. We have not been subjected to anyone, and we will not accept any kind of submission, and we will not submit to anyone's submission. This is the logic of the Iranian nation. This is the spirit of the Iranian nation. And of course, the Americans, those who are familiar with the politics of this region, know that America's intervention in this matter is 100% to their detriment. What they will suffer in this regard is much greater than what Iran may suffer. The damage America will suffer if it makes a military intervention in this field will undoubtedly be irreparable.
They're going to lose all bases in the Middle East. It ain't gonna be
I
ready.
ask our beloved nation to always keep this noble verse in mind. Life is going on normally, thank God. Do not let the enemy feel that you are afraid of him, that you feel weak. If the enemy feels that you are afraid of him, he will not let you go. Continue the same behavior that you have had until today with strength. Those who are responsible for service matters, those who deal with the people, those who are responsible for propaganda and explanation matters, should do their work with strength and continue and rely on God Almighty. And victory is only from God Almighty, the mighty, the wise. And God Almighty will grant victory to the Iranian nation, the truth, and the right, God willing. And peace be upon you, the mercy of God, and His blessings.
I'm talking all that shit. You finna place the U.S. soldiers in harm's way, bro. You know what I'm talking about? He did it. Not finna place them. They in harm's way. Going over there with the aircraft carriers and all that nonsense that will not help them. We probably doing. They're gonna try to interrupt my live stream too. They've been hating.
On the night of June 18, Iran launched another massive missile attack on Israel, the prime minister of which officially confirmed that his main goal is to overthrow the current government in Tehran. Reports indicate that this time, Iranian missiles rained down on the southern regions of the Jewish state. As of June 18, independent monitoring services had already recorded dozens of explosions in southern Israeli cities such as Dimona, Netivot, Ofakim, and Beersheba. My dear truth seekers, let me remind you that the Israeli nuclear center is located in the city of Dimona. According to available data, the Israeli authorities
Craziest part about all this, and nobody ever want to talk about it, all this is because the usurpers are pretending like they're the people of the book. None of this would be happening if you didn't have imposters acting like they're other people, knowing that they converted to Judaism, knowing when it happened, knowing the Russians forced their kingdom, and I won't say the name of that kingdom, knowing the Russians forced their kingdom to pick a religion and they picked Judaism. None of this would be happening if people weren't pretending that they're people of the book. And I get so sick and tired of hearing these clowns on TV talking about the book. But that's why we're here now. Because then you have these Christian radical Zionists in America also pretending like they love the Lord. They're terrorists and genocidal maniac and racist bastards that got themselves. All this is disgusting. When you find out these people a lot of these people waiting on the end of the world. They waiting on the Messiah. You see what I'm saying? These people got nefarious shit they planning and doing. People be talking about prophecy. These people try to fulfill prophecy. They try to make the shit happen. We living in some dangerous times right now. We got to be prepared for Project Bluebeam. They're allowed to pull out the holograms real motherfuckers soon. And our people got to be wise enough to know. They might pull out the machine that you hear voices. They will make us think the Lord is here. You know, all kind of crazy shit to submit. And a lot of our people will do that on command.
have deployed nuclear weapons precisely in Dimona. At the same time, it is worth noting that Israel has not yet officially recognized the presence of nuclear weapons in the country. Meanwhile, on the morning of June 18, the first images of Iranian ballistic missiles entering Israeli airspace began to appear online. It is worth noting that in addition to the Israeli nuclear center in Dimona, Iranian missiles also targeted the Israeli Nevatim air base, which is located near the city of Beersheba. As for the Israeli missile attacks on Iran, many military experts have noticed that over the past 4 days, Israel has completely changed its warfare tactics. It is reported that at the start of the military operation, Israel attempted to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities and top military leadership. However, Israeli missiles are now only targeting Iran's civilian infrastructure. In addition, Israel has also begun to use sabotage attacks in Tehran actively. Reports indicate that Israeli agents, operating in Iran, have begun mining civilian facilities, trying to sow chaos and panic among the civilian population. It is authentically known that dozens of cars, one large water pipeline, and the right wing of the Iranian Ministry of Justice have been blown up in Tehran over the past 24 hours. All this indicates that Israel has been carefully preparing for this war against Iran.
War terrorists, they don't want to pay it up, them versus Iran.
Against this backdrop, the Chief of Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces, Major General Abdul Rahim Mousavi, officially stated that Iran has not yet used even half of its military power against Israel. According to him, all these massive missile attacks on Israel were just standard warnings, and that very soon Iran would use truly crushing military operations against the Zionist regime. Our missile attacks on Israel were just standard warnings. We hoped that this would deter the aggressor.
That's crazy.
However,
that's a powerful statement that should shake them, and the people believe Iran now. They get the benefit of the doubt when they speak. That man say what you have seen so far, which has shocked the world, was only us giving them a warning. That's like what Putin told Ukraine. I ain't even began the war yet, and that's a fact. Now we have Iran saying damn near the same thing, saying we haven't even begun to kick their ass really yet. This was the warning. But since they have not heeded the warning, okay, let's turn it up a little bit.
As time has shown, the enemy does not stop. In this regard, we will have to deal several crushing blows to Israel. This will be the real punishment for Israel's attack on our country, Major General Abdul Rahim Mousavi said. Furthermore, at the end of his speech, he also added that Iran has a lot of unpleasant surprises for its enemies, and that these surprises will shock both Israel and the United States. Meanwhile, on the morning of June 18, it became known that the Israeli Nevatim Air Base, located near the city of Beersheba, was attacked by the latest Iranian ballistic missile Hajj Qassem, capable of breaking through even the most modern air defense systems with the help of a maneuvering warhead, at a distance of 2,500 kilometers. It is reported that as a result of this missile strike, 2 fuel depots were completely destroyed. All this indicates that Iran actually does have many unpleasant surprises at its disposal. By the way, a few hours ago, numerous Middle Eastern sources confirmed that the daily massive Iranian missile strikes on Israel had completely paralyzed Tel Aviv. According to them, people spend the majority of their time in bomb shelters, while foreign diplomats and embassy staff try to escape from Israel by land, across the border with Jordan, as well as by the Mediterranean.
Run away. You went over there to seize them people land. You act like you. All these people say they're the people of the book. Now y'all running. Now y'all fleeing. Fight for your homeland. You just was laughing and celebrating all of the mass murder in Gaza. These people was having picnics. They was having dances, festivals as Gaza was burning. They were taking pictures, all that colonial bullshit. Now look at them, trying to get up out of there. Calm.
Mediterranean Sea towards Cyprus.
Yeah. Field trip is over, ain't it? On to the next lane, y'all try to pillage him.
Meanwhile, on June 18th, at 10 a.m. Moscow time, the first details of the recent Iranian massive missile attack on Israel began to appear. So, many Middle Eastern news agencies have confirmed that the Israel Defense Forces military intelligence base, under the designation Glilit, located in the city of Ramat HaSharon, was attacked by Iranian ballistic missiles.
They're hitting all that shit.
Reports indicate that the main target of the Iranian missiles turned out to be one of the most important IDF electronic intelligence centers, known as Unit 8200, of the Israeli Defense Forces Intelligence Corps. In addition, Middle Eastern sources
tell you no. All this destruction, they hit all these military facilities, all the Mossad facilities, the high-ranking Mossad officers is there. They tell you no military people have died yet. These people are sick, bro. But I seen it in Ukraine. I'm prepared for them to tell me nobody's dying. But the other side. This is crazy, but it's true. This is crazy, but it's true. People look at you in your face and tell you don't believe your eyes. You see these buildings blowing up. Nobody's there. Everywhere is empty. Get the fuck out of here. Only people down there say some civilians. Nah, and ain't no civilians in Israel. Everybody is in the military. So
sources, including Israeli news agencies, also confirmed a missile strike on the Mossad headquarters in the city of Herzliya. At the same time, it is worth noting that Tehran has officially stated that during the attack on the Mossad headquarters and the Israel Defense Forces military intelligence base, Iran used its latest missiles, capable of causing large-scale destruction.
And they waited till the daylight, bro. They see Iran being hitting them at night. You know, they're psychological. They tricked them. They waited till the morning when they brought their ass up out the tunnels. When they came up out the bunker trying to get some breath of fresh air. Then Iran hit them buildings during the day. So you telling me nobody was there? When is anybody ever in these places? Man, please. Yeah, they was there. They got whacked.
According to the Iranian military, as a result of this missile attack, dozens of high-ranking Mossad officers and military intelligence officers of the Israel Defense Forces were killed.
That's a fact. Same thing happened in Ukraine. People want to tell you. I'm trying to tell all these people going to die in training exercises, bro. They're going to tell you these people died in training exercises. Some of them died in their sleep. Some of them had cancer. But they're saying they can't tell the truth because it will be too shocking and too devastating. And it'll harm the psyche of their people. Same crap they pulling in Ukraine.
Meanwhile, the United States Central Command has officially stated that the massive Iranian missile strikes on Israel are just the beginning. According to the U.S. military, Iran is preparing a large-scale and unprecedented attack on Israel. In this regard, the head of the Pentagon, Pete Hegseth, ordered the deployment of additional U.S. troops to the Middle East. According to him, this was done allegedly to protect U.S. military bases in the region.
You can't protect Israel. How you gonna protect their bases? Israel got more. See, this is the bullshit I don't like. Israel got more air defense than any fucking U.S. base in the Middle East. Make it make sense. How can you go protect your bases and you can't protect Israel? They don't. They just won't stop. All they gotta do is negotiate with Iran, talk peacefully to Iran, and all this will go away. Israel has to apologize and pay for the shit they blown up financially. That's a fact. That's how this is going to end. They're going to financially pay Iran. Watch what I tell you. Benjamin Netanyahu probably going to get whacked, probably by his own fucking people. But the U.S. military, what the hell do they think they're going to go do? They can go. How you negotiate with the Taliban, but you won't negotiate with Iran? The Taliban forced you to negotiate with them, and they don't have planes, tanks, missiles, none of that shit. The arrogance of these motherfucking people but they putting our people in jeopardy. Our people is in the U.S. military, nigga. Our people's in the U.S. military. They sending our people over there to get fucked up. That's bullshit. With this white supremacist colonial mind state. And that's ridiculous how our people finna die on behalf of conquest. Because they're gonna die. They might kill some people, but they're going to die if they go to this Middle East talking about fighting Iran, bro. And that's a fact, and I've been warning people about this shit.
However, Donald Trump's recent bizarre statements have clarified the real reason behind the deployment of American troops to the Middle East. In particular, on June 17, U.S. President Donald Trump officially stated that he had no desire to negotiate with Iran, and that he expected Tehran's complete surrender. At the same time, he also pointed out that Iran's airspace is under the complete control of the United States.
That's a lie.
Thus, Donald Trump...
This type of motherfucking arrogance. He said, we control Iranian airspace. What you mean we, nigga? Iran got the right to blow those U.S. bases up. You on social media beating your chest like you the one. But a rational person would say, cool, y'all are bombing things in Iran and say you did have complete control of the Iranian airspace. Let's just say you did have it. Iran came out and say they control Israeli airspace. So people can say, well, it look like they do. So if U.S. is saying, why don't you focus on controlling Israel airspace? You can't even control their airspace, but you're going to control Iranian airspace? Narcissism. I mean, the total bullshit. A logical person would be like, Mr. President, we got to stop Israel from getting destroyed. But they so focused on terrorizing Iranians, they can't even understand what's happening to themselves.
Formally confirmed the U.S. participation in the war against Iran. According to many experts, even though the United States has not yet officially recognized this fact, the U.S. military is already an active participant in the hostilities against Iran. Thus, as you can see, the situation in the Middle East continues to escalate, rapidly bringing humanity closer to a global catastrophe.
Some of us, that's why when all y'all just get your house in order, because this is what we knew was coming. We just got to be ready to build out in the ashes. This is the only way we was going to ever get right anyway, is all these goddamn colonizers were going to have to get dealt with. You know, they were going to have to reap what they sow, and we won't be able to help them and save them. Finally, there's nothing we can do for them, you know. We tried to help America be great again, and Trump stabbed everybody in the motherfucking back because he compromised. Even his own people pissed. So we absolutely got the right to be pissed. Bitch, we try to save your motherfucking sorry goddamn ass. We knew y'all was going down the drain, but how stupid were we? Okay, let's get out the way and let it happen to you. I don't want Trump not to go. I want him to go. Please go. I just hate that some of our people going to get their ass kicked. Go fight Iran. Don't listen to Putin. Don't listen to North Korea. Don't listen to China. Pay no attention to the African nations who rising up. Just go head over there and think you're going to attack Iran. Please do. Please.
For the past 5 days, it's been one major news story after another. There were some unconfirmed reports floating around about Iranian air defenses allegedly shooting down an F-35 air superiority fighter jet. As soon as the rumor hit social media, Lockheed Martin's shares dipped slightly. But here's the thing, there was never any actual footage or solid proof that any aircraft from Benjamin Netanyahu's criminal regime had been brought down. Well, that changed this morning. Iranian media just broadcasted footage that seems to clearly show the wreckage of an ultra-advanced, ridiculously expensive Hermes 900 drone, which was reportedly patrolling the desert regions around Isfahan and heading toward Tehran. Some people have hailed this as a big win, while others have criticized Iran for not doing enough to challenge Israeli air dominance across key parts of the country. Still, here at OMT News, we've noticed something quite significant about this downed Israeli drone now in Iranian hands.
اینجا یکی از مناطق شرق اصفهان همینطور که در تصویر می‌بینین حوالی ساعت 5 صبح امروز.
That's one of the most advanced drones in the world. Fighter drones, stealth drones, very advanced. Iran is just going to reverse engineer this and make some. That's how they got all their shit. Seasoning the U.S. shit. And then making some real high-tech shit out of this. You see, they like this type of shit. They want the U.S. to send all kind of advanced shit over there so they can knock it down, reproduce it, and then use it on your ass.
But before I break down the video and give you my full analysis of the Hermes 900, please take a second to like and share this video so others can see it too.
This is what Trump called full control over the Iranian skies, man. Please. If you had full control over Iranian skies, then that motherfucking drone wouldn't be on the ground right now, bro.
Yeah, so here's the video that clearly confirms the Iranians have got their hands on the ultra-advanced Hermes 900 drone. My team and I have verified it. It's real and definitely not AI generated. Now, the IDF hasn't confirmed the downing of this aircraft, and there are still a few details missing. From what we've seen, it looks like all the data on board was wiped before the Iranians took control of it. Also, keep in mind, the IDF still hasn't confirmed whether Iran actually shot down any F-35 jets either. Iranian media is claiming that 4 of those jets were destroyed, but there's no proof, not even a captured Israeli pilot to show for it. I'll bring you updates on that as soon as we have more. Now, let's talk about the aircraft itself. It turns out this Hermes 900 wasn't just flying around, it was armed to the teeth. Watch the video of the downed drone carefully. What do you notice? You'll see the surveillance camera is still intact, the weapons are untouched, and there's another piece of tech on board that really shows why this drone is considered so powerful and advanced. Still, many people don't quite grasp the significance of this drone when it comes to the broader claims of Israeli air superiority over Tehran. I've said it several times on my X handle. If you've been following, you'll know I've made it clear. Unless America fully joins this war, there's no chance the Zionist army will manage to completely dominate Iran's airspace, especially over Tehran. Without US backing, they'll struggle. Full stop. Now, let's bring the focus back to the Hermes 900. The Hermes 900 is the infamous Israeli drone cooked up by Elbit Systems, one of the leading companies behind the brutal machinery that sustains Israel's occupation and regional aggression. This isn't your average surveillance drone. It's a medium-altitude, long-endurance drone designed specifically to hover over occupied or besieged areas for as long as 36 hours, quietly watching, tracking, and often targeting human beings like they're blips on a video game screen. It flies high, often around 30,000 feet, way out of reach, and is built not just for intelligence gathering, but for active combat operations. It made its bloody debut over Gaza in 2014 during Operation Protective Edge, a military onslaught that left over 2,000 Palestinians dead, many of them civilians. Since then, it's become one of the Israeli military's go-to tools for repression from the sky. The Hermes 900 is essentially the militarized evolution of the already controversial Hermes 450. But instead of using that to tone things down, Elbit Systems decided to scale everything up. It has a wingspan of around 15 meters and can carry a payload of 350 kilograms, which means it's not just a flying camera. It's a weaponized beast. It can be fitted with high-resolution cameras, infrared sensors, radar systems, and laser target designators, all of which are used to guide missiles or inform targeted assassinations. It's also satellite-linked, meaning it can fly well beyond the immediate borders, deep into neighboring territories. It's been deployed in Lebanon, Syria, and over Iran, allowing Israel to spy, provoke, and strike with almost complete impunity. That's the real danger here, not just the hardware, but the strategy behind it, domination without accountability. The fact that Iran managed to shoot down the Hermes 900 over Tehran right in the middle of this ongoing conflict isn't just some small battlefield win, it's a serious punch in the face to Israel's ego. For years, Israel has sold the world this fantasy that its air force is untouchable, that it can fly in, bomb whoever it wants, and get out without a scratch. But now, with this drone falling out of the sky over the Iranian capital, that myth's been blown to bits. This wasn't just any drone flying around aimlessly. This was Israel trying to flex to show dominance, and Iran shut it down, literally. It sends a powerful message that Israel doesn't call the shots in Iran's skies. Netanyahu might be used to intimidating smaller, weaker territories with impunity, but this isn't Gaza or southern Lebanon. We're talking about a heavily fortified, militarized Iran that has been waiting for this kind of provocation and is more than ready to respond. And that response isn't just bravado, it's built on some serious firepower. Iran's air defense network is no joke. Systems like the Bavar 373 and Khordad 15, which they built themselves, can track and take out aircraft at long ranges. Even older systems like the revamped S-200s have been upgraded to the point where they can effectively challenge stealth and high-altitude threats. What Israel and its Western allies often underestimate is just how much Iran has invested in building a defense strategy tailored specifically to counter modern air attacks. This shootdown proves that it's not just about defending ground, it's about denying Israel the ability to operate freely. Without US military cover, Israel is clearly struggling to gain any real foothold in the Iranian theater. Every Israeli incursion is now a gamble, and Iran has made it clear that they're watching, waiting, and more than capable of responding with force. But what really changes the game here is the shift in momentum. This isn't just about a drone, it's about who controls the tempo of this conflict. Iran has made it clear that their skies are not a playground for Israeli hardware. And with each Israeli misstep, Iran's confidence grows. What used to be quiet threats and cautious deterrence has now turned into very real action. The psychological edge Israel once had is slipping, and you can see it. Netanyahu's team is rattled. This isn't how they expected things to go. Iran shooting down the Hermes 900 wasn't just about defending airspace, it was about flipping the script. It's a bold statement. If you come for us, we'll come for you harder. And the longer these drags on, the clearer it gets. Israel's military dominance doesn't hold up well when it's not backed by overwhelming American firepower. Thanks so much for tuning in to today's news update. I truly appreciate you being here. If you found this insightful,
Right, so Benjamin Netanyahu's empire is crumbling as Iran's latest strikes on Israel in retaliation for yet more Israeli overnight strikes hit at the heart not just of Israel's war machine, targeting air bases and military headquarters and installations, but also vital infrastructure whilst they were at it. The sheer scale of the latest Iranian salvos have also flagged up an even greater problem for Netanyahu in the immediate term. Having started a fight with Iran, he clearly thought he'd either win fast or the US would come quickly to his side, as Israel's air defenses may very soon be no more. They're burning through interceptor missiles that they can't replace fast enough, and despite orders to lock down the Israeli population and a blackout of state media to keep people in Israel in the dark, social media continues to report the scenes of absolute carnage from Israel, whilst hundreds are now fleeing the country in small boats to Cyprus. All of this, and Iran are currently claiming their strikes thus far are still only warnings, and more punitive strikes are yet to come. Well, given the damage they've wrought on Israel so far, that this latest strike also included the first use of an all-new surprise for Israel, and with more surprises still promised, what exactly does an Iranian strike that they mean to actually punish with look like? And is Netanyahu, in the middle of a nightmare he can't get out of now, foolish enough to try and find out? Right, so Israel is currently reeling under the most intense and sustained assault it has ever experienced from Iran, possibly from anyone in its 77-year history. With Operation True Promise 3 having entered its 10th and 11th phases now, Iranian missile and drone attacks have crippled key military intelligence, industrial and symbolic targets deep inside Israeli territory. These strikes have gone far beyond previous patterns of regional tit for tat, marking a turning point in the conflict and exposing the severe vulnerabilities in Israel's much vaunted defense infrastructure. For Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, this situation has spiraled into a full-blown nightmare now. As the cost of initiating unprovoked attacks on Iran becomes clearer, not to mention it's costing them $300 million a day, so too does the collapse of Israeli deterrence and any pretense of military superiority at all. One of the most significant blows over the last 24 hours came with the successful Iranian missile strike on the headquarters of Unit 8200, Israel's elite cyber and signals intelligence agency located near Tel Aviv, leaving it in absolute ruins. Unit 8200 is central to Israel's surveillance and electronic warfare capabilities. You can compare it to the NSA in the United States, or I suppose GCHQ here in the UK is the closest analogy. But Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, has confirmed that this strike was in retaliation for Israel's attack on Iran's IRIB state television headquarters in Tehran the day before, footage of which went absolutely viral across social media and has turned their news anchor Sahara Mami into a global symbol of resistance as she continued her broadcast even as the IRIB building was still on fire. By targeting such a symbolic and tactical asset, Iran has directly targeted the very core of Israel's intelligence apparatus, shattering any illusion that Israel can strike with impunity and remain untouched, and will severely impact any shady cyber operations Israel may have been engaged in. Simultaneously, Iranian forces bombed key air bases in southern Israel, including the Hatzarim and Netzarim air base, from which Israel has launched drone operations and long-range missile attacks on Iranian facilities, as well as where they launched their jets from towards Iran. Satellite imagery and leaked footage posted on social media, despite Israel's continuing media blackout, shows extensive damage to aircraft hangars, fuel depots, and radar installations. Israel's efforts to suppress images of destruction are proven ineffective. Amateur footage continues to emerge online of Iranian missiles impacting and cutting through those flailing air defenses that were once talked up so much, laying bare the scale of Iranian precision and Israeli vulnerability. In another devastating and highly significant blow, Iranian missiles hit the Gilot suburbs of Tel Aviv, home to what many international analysts believe is one of the most clandestine organizations on the planet, because in those residential suburbs sits the headquarters of Mossad, Israel's foreign intelligence service. What makes this strike especially damning is that Mossad's headquarters is one of those state assets that has been deliberately, intentionally placed amongst residential areas, showing Israel to be a state that uses its own civilians as de facto human shields. But Tel Aviv is essentially human shield city, as I've called it before, and which casts another light on the fact Israel won't let any of its own people leave the country, allegedly for their own safety. But how is it keeping them safe? By keeping them in the line of fire. It's more likely Israel is just hanging on to its human shields. Certainly seems that way, doesn't it?
Yes.
One of the most symbolic...
Because if it was any area where it just was military at and no civilians, even though everybody in Israel done been part of the military, but let's just say, okay, you got elderly people, you got kids, you got some people who they ain't in the army. Okay. If they wasn't in that area and Iran knew it just was military bases and everybody, it would be apocalyptic in that area. So the military not stupid. They're trying to stay next to civilians right now. Fucking cowards. They're trying to stay near their population centers. They're scared to be anywhere by themselves because they know what Iran gonna fucking do to them. That's why they're trying to hurry up and get the U.S. to come. They want the U.S. to die for them so they can get away.
Charged attacks came when Iran missiles reduced the Weizmann Institute of Science south of Tel Aviv to rubble. This institution has allegedly strong links to Israel's military-industrial complex and is believed to contribute to Israel's nuclear research and was hit by a barrage of precision-guided munitions. Footage has shown fires engulfing labs and administrative buildings. Iran described the strike as a direct message against Israel's scientific contributions to military aggression. And given Israel strikes against Iran's nuclear and scientific research as well, this seems a very on-the-nose target in that respect. In what the IRGC is calling the most intense wave of attacks so far.
I'm glad you brought another thing I want to say. These research facilities, nuclear research facilities, Mossad headquarters, I want to just like Ukraine cannot be hitting certain places in Russia without the US and NATO help, there's no way Iran will be able to pinpoint hit these places in Israel if Russia and China was not helping. So I don't want to hear anybody. There's a lot of people. I've seen an Arab dude. He was complaining. Some Muslim guy was complaining, or was China, Russia gonna help. There's no way Iran would be able to pinpoint that shit if Russia and China was not giving them the letting them use their satellites to get the proper the proper location and to hit it directly how they trying to hit it. And the U.S. know that. Israel know that too.
Against Israel, hundreds of missiles and drones were launched in coordinated salvos across multiple Israeli cities, including Tel Aviv, Haifa, Ashdod, and Beersheba. An excerpt from Press TV on this reading. The latest wave of the retaliatory operation, which began late on Friday in response to the Israeli regime's brutal aggression against the Islamic Republic, commenced at approximately 1:30 a.m. Iran time, despite heavy media censorship imposed by the Zionist regime. Numerous videos surfaced on social media showing the skies over Tel Aviv and Haifa lit up by a barrage of long-range advanced Iranian missiles, breaching Israel's three-tiered missile interceptors. Several of the missiles, some of them being used for the first time, hit their intended targets with precision, including military and intelligence sites belonging to the regime. Images circulating on social media platforms show plumes of smoke and fire billowing up in the air at various sensitive and strategic Israeli military intelligence centers. Israeli settlers, according to some Israeli media reports, were angry at the so-called Home Command about sirens not blaring on time to allow them to hide in underground bunkers. There's a few things in that excerpt that I'm going to pick up on there over the rest of this video, but firstly, the message of missiles being used for the first time is particularly relevant, an all-new nasty surprise for Israel as this was, because amongst the missiles fired was Iran's Fatah hypersonic missile, which Tehran claims can evade all existing air defense systems. Fatah, which means the opener, is a precision-guided two-stage solid-fueled missile with a range of 1,400 kilometers and a terminal speed of between Mach 13 to 15, which Iran unveiled in June of 2023. This speed, along with movable nozzles that allow the missile to maneuver in all directions, both in and out of the Earth's atmosphere, makes it immune to interception by all existing anti-missile systems, it is claimed, according to military.
That Fatah hypersonic missile that strike like lightning absolutely can sink a U.S. aircraft carrier. That's 5,000 U.S. troops on. That's why with Trump sending more aircraft carriers, what? So what? You fighting Iran, bro, and if you're going to kill their people, you putting those aircraft carriers in danger. The Houthi rebels was already giving you hell. That fucking hypersonic missile will rain terror on the U.S. Navy. They need to think about what they're doing.
The experts, and it certainly seems to have proven that. But then we've been watching many an Iranian missile get through the Iron Dome, haven't we? Other missiles and drones simultaneously struck petroleum storage facilities in Haifa. The Bizan complex got struck again, having been shut down temporarily after strikes the other day. It is now completely offline, shutting down Israel's largest oil refinery and halting the production of 60% of Israel's diesel and nearly half of its petrol output, gasoline output. Not only causing significant shortages for civilian use, but that could cripple Israel's domestic logistics and military resupply chains for weeks. As the intensity of the strikes grows, Israel's internal stability is rapidly eroding with it. Commercial flights have been grounded by government decree, and land border checkpoints are under military lockdown. As I've spoken about before, some have been trying to get out of Israel despite the government restrictions on their movements to reach Cyprus by boat to escape from the carnage. Israeli news outlet Haaretz have called it the escape flotilla now. An excerpt of their coverage stating that the marina in Herzliya has recently taken on the atmosphere of a makeshift terminal. Starting at 7 in the morning, people begin to arrive, mostly alone, some in couples, a few with families. dragging trolleys and scanning the docks for the yachts scheduled to carry them to Cyprus, and from there to anywhere but here. Facebook groups dedicated to sea-based exits show that hundreds of people are now trying to leave Israel this way. And where there is demand, there are always those ready to supply, for a price. In Herzliya, as well as in other marinas like Haifa and Ashkelon, owners of small yachts are organising trips with groups of no more than 10 passengers. On that particular morning in Herzliya, at least 100 people were preparing to set sail. The Population and Immigration Authority has not yet been able to assess the scale of the phenomenon. Literally hundreds of Israelis are now doing this, fleeing by private yachts and fishing boats to Cyprus. It's a small boat invasion on Cyprus, as some in the media, especially here in the UK, might put it, circumventing state controls, as that does. Doesn't say a lot for their faith in their national leadership, does it? And it's a story getting precious little coverage, again trying to play down what is going on in Israel, to control the narrative as the Israeli government is trying to do. So it's notable that Haaretz have published this piece, in fact. Bomb shelters are filled to capacity in nearly every major city now as well. But even in a time of heightened fear, Israeli racism is playing a part too. Due to the fact these shelters are filling up, Israeli citizens are increasingly barring Palestinian residents of Israel from entering the shelters, claiming they are not meant for them. This blatant act of apartheid inside so-called safe zones underscores the depraved way of thinking within Israel, even during a crisis. Some in the media might call it the sign of a fracturing in their society, but this is literally what Israeli society is built on. This is what their society is. White supremacy, colonialism, and racist ideological claims to land they don't have over a people they look down on and despise because it is actually their land by rights. Iran's onslaught has for days been overwhelming the Iron Dome and David Sling air defense systems, the Arrow 3 air defense system, which are no longer able to intercept the sheer volume of incoming projectiles, if they ever could to begin with, really. But there's an underlying reason for that too, which I found rather fascinating. Because according to reports, and allegedly confirmed by Israeli insiders who've been speaking off the record to various European media outlets, anonymous sources and all of that, Israel may run out of interceptors entirely within days if the current pace of Iranian missile barrages continues, and there's no sign of them stopping, is it? This fascinated me because I thought of all the arms shipments Israel have been continuing to receive over the last year or so, certainly from the US, why have interceptors not been coming in sufficient number? Are offensive missiles being so prioritized now? Because these same reports have cited an interceptor shortage since Iran's first retaliation against Israel that was more than a year ago now. So this vulnerability is not a new one, and yet Netanyahu still chose to make war on Iran despite that anyway. It's deranged, and he hasn't considered public safety at all, clearly. The psychological toll of watching Iranian missiles explode across cities that Israelis once considered untouchable and secure, that air defense is unbeatable, is becoming evident. So news getting out about interceptor shortages is going to enrage and scare many people. Every siren, every shockwave brings panic. Every social media leak of burning buildings and military assets in ruins is a fresh humiliation for Netanyahu's government and an even bigger headache for him. A nightmare unfolding that he's brought on himself by his own hand. Desperately wanting Donald Trump to help him fight Iran now, to get him out of this hole he's now in.
He can't help himself.
Iranian officials insist that all attacks so far have been defensive responses to Israeli aggression and should be seen as warnings, having stated they haven't even begun punitive measures yet, which is mind-boggling and really does make you wonder what else they can bring to bear and what Iranian punishment actually does look like. Do we really want to know? As demonstrated by the successful deployment of the Fatah missile, though, Iran has proven its ability to reach deep into Israeli territory with minimal response time, and they have said they've still got more surprises that haven't been seen yet. In a predictable escalation, though, especially with Netanyahu begging him and pulling on his trouser leg to help him go to war and save Israel for him and save him from himself, the overbearing orange oaf that is the US President Donald Trump has inserted himself into the narrative by threatening Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, with assassination because they know where he is, apparently, and they have simply chosen not to do so yet, and that Iran should surrender. Well, the response was swift and unequivocal, though, with Khamenei warning that any US military intervention would be met with retaliation, unlike anything seen in the region's history. Iran's confidence is backed not only by its advanced military arsenal, but also by the international support it is garnering. So while Western leaders continue parroting that line, that irritating, interminable line that Israel has a right to defend itself, seemingly at the expense of everybody else's right to defend themselves, the rest of the world is seeing through this farce. 21 Arab and Islamic nations have now issued formal condemnations of Israel's brutal and unprovoked aggression against Iran to date. These countries emphasize that Iran's actions have remained proportionate and that it is Israel which has destabilized the region by striking civilian infrastructure in Tehran. So despite Israel's best efforts to prevent reporting on the destruction within its borders, footage continues to reach the global public. Independent news outlets, activists, citizen journalists have turned every smartphone into a broadcast station. From the burned out Weizmann Institute to the missile craters in Gilat, the truth cannot be contained by Netanyahu's diktat, and his authority is falling to bits as a result. Netanyahu's disinformation campaign is failing. The world can see that Israeli cities are burning. The world can see that military bases are being reduced to rubble. The world can see that the Israeli defense narrative, that it is a tiny nation under siege, is in tatters when it is responsible for initiating war with one of the most heavily armed nations in the region, and doing so all the while it is of course still committing genocide in Gaza, which we must not forget either. Iran's devastating and coordinated strikes on Israel have rewritten the power dynamics of the Middle East, because no longer can Israel assume its military supremacy, provided a blank check to engage in regional violence without consequence. And by having picked on the most powerful nation in the Middle East, they're being taught a harsh lesson that Netanyahu is wishing he would never have started, and he is desperate for US help to get him out of. Netanyahu, who pursued confrontation with Iran as a means to prop up his collapsing government and distract from the genocide in Gaza, has instead opened up the gates of hell. What was meant to be a surgical show of force has become an open-ended conflict with a regional power that has proven it can strike, cripple, and warn with impunity, and is basically saying all the while that they're still only getting warmed up. Netanyahu has lost. He cannot win a forever war, because you cannot have a forever war. Because he's losing assets, he's losing his own people, he's losing support. He cannot keep up the pace of the Iranian response to the Israeli strikes. Yet if he stops, he's also finished. It's just a question of how much of Israel is he going to take down with him before he's stopped. For more on the state of Israel's air defenses collapsing under the fury of Iranian assault, check out this video recommendation here as your suggested next watch. Please do also hit like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so already, so as to ensure you don't miss
for boots on the ground in Iran. Yes, Americans will die to fight Iran, and you will like it, says Senator Lindsey Graham. Watch.
Can you guarantee that? Can President Trump in any form, can you make the commitment that this would not lead to a longer war?
I can guarantee you that if the Ayatollah gets a nuclear weapon, he will use it. I believe that with all my heart and soul. So the men and women who serve, they're the ones going, not people answering a poll. And if you ask them, would you be willing to risk your life to stop the Ayatollah from having a nuclear weapon? All of them would say yes, because it makes their country, our country, safer. So we live in a world where you got to confront problems. You want to avoid World War III? Learn the lessons from World War II. People in World War II appeased Hitler to the point that it got so much out of hand. We had a world war and 60 million people got killed. So we live in a world where you pay now or you pay later. Let's stop this threat before he gets a nuclear.
Or Hitler, you working with the Nazis in Ukraine. America helped Hitler. Hitler was, all his motives were forward tough. Get the fuck out of here. They always bring up Hitler. It was the Russians that defeated Hitler. You sat on the fucking sidelines and did nothing. Stop bringing up Hitler.
nuclear weapon. Let's end this reign of terror. Let's do it now. It's not going to take 20 months, but I can't guarantee you your freedom and your safety unless we're willing to fight for it. I can guarantee you this. If we don't fight for our freedom, we will lose it.
Yeah, well, Senator. Yeah, so World War II, the lesson from World War II.
They should arrest this man. That's why I said the military is out of. They need to arrest him and Trump and Marco Rubio immediately. And Ted Cruz, everybody will come on TV and say we must fight. This is bullshit. I lived through 9/11. I remember that shit. Now, I wasn't as politically astute as I am now, but I remember that. I remember these people scaring the hell out of us about this at dawn. They done blew all these buildings up. They did 9/11, blamed it on terrorists. Got everybody in America scared to death. Nobody, a few people speaking of anti-war, but people thought they were finna die. Now we know better. Same bullshit. We got to stop the Ayatollahs. What the hell are you talking about? They ain't working on no bomb. They finna get the American troops killed. You can't defeat Iranians. You lost to the Taliban. People on the news used to ask them, you just lost to the Taliban. And they didn't have tanks, planes, and barely had sandals. They barely had shoes at times. How do you plan on defeating the Iranians? They got hypersonic missiles. Any general, anybody come on TV, they need to answer them questions. Because you're sending our children, our people over there to fight. Talking about you can't protect us. You lost to the Taliban. We don't need your fucking protection. We know you're doing this on behalf of the Zionists and Israel. We know you're compromised. All of you motherfuckers in Congress and in the Senate and military officials. Now nobody's fucking crazy. No, you're not finna defeat no Iranians. Israel done bit off more than they can chew. And yes, this is gonna be World War III. It just froze up. It came out. See, they ever since this little shit war done started, and I've been going off on this, they've been fucking with my streaming and shit, bro.
Later, let's stop this threat before he gets a nuclear weapon. Let's end this reign of terror. Let's do it now. It's not going to take 20 months, but I can't guarantee you your freedom and your safety unless we're willing to fight for it. I can guarantee you this. If we don't fight for our freedom, we will lose it.
Yeah, well, Senator. Yeah, so World War II, the lesson from World War II, create a false flag in Pearl Harbor, allow us to get dragged into this war when Japan had multiple times ahead of that offered negotiated peace. So maybe we could learn that lesson from World War II instead of 60 million people dying.
And here's another lesson we could learn from, Libya, Iraq, Somalia, Syria,
Afghanistan,
Ukraine, Afghanistan, Serbia, Panama. All of those were military operations based on lies. Also, he is asking us to trust him that Iran would have. This will now be the justification going forward. It would have happened. You are asked to swallow that big line of shit in order to justify. So it's a hypothetical that will never need to be proved. No, never. So you can swallow that if you want to. That is what they're asking for. This is something Philip says all the time. You can't prove a negative. Yeah. You can't prove this would. This is a Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It's like one world in which Iran does. We are in the world in which Iran does not. But they're asking us to believe both things simultaneously.
Well, and if you listen to the Mockingbird media right now, of course, the Mockingbird media absolutely wants you to be dragged into this war. We are vehemently anti-war on this show. And so you're going to see this. I mean, it doesn't matter what legacy media you're watching right now. They want this war. So here's the latest. Sources say Trump has already decided to go to war with Iran. He's already made this decision, although he's playing like in front of the cameras. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to attack more nuclear sites. I don't know. The U.S. could strike as soon as tomorrow. The third U.S. aircraft carrier is now heading off the coast of Israel, is heading to the coast of Israel. Americans are being told, get out of Israel right now. Israeli Ambassador Mike Huckabee posting this urgent notice. American citizens wanting to leave Israel. U.S. Embassy in Israel is working on evacuation flights and cruise ship departures. You must enroll at the Smart Travel Enrollment Program. You will be alerted with updates. The U.S. has already evacuated the Al Udeid air base in Qatar, one of the largest U.S. military bases in the Middle East. They are preparing for war, evacuating military bases within range of Iran.
See, yeah, they finna go to war. They know that base gonna get hit. They trying to run. See, where they gonna run? Where you gonna go? Where are you gonna go unless you go home? If you're still in the Middle East, you're gonna reap what you sowed. See, Trump should be arrested, and he should be impeached for this.
Iranian missiles. Moscow.
How can they get them out when all flights are grounded out of Israel?
That's out of Qatar.
Well, I read an article last night that I read an article last night that Netanyahu wasn't letting people leave, and so the only people with money to get cruise ships were actually getting out.
Netanyahu say
that's true. Yeah, we've reported that in the newsletter that no flights are allowed out of Tel Aviv. So how, I guess, Americans get exceptions?
Yeah, maybe American flights orchestrated by the State Department, U.S. State Department, on these evacuation flights. So anyway, Moscow just issued a strongly worded statement saying the United States should not even consider directly participating in Israel's war of aggression against Iran. Quote, avoid giving military aid to Israel or even thinking about it, end quote.
Dang, or even thinking about it. Now they know the U.S. going, but Putin want to at least say, I warned you publicly not to do that, and you did it anyway. So you got to reap what you sowed.
It's looking likely that Russia will aid Iran directly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Russian President Putin just spoke out this morning saying that America is ruled by dark forces.
They're already helping them. There's no way Iran could pinpoint precision them places in Israel without Moscow giving them the satellite footage. Like Ukraine can't target Russia without the U.S. giving him the satellite footage. So they're already in the fight, but now they're going to directly get in it like they should, because all that hit terror the U.S. caused Russia and Ukraine. It's only right Putin repay the motherfucking favor with Iran.
Forces in suits that force U.S. presidents to do things a certain way. Watch.
Понимаете, я уже общался и с одним президентом США, и с другим, и с третьим. Президенты приходят и уходят, а политика не меняется. Знаете почему? Потому что очень сильна власть бюрократии. Вот человека избрали, он приходит с одними идеями, к нему приходят люди с кейсами, хорошо одетые и в темных, как у меня, костюмах, но только не с красным галстуком, а с черным или с темно-синим. И начинают объяснять, как нужно делать. И все сразу меняется, понимаете? Это происходит от одной администрации к другой.
My dude, truer words were never spoken. He has just explained the uniparty.
I mean, exactly. So you have literally presidents get elected, they run on being a peace president, and then suddenly these dark forces arrive and tell you, no, this is how it actually works. This is what's actually going on. So you are going to war with Iran, whether you like it or not, Mr. President. We've got the tapes, we've got the blackmail, we've got everything that our pal Jeffrey Epstein had. So you're going to go to war with Iran, whether you like it or not. Our next guest says this was never about nuclear weapons. He predicted years ago that this would happen. Joshua Reed from the Red Pill Project joins us now. Joshua, great to have you here. Welcome back to the show. It's been a little too long.
Absolutely. Clayton, Natalie, thanks for having me back. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Now, a lot of people, you have for years now been saying that this is about regime change. And even up a couple of months ago, you were saying the coming war with Iran is about regime change, not nuclear weapons. And you wrote this piece on your Substack, and I want to read it for our audience. For those who've been following this war through the lens of legacy media, it looks sudden, chaotic even. But for those of us watching the real chessboard, this didn't begin last week. It began with drone swarms or airstrikes. It didn't begin with drone swarms or airstrikes. It began months ago, maybe years ago, when Trump and Israel started preparing a move the deep state never anticipated, a coordinated regime collapse in Iran. So, Joshua, this was all foretold. All of the talking heads on television talking about nuclear sites, nuclear weapons, that's all garbage, isn't it?
Well, it is. And, it's interesting to watch the rhetoric on X and through the mainstream media of what's really going on, because when we start to look at Donald Trump and we understand Donald Trump from his first administration to this administration, He talks a very, very big talk, very, very extreme, but this is really to make deals in the long run. Now, when we start to look at the relationship between Donald Trump and Israel, obviously he's been very, very pro-Israel, but it's almost like there's a difference in this president than former presidents. There's almost like an acquiescence of Israel towards Donald Trump. And we saw that during the first administration. We're seeing this right now. You know, I found it interesting, and this is kind of what got me onto all of this, that Raisi was actually killed by the Iranian regime, their own president. And I looked at the helicopter crash and I started asking questions. I said, wait, this is the first time in 50 years that something happens to the state of Iran, and they're not blaming the West. They're not blaming Israel. They're not blaming the United States. Instead, they don't want any international cooperation. They want to cover it all up. The black box has never been released. And I said, was this a regime change? Well, soon after all of this, we begin to see various different Ayatollah loyalists come in and start taking shape within the Iranian regime. They take a different stance towards Israel. And then we have the Butler, Pennsylvania incident with Donald Trump with the attempted assassination. We learned that there's 2 foreign countries listed on Crooks's phone. And we hear that one of them's Iran. A few days later, the Biden administration comes out and tells us that there's an active Iranian threat on Donald Trump's life. It was just a few weeks later, Clayton, that we see Israel go in and absolutely decimate Hezbollah, cut the head off of Hezbollah. Now, I think that this is pretty important because we know from Todd Bensman back in 2021 congressional testimony that he gave that Hezbollah Unit 910, trained by the IRGC, came over our southern border. We have thousands of them implemented throughout the United States of America, to where if Iran was going to do an active threat against Donald Trump and take him out, that's who they would use. And immediately after Butler, PA, Israel goes out there and decapitates Hezbollah massively. And this obviously increases the tensions between Israel and Iran leading up to the October incident. And this is where it got interesting, because this is where Reza Pahlavi, the exiled crown prince, comes in and calls for an immediate regime change in Iran. And by this time, I'd been talking about it for years, that this was the plan all along. And now we have this whole situation that we're seeing here. And I want to kind of point this out to people, that I don't think that what we are seeing is the precursor to World War III. I trust Donald Trump. I truly do. And I believe that we're watching his rhetoric, and we should not take that seriously, but understand that Donald Trump speaks these words to get people to the table. Like we just saw, it's just announced from the White House that Iran, they had talks today in Oman. Iran wants to come to Washington, D.C. and negotiate this, which means that we could potentially see in some type of ceasefire. That is if Israel does comply with that. So right now, I'm finding this whole global situation really interesting, because there's a few different things that are going to come back from this. Number one, there's going to be massive blowback in the Middle East, primarily Israel and in Iran. The Iran aspect is that we know Khamenei is not doing well health-wise. He's 80 years old. He's coming up to his older ages, that they're looking for a replacement. This is one of the main reasons they took out Raisi, because they knew that Raisi wasn't more aligned with the theocracy. He was more aligned with the IRGC. He was more of an IRGC hardliner, but at the same time, he wanted to alleviate the economic sanctions on Iran, and this would have brought him to the table with the West. And this is not something that Khamenei wanted. But now when we start to see what has unfolded over the course of the past few weeks, you know, this whole Israeli attack, for everybody out there listening, this started with the Shahid Raji port in Israel a few weeks ago, or in Iran a few weeks ago. If anybody doesn't remember, there was a massive chemical explosion at this port. Well, what caused that? Well, it was oxidizers and ammonium perchlorate, which just happened to be the fuel for ballistic missiles. These were shipments sent directly in from China. In October of last year, Israel annihilated much of the manufacturing of ballistic missiles for Iran. So this was recuperating parts that they were getting in from China, and this was the precursor to the events that we just saw. And I will state it here that Israel is the one that took out that port, and I don't know why nobody anywhere is reporting on that. But we saw the kind of the hints that all of this was coming about. Now, looking at I'm gonna call this. I'm calling for a dual regime change. We're going to see Israel is going to have massive international pressures for Netanyahu to step down, to get out of the way, for his regime to get out of the way, as well as in Iran, just because of their culture. The IRGC, Khamenei, have been shown to be incredibly weak. They have allowed their country to be attacked. And that is something that doesn't really fly too well with the Iranian people. And so we're probably most likely going to see an uprising there as well. And hopefully it's something that is more westernized in the context of a regime that does come into place.
But that's not up to us. We're not Persians. We're not Iranians. We have never successfully enacted regime change in a way that works out for the people of the region. I think I can confidently say this. But that is some of the rhetoric online is, look, women can't wear clothes that, they can't show their nose. Women, this is a authoritarian regime. It's better for them if we do this. How do you respond to that?
Well, you're absolutely right. It should be not our problem. It's not our position to go in there and to remove leaders. But I look at Donald Trump from a 40,000-foot view, that it's not the Middle East, it's not Iran, it's not Israel. Donald Trump is dealing with something more significant at that level. And this is another part of the conversation I think that needs to be introduced. See, Iran's strategic partner, the only primarily economic strategic partner, is China. What we are talking about is the expansion of the Belt and Roads Initiative. If this regime is allowed to keep on moving forth, we're talking about cheap energy that China is getting directly from Iran at 30% of market price, 60% of their oil going into China. Now, why does that matter? Because right now we are in a technological revolution. Artificial intelligence is taking over the world, not in the context of it's going to take us over, but whoever obtains artificial intelligence supremacy is going to rule the next 90 years of this planet's history. And so China and the United States are the forefront leaders of this. And the only way to curb that, as we've seen with Donald Trump over the last 5 months, is to basically stifle their ability to get energy. So 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump was in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. He struck a massive $10 trillion worth of investments over the next 10 years into the United States, as well as he struck behind-the-door military deals with those people. At the same time, he was offering Iran a complete alleviation of sanctions. He was going to allow them to trade openly with, obviously, OPEC, go out there on the global market and have nuclear energy, but no, obviously, nuclear enrichment towards nuclear weapons. He came out and put a post out and said that any country doing business with Iran will not be doing business with the United States of America. He was pointing out China specifically with that because of China taking cheap energy directly from them. So the scenario that we see with Iran becoming more kind of lifting sanctions and becoming more of a player on the Western front is that China loses massive energy supply because of Iran. Iran now goes to the global market. They can trade that openly and freely. Then if China ever does get out of line, which Donald Trump obviously put high tariffs on China, which have limited their economic resources to the point where China was struggling hardcore, and they knew they had to cut a deal and do something. So when it comes down to energy, Donald Trump basically has them by the balls, if you want to call it about that, because if anything happens and they're buying from Saudi Arabia, Donald Trump can just impose any type of back deals that he wants with Saudi Arabia to put pressure on China in the context of buying energy. And so when we start to look at this bigger picture, this 40,000-foot view of what Donald Trump is doing, it's all about technological supremacy over the next 5 to 10 years that is enveloping. This is why he's going out there and getting natural resources. This is why he wants to go into Greenland. This is why he wants to broker a deal with Canada. He wants the Northern Canada territories that have rich in rare earth minerals and resources. This is why he wanted to control the Panama Canal. This is why we're after massive amounts of energy and energy deals in the Eastern Donbass and Ukraine, so on and so forth. Because right now, it's resources, logistics, and energy that are going to rule and dominate the world. And Donald Trump wants to put America in the place for leading the world into the future technological world.
Joshua Reed, yeah, even we were just sitting here thinking about this. I mean, even if this is, it puts our soldiers at risk. 50,000 Americans right now in this game. If Donald Trump is playing this game, I mean, I like to believe that Donald Trump's heart is true, but this sort of dancing right now is, I mean, it's making me quite furious. It's making me honestly quite nervous about everything. So I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I hope that there's some sort of larger sort of 5D chess being played right now. Joshua, great to see you. Thanks so much for coming on. I appreciate your take. Thanks so much, Joshua.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, coming up, we're going to have Gilbert Doctor on. He's going to tell us what Russia's side of this is and whether or not it will realign Russia, even more so, with China and North Korea. He's been writing about that, too. So are we now, again, solidifying battle lines in a way that's dangerous for all of us? We're going to talk to him about that in a second. Before we do, though, I want to tell you about our friends over at Genucel because...
Very good to be back with you.
Okay, so you argue that Russia will not intervene to support Iran militarily. What do you believe? Why would the Kremlin sit this one out? And is that a strategic decision or a sign of restraint?
I think
President Donald Trump has all but threatened Iran and giving them an ultimatum that could result in American attack against Iran. We are that close to what's happening here. Let me just real quick bring you up to date on what President Trump has said after his national security briefing this morning on his Truth Social. He listed a number of tweets or truth posts here in a row. One of them, he says, now we have complete and total, interesting that he uses the term we, not Israel. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had a good sky trackers and other defensive equipments and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. No
brand control Israeli skies, if he can say that.
Nobody does it better than the good old US of A. Then after that, he rolls up here and we see we again know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but he is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then probably the most important one, unconditional surrender. That's what he's looking for above all. That was 3 hours ago, you see. That is, kind of really loaded with innuendo, with all different kinds of possibilities and meaning. And to try to help unpack some of this and interpret it, we have the ever popular Larry Johnson, former CIA analyst and part of the Son of the New American Revolution on Substack.com and Sonar21.com. Larry, as always, welcome to the show.
Yep, I wish I could say I was happy to see you, but not happy with what we have to talk about.
Yeah. That's the other thing. I'd rather talk about I don't know, alligators and wallets and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I know for people who didn't know before we came on the air, that would have been better. But unfortunately, we have something more substantive to talk about here. President Trump left the G7 meeting yesterday and came back from Canada and came back to the United States, left abruptly, announced that he had a National Security Council meeting this morning that he was going to have, which did happen. That happened shortly before those Truth Social posts that we just mentioned there. What do you make of what he's saying here, and what does your gut tell you that's about to happen?
Donald Trump is going to war with Iran. He's going to make George W. Bush look like a master strategist. Remember, Bush was the one, hey, mission accomplished. Boy, we really kicked some booty there in Iraq. Didn't quite turn out that way. I think Trump is getting ready to make an even more disastrous mistake. He has already split his base. But if he goes forward with this, and there's every indication the military assets are deployed. Warning orders have been issued. They were issued last week. So this has been in the works for a while. This is not something in the last 24 hours. He's going to start a war, and stupidly, he's not going to go to Congress to get permission. And the reason that's stupid is, at least if he goes to Congress and Congress backs him, when it blows up in his face, at least he could blame Congress. Hey, you told me to do this. But now he's going to own it 100%, 1,000%. And it is, this is not what many of his backers voted for. We've already seen people like Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon speak out strongly against it. And again, when Tucker spoke out in the most polite way, and then what does Trump do? Like some 13-year-old juvenile. All he can do is hurl insults.
Yeah,
calling names.
Gary, we didn't talk about this, but I did see it on the list there. Can you at least start to play that clip between Tucker and Steve Bannon?
I actually really love Trump. I think he's a deeply humane, kind person. And I am saying this because I'm really afraid that my country's going to be further weakened by this. I think we're going to see the end of American empire, obviously. Other nations would like to see that, and this is a perfect way to scuttle the USS America on the shoals of Iran. But it's also going to end, I believe, Trump's presidency and effectively end it. And so that's why I'm saying this.
What do you mean by that? That's coming from you. That's
look, I knew Bush. I knew George W. Bush. We had, family connections to Bush. I knew Bush personally. I still see Bush sometimes. And, of course, he hates me, and he does because I criticized him on Iraq. And that war is the sum total, from a historical perspective, of his administration. But I knew him, and he had all kinds of plans for the things that he wanted to do. But once domestically, right, to improve the country.
Right.
And you may agree or disagree, but in his mind, he wasn't just about the invasion of Iraq in March of 2000.
Oh, no. He was going to redo Social Security. He had all this,
100%.
All types of, he was going to take care of the entitlements issue.
And he really thought it was going to work.
Yep.
And you could laugh at that or whatever, but the point is, the second you get enmeshed in a real war, not a fake, let's go bomb the villagers and declare success, though we don't even have a good track record. Why are the Houthis still there?
No,
there's a whole other question,
right,
which is how prepared.
That's good enough, Gary. If you could pull it, that's the gist of it. You see there, you're right. I mean, those two guys are two big time, have been Trump supporters, and yet there he is calling him out and saying it's the end of American empire, end of what Trump would want to do. He brought up the Houthi issue, which you've been talking about, ever since the thing started, about what's not working. And now here it goes again. It looks like he's about ready to embark on something that has almost no upside and a lot of potential downside.
Yeah. Well, in fact, again, Trump, instead of reacting, not feeling compelled to react in public, first he calls names, calls Tucker Cookie. Well, the only one that's acting like a nut is Trump. But then he goes beyond it and says, oh, well, Trump, Tucker would be better off if he was on a network where people actually listen to him. And I mean, what a dumbass thing to say by Trump, because the fact of the matter is Tucker's drawing more audience than he did on Fox, and if you combine the audience of CNN and MSNBC. I mean, so this is an example of how thin-skinned, narcissistic, and just flat out unintelligent that Donald Trump is. He's a disgrace. Candidly, God, I wish I had November to do all over again. I wouldn't vote for him now. And he needs to be impeached. If he goes forward with this, he needs to be impeached.
That's a fact. He needs to be.
And you've already seen the divisions erupt within those elements of the Trump base that they said, hey, we want the immigration problem solved. We want American jobs back. We want the Constitution respected, where the rights of Americans are not intruded upon. And we don't want needless foreign wars. Well, Trump is just embroiling us now in a war that we don't need, and it's a lie. It is based upon a lie. This is like, Yogi Berra, if he was still around, he'd be saying this is deja vu all over again. And the reason I say that, you and I were around in the lead up to the war in 2003, the invasion of Iraq.
Yeah.
Hey, weapons of mass destruction. We got to stop Saddam because he's got these weapons of mass destruction. And if we don't stop him, we're in danger. It was a lie, a bald-faced lie. The public was gaslit with it. They went along. Now here we are. Oh, Iran's got weapons. It's enriching uranium, and it's just minutes away from building a nuke. Okay, let's do the quiz. 2 countries in the Middle East. Which one is a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty? Iran or Israel? Well, that'd be Iran. Israel won't sign that. How about who allows the International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors to inspect its nuclear facilities? Iran or Israel? Answer, Iran. So Israel's the lawbreaker. Israel's the state terrorist. Israel's the rogue nation with the nuclear weapons. And yet we're now trying to gin up Americans that, oh yeah, we got to take out the Iranians. What Trump is doing is it itself is an act of war, and he runs a tremendous risk that this is going to escalate and we'll wind up fighting the Russians and the Chinese.
Yeah, and I want to get Gary. I'm going to go a little bit out of order here, and you'll see why in just a second, because I don't want to get past the part we have said at the end. But I want to kind of show here that you said a second ago, Larry, something that Trump is being manipulated, or he's being lied to, or he's not.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Golden Mask for gifting 5 core-figure memberships out to the audience. Revolution is a way of life. I absolutely appreciate that love, family. Whoever got those memberships, just try to keep them and help me keep the lights on at the House of Revolution. Revolution is a way of life. Appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Not following the rational thoughts and the rational evidence here. On March the 25th, Tulsi Gabbard went to the U.S. Senate hearing and gave an update on what the status was according to the 18 intelligence agencies in the United States.
Trap. See, this is where they trap. Of course, Tulsi Gabbard just said in March that Iran, and she the head of the intelligence agencies, that Iran was not working on a bomb. They was not. She said that under oath. Now, either they got to arrest her and try her for charge her with lying under oath, or the gig is up. It's nothing Trump can say. We know your intelligence agencies told you what you're saying and what Netanyahu's saying is a lie.
States where Iran was.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
Come on.
The IC.
That's March of this year. She just said that a couple of months ago, that they are not, this is U.S., they are not working on the bomb. The Supreme Leader has not authorized the bomb. They're not working on the bomb. But now Trump and Netanyahu saying they was weeks away. Maybe, how can you be weeks away or months away if you're not working on the bomb? See, these people is caught in the bullshit, and they're not going to get away with this. That's why the world not buying it and not going along with it, because they know this is absolute BS.
He continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
Now, I'm going to get to what happened last night on Air Force One and what Benjamin Netanyahu said in a second regarding that. But first of all, that's what he's being told by his intelligence community on the inside. And then we have, obviously, Israel is saying quite the opposite, that no, they were 2 weeks away, depending on one, or according to one of the advisors on the spokesman on the Israeli side. But then you see, Gary, if you can, go back to that Truth Social that we started with, because I really want to point to something here where it looks like Trump is really being led astray, not by his people, not by his advisors, but from Israeli advisors. And that is that middle one right there. We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is. He's hiding. He's an easy target, but he's safe there. We're not going to kill him and take him out, at least not for now. Okay, now then let's jump to Benjamin Netanyahu talking about taking out the Ayatollah.
This nigga Trump, bro. This nigga Trump is a sucker, bro. These people try to kill you and blame it on Iranians. Now you talking about killing a supreme leader, boy. You done bit off more than you could chew. And it's the ultimate humiliation for him. He's destroying his presidency, but you on his legacy, he's gonna get a bunch of Americans killed on his legacy. It's no wins. He's getting a big loss. No matter what he do, the problem is he can make it worse for himself. Because it's like, all right, how many Americans do you want to be harmed? It's up to him right now.
Danny,
Sorry,
is that the one where he's talking about Tulsi?
No. I want to go to the first one we have on the list there. Netanyahu on the Ayatollah.
Understood.
U.S. officials tell us that the president flatly rejected a plan, an opportunity that the Israelis had to take out the supreme leader. Do you understand his concern? My understanding is his concern is that this would escalate the conflict beyond where it is already.
No, it's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict.
Okay, so that was June 15th. Now, you see that according to reports, and they mentioned it there, his opinion had been, we can't assassinate the leader of Iran because that could exacerbate things beyond belief and could cause lots of problems. And then on the 15th, you had Netanyahu saying that. Now today, on the 17th, you have Trump singing that song. So it's like Trump is not listening to anybody inside of his administration. He's listening to somebody inside of Tel Aviv. What do you make of that?
No, he's the monkey on the chain, and Netanyahu's pulling the cart. Look, I think it's actually broader than this. The whole uranium issue is a red herring. That's not the issue. This is all about regime change. They're looking for an excuse to get rid of the mullahs, to get rid of the Islamic Republic, to replace it with some Iraqi house slave or Iranian house slave that'll jump around and do whatever the West and the bankers in Europe want done. Because this is all about trying to destroy BRICS and destroy Russia and China ultimately. Iran's just another chess piece on this table. And so this is, they're not at all interested in having a real peace agreement where Iran, who is already vowed that it's not going to build a nuke, at least up to this point, they could have that deal in a heartbeat. They don't want it. Trump doesn't want it. Israel certainly doesn't want it. This is about destroying Iran, and that's what they're going after.
And let's continue down this path of. It seems like Trump is listening to others outside of his advisors, because here is the IDF spokesman talking about what the Israeli IDF objectives are.
We have delivered significant blows to the Iranian regime, and as such, they have been pushed back into central Iran. They are now focusing their efforts on conducting missile fire from the area of Isfahan. We are aiming at military targets. They are attacking civilian homes. The IDF will continue to operate with precision, strength, and resolve to ensure the safety of the people of Israel. Israel faces threats on many fronts. While we are working to remove threats from Iran, we are still fighting their proxy, Hamas, in Gaza, who is still holding 53 of our hostages in brutal conditions. We will not rest until they are returned home.
So he's like saying, all right, we got this under control here. We're pushing Iran back in all these places, implying that, just a few more missile strikes and we're going to have all this taken care of. And in fact, the Israeli press is talking right now that it says, well, that's the second one, Gary, if you can go to the previous one. It says Israel's going to gain its objectives against Iran in a week or two. Let's just focus on that right now. Based on what this guy tells you their objectives are, and it's in context of still fighting a war against Hamas, or actually using combat power. I don't even know if you could call it a war in the Gaza Strip. They're still having periodic problems with the Houthis in Yemen, and now then hear this with Iran. Is this something they're going to wrap up in a week or two?
No, they're liars. That man is a liar. Netanyahu is a liar. They've lied about every aspect of this. If their claims are true, then why has Israel shut down all foreign journalists operating in Tel Aviv and Haifa and confiscated their cameras? I mean, if they've really got it under control, if they've really shut down the missile launches from Iran, hey man, they should be out filming it, showing how the great Israeli air defense system shooting all this stuff out. Well, that's not what's happening. Just the opposite's happening. That's why they're lying about it. And the damage that the Iranians have inflicted is significant, which is why, like the bitches they are, excuse my language, but the Israelis have come crying to the United States, Uncle Donald, come save us.
Begging for help.
And so they're going to put American kids now in potential harm's way. They claim they got control over the skies of Iran. Good luck with that. Let's see what happens in the coming days. And if Donald Trump is stupid enough to imagine that he's going to waltz into Iran and it's going to be wrapped up in 48 hours with our massive American power, we had 7 weeks with the Houthis, for God's sake. Are you telling me that he failed to competently manage that for 7 weeks? But now in 2 or 3 days, we're going to take care of Iran, which is technically more sophisticated. They've been building underground facilities for both missiles and production facilities for more than 20 years. For God's sake, this is a voyage of madness.
Well, and it's not just the Israelis that are saying this to Trump. It's also Trump's inner circle.
Yes,
his golfing buddies, Lindsey Graham, who's singing the same song.
I want to let the American people know Iran is incredibly wounded. Their command and control is virtually destroyed. They're in disarray and they're very dangerous. I don't want to underestimate the danger of being involved in these operations, but the danger of Iran having a nuclear weapon or surviving as a state sponsor of terrorism is far greater than the danger of trying to end the threat. We can have true peace in the Mideast only if the regime falls, in my view.
What a joke.
So, number one, Iran is on the ropes. So what a great time for Trump to come in and just kind of give it that knockout punch and get all the credit for it. And then number two, there can't be peace anyway unless there's a regime change, which Donald Trump has been categorically against forever, most recently in Saudi Arabia a month or so ago. What happened to all that? What is going on here, Larry?
Trump's not in control, and I think we're really seeing somebody that's slipping mentally. This kind of erratic behavior. I mean, he is saying contradictory things day after day. First day, the Israeli strikes. Oh yeah, we're all in favor. I knew all about it. He was saying, I knew all about it. I knew the date. And then 2 days later, he said, nope, I didn't know anything. I knew nothing. He, sounded like Sergeant Schultz from Hogan's Heroes. So I know nothing. I see nothing. I hear nothing. And now we're back to, unconditional surrender. Oh, they're not going to have a nuke. But they don't have a nuke. And yet, again, it shows you just the lack of professionalism on the part of this guy, the clownish act. Because when asked by Caitlin Collins from CNN about what Tulsi Gabbard said, a smart person, which Donald Trump clearly is not, would have said, Caitlin, I am consulting with my director of national intelligence. We anticipate that she'll be presenting an updated brief tomorrow.
Wow, what a great answer that would have been.
He could have said that. Or he could have said, I've got to have further meetings with her to check information that I've received. But instead, she's wrong. I don't listen to her.
You perfect setup. Here's what he actually said.
You've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon. But how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified at March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
I don't care what you said.
Oh, yeah. I can't emphasize. I've only been involved around the intelligence community now for 40 years. Never.
You're a practical neophyte, so.
Yeah. Never have I heard a president say such an idiotic thing about his either director of CIA, director of National Security Agency, or director of National Intelligence. Nobody. And we've had a collection of clowns over the years. But for Donald Trump to disrespect Tulsi Gabbard in that way, it's an insult to the intelligence community. Because if the intelligence community, if he thinks the intelligence community is giving him wrong information, disband it. Break it up. Destroy it. But He's going to ignore it because what he's hearing from Israel, he prefers over what they're saying.
Well,
and then you do it in such a crass way.
Again, you see a consistent pattern here. This is what Netanyahu said 2 days before on Tulsi Gabbard.
Less than 2 months ago, the new director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified on Capitol Hill, saying that everything had been suspended since 2003 and had not restarted, that the nuclear program had not been restarted by the Iranians. So did something change from end of March until this week? Was the U.S. intel wrong?
The intel we got and we shared with the United States was absolutely clear. Was absolutely clear that they were working in a secret plan to weaponize the uranium. They were marching very quickly. They would achieve a test device and possibly an initial device within months and certainly less than a year. That was the intel we shared with the United States. I think we have excellent intel in Iran. I think we've proven that. And that is something that we couldn't possibly accept. Whether it would be 6 months or 12 months or 13 months is immaterial. Once they go that route, it's too late.
Yeah, so you see, who is Trump listening to? He's not listening to his 18 intelligence agencies or his hand-picked director of national intelligence. He throws her under the bus and then takes what Netanyahu. So again, it just sounds like he is not listening to anybody in the United States.
Yeah, but in this case of this intelligence, the intelligence judgment that Tulsi's presenting didn't come from 18 agencies or 17 agencies. It came from the Central Intelligence Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research, and the National Security Agency. Those four, maybe with the national, what do they call it, NGIA, National Geographic, and the one that does overhead photography.
Yeah,
because you deal when they do a coordinated judgment like that, you deal with the principals who actually generate the intelligence. All those other jokers, DOE, Coast Guard, they're consumers. They hold top secret clearances. They can read intelligence, but they're not actually intelligence agencies. That's one of the things that gets lost in a lot of this discussion. So you've had those core five agencies weigh in on this, and if they're wrong, then let's show why they're wrong. But that judgment has been around for now more than 20 years, 22 years to be precise. Because it started when the Ayatollah Khamenei said, hey, this is against Islam. We're not going to go down that path. And you'll note that Bibi Netanyahu has been bleeding this nonsense since 1984. Oh, they're weeks away. 6 years ago, he was claiming they were like a month or two away from doing it. It's an Israeli lie, a flat out lie. And it's one that, Netanyahu gets away with without ever being held accountable for it.
And now then we're kind of where we are, because by all accounts, not just what we showed President Trump on the Truth Social when he came out of that meeting, but all kinds of other things going on. We've seen the State Department had a briefing this afternoon where they said they're accelerating, trying to move people out of the region. We've got aircraft that are heading into that direction. I mean, there's all kinds of physical things taking place that make it really look like something's coming down tonight. And let's just look at that for a second. What do you said a second ago that Netanyahu, who did say a couple of days ago, we showed that soundbite where he said we have mastery of the skies now. We have complete freedom of air. We can do whatever we want to up there. And so far, it would seem that because there hasn't been maybe one or two that are shot down. That's in dispute. But whatever, even if it's that, it's a pretty small number. But you say, yeah, we'll see how that works out. What makes you so unsure?
Well, the Iranian numbers, actually, they've shot down 5 aircraft so far. They're claiming they downed another one today, and that they got a search underway for the pilot. I think we have to take into account that a lot of the 95%, 99% of the information that we are consuming in the United States and in Europe is being fed by Israeli propaganda. And it is all designed that, hey, we're doing great, we're destroying all this. It's no different than what we saw with the attack on the Russian air bases. Initially, oh my God, 5 air bases. Because I've also been listening to Professor Morandi, and Sayed Mohammed Morandi. Actually, he's an American, born in Ohio, but he says, there's a lot of this information that's being put out there that's simply not true. And some of it's AI generated. So we really don't have a picture. Let's put it this way. If Israel was doing as well as it claims to be doing, why does it need the United States? I mean, seriously, if they were kicking ass and they got control of the skies, then why are they, why are they begging the United States to come in and intervene?
And in terms of what's going to happen next, if you have a faulty picture of what the battlefield actually looks like, if you're fed misinformation by Israeli sources, Benjamin Netanyahu to Trump, and I'm talking directly there, then you can be fooled into thinking this is going to be like Lindsey Graham said. They're weakened now. Lindsey Graham is flat out singing from whatever the songbook is. He didn't even try to interpret. He just reads off what it is pretty clearly because it's synonymous with what the Israeli side is saying. Somebody else who's telling Trump the same thing, and this is apparently more of an influence than we understood here until just very recently, and that is Brother Jack Keane, who's saying, hey, here's what we need to do for our national security.
In my judgment, assist the Israelis in their air campaign by conducting a limited but focused air campaign on using penetration bombing to eliminate the end of that nuclear end state. And that will be a major strategic achievement. That takes off the table. Think of what it does. Takes off the table the thought of a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. It reduces Iran's as a major power broker in the region. Yeah. And for the congressman to say that we've never been at war with Iran, formally, yeah, but they killed 241 Marines in the 80s. They blew up 2 of our embassies in Lebanon and Kuwait and killed hundreds more. They killed scores of our Air Force personnel in the barracks in Saudi Arabia in the 90s. And it's a documented fact that they developed advanced IEDs to focus on U.S. soldiers in the war in Iraq.
So he goes down that whole list that, Iran's actually been at war with us forever. And so finally it's time for a little bit of payback. But let's focus on that part there because he also is making this sound like, hey, man, this is going to be easy. Limited, focused airstrikes, and then everything will be great. Do you believe that's going to happen? No.
And that'll be the story, the narrative that's put out. But the reality is something else. I think you can recall as well that before we invaded, put troops on the ground in Iraq, we were basically told that the Air Force could win that war. We didn't really need to put troops in on the ground. We could win it from the air. How'd that work out? Well, it required you with, in your tank.
And by the way, let me just add a little point there, because there was, I think it was like a 38-day something air war before we went on the ground. And they said they had hit everything in our area because this was in the central point where all the fighting was going to take place in the northern part of Kuwait where the Republican Guard tank divisions were dug in. And they said they had hit that on an average of about once every 10 hours for 38 days before we went in there. And when we got there, we found out only 3 or 4 of the tanks had actually been damaged. Most of the rest of them had been missed, and they were still fully mission capable in terms of the battalion. So even with that, when they didn't even have air defense, they still survived all that. So that may say something about what we can expect in this situation.
Exactly. Iran has a far more robust military capability than anything Saddam Hussein ever had. And they've been prepping for this for more than 20 years. I mean, I worked, it was 20 years ago at least, or maybe 22 years ago. I was working directly on a military exercise that involved, the scenario involved an attack inside Iran on one of these, what they call hardened, deeply buried targets. So, something the United States has been thinking about for, almost a quarter of a century. And the Iranians have been thinking about it, and the Iranians have been prepping for that possibility. That's why they moved an increasing number of their missiles underground. That's why I'm puzzled by the U.S. estimates, the official estimates are that Iran's only got like 3,000 missiles. Well, we don't have good intelligence, and we certainly don't have ground penetrating radar that tells us how many missiles they've got stacked up in these tunnels and buried in these mountains. But I guarantee you that in addition to storing such missiles, they're also doing production of such missiles in these secure locations. So we don't have even a clue exactly how many they have. However, the Trump is being advised, I've learned within the last hour before coming on air with you, that Iran is it's run out of missiles, or they're almost run out. And as soon as they run out, they're completely vulnerable and exposed. Yeah, if that's true, that'd be wonderful from the U.S. and Israeli standpoint. But I can't rule out the possibility that Iran is playing possum a little bit too. Entice and bait the United States into an area where it can be killed, it can be shot down. Both Russia and China have been pretty keen on providing support to Iran, despite what Bloomberg claims. That Bloomberg says, "Oh, Iran and China are staying out of this." Absolutely not. That's another one of these false assumptions. So, this is, we've got a history with the United States going back to the war in Korea, then the Vietnam, and then followed by the 2 wars in Iraq and a war in Afghanistan. That our early confidence and our notion that we've got technical superiority, that we can just overwhelm these forces, we've never been able to do it, not since World War II. So I don't know why now suddenly with Iran the situation's changed. Again, as recently as 6 weeks ago, we couldn't stop the Houthis. We had to retreat from the Red Sea.
And Larry, I wonder if you can just kind of, I guess, draw any analogies or any, conclusions that you might could draw for what the current group of Iranians could do when you look at the fact that, like with the Russians, we talked about a lot about their history and how, the Great Patriotic War and all that stuff that and the sacrifice they had paid. Well, the Iranians fought an 8-year war with Iraq, in which, from what I've read, the Iranians by themselves lost around 1 million people, and yet they continued to fight year after year with tremendous sacrifice and tremendous losses, yet they continued to fight. They never overthrew the Ayatollah regime for getting into a dumb war or whatever. What does that tell you about what the current Iranian regime might do right now, especially in light of the fact that there is an opposition that would like to unseat the mullahs? How does all that work together inside Iran?
Well, look, there's no denying that Israel mounted the Mossad mounted a massive intelligence operation inside Iran. And, it is extremely effective up to a point. But what it also exposes as a lie is that the Iranian government and the theocracy was this impressive, oppressive, autocratic, authoritarian empire, monitoring everything that everybody did. Hell, it was just the opposite. It looks like they hardly monitored anything. And the Israelis with groups like the Mech and the Baluchis out of southeast Iran were able to carry out terrorist operations. The Iranian cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency allowed Israeli and Western, CIA and MI6 intelligence officers that penetrated those institutions to collect information on the identities, addresses, locations of Iranian scientists. During that 8-year war that the United States basically funded Iraq, we're the ones that supplied the chemical weapons that were used by Iraq against the Iranians. And the United States lied in the past, claiming it was Iran that was using it. No, it was it was the United States supplying it. And we were supplying Iraq with intelligence. An old friend, W. Walter Patrick Lang, who used to be the chief of the Middle East Division at the Defense Intelligence Agency, he was the one that actually hand-carried U.S. intelligence to the Iraqi army and was intimately working with the Iraqis for at least the last 2 years of that war. So, you know, the United States likes to pretend that we have no history there, but the Iranians remember. The Iranians remember that, and you correctly noted. They're able to endure immense suffering. And right now, the ironic thing is these attacks by Israel and the killing of so many civilians by the Israelis has led many of these opposition groups to join more tightly, more firmly with the existing government. So it's backfired on Israel in that regard. But again, I return. If things were going as great as the Israelis claim, why are they begging for the United States to get involved? I mean, they got it in hand, right? They're winning,
just 2 more
right?
weeks. Yeah, just 2 more weeks, they'll have it wrapped up.
Not a problem. So why get us involved? Because they're lying.
That Gary, what is that you're showing us right there, Gary? Oh, is that current?
Yes,
oh,
it's just some of the latest video. Yes, during the daytime hit into Israel from
just before we went on air, there was additional reporting that the fire air raid sirens had already come on, and that there were additional Iranian missiles coming in. By the way, and we'll see what happens, Gary. If you get any new stuff, it would be in the dark right now. Go ahead and break in. But there was a report out that one of the Iranian officials, again, just before we came on air here, gave an ominous warning that told everybody in Haifa and Tel Aviv that they should leave because the heaviest bombardment of the war was coming. We'll see if that was just bluster or if they actually meant it. But, you know, if they're about to run out of missiles, I don't know where they're going to get all those from. But this could continue to get worse here is bottom line.
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. right now in Tehran, roughly.
Yeah. So where do you think this is going? I mean, let's first of all, I guess, look at the part. Do you think that Trump is going to now ignore everything that Tulsi Gabbard said? Anybody else that's talking sense and listen to Jack Keane, listen to Lindsey Graham and his apparently close friend Benjamin Netanyahu?
Yeah. No, I think I think the die is already cast. We're going to attack Iranian targets. There's, a reasonable, I think a high risk that we may lose at least one aircraft. And then we're dealing with the problem of pilots, American pilots, and captured by Iranians if they survive getting out of the plane. That in turn means Iran will then start attacking U.S. military facilities and could likely lead to the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. Now, they've been, up to this point, even though the United States has been heavily involved with helping Israel carry out these attacks, Iran has avoided attacking U.S. targets. And I think a lot of that comes in part because of their talking to the Russians, with the Russians recommending, don't let that be the provocation. If anybody's going to cross that line, make the Americans the ones that cross the line, and then our help to you will be more robust. So like I said, this has the potential to spin out of control. And no matter, Donald Trump thinks he's this great negotiator, and he's eroded any level of trust that Putin or Xi Jinping would have in him going forward. This is very, very damaging to the U.S. reputation.
What do you think might happen within the U.S.? You mentioned a minute ago that this is splitting Trump's own base against itself here, because he ran on, the whole thing. I mean, from 2016 forward, and certainly in this time too, no more dumb wars. He didn't want to get into the wars. He didn't want to have these regime change. He made that big speech in Saudi Arabia that we actually highlighted here and said what a good job that was about, we're going to let you guys do this. We're not going to tell you what to do anymore and inject ourselves into all these different wars, etc. And then here he's on the verge of doing something like that. And if he does, and all of a sudden there are lots of Americans that get killed, whether it's in Iraqi bases, some of these smaller ones in Syria, or even in Qatar. I don't know that they would go to Qatar to do that, but they might. But if the Americans start coming home in body bags only because Trump took this action here, what might that do domestically to him?
Oh yeah, no, it would destroy him. He's already hanging on by a thread with his big beautiful bill, trying to get that.
It's going to happen.
And we've seen not just Thomas Massey, but others. Trump the other day attacked Rand Paul. He then backed down on it after initially refusing denying Rand Paul an invitation to some White House picnic. But then Trump reversed that policy. But they're a vindictive, nasty little crowd, and they, if there's initial success, they'll be celebrating that, just like, George W. Bush, mission accomplished. They couldn't wait to rub it in people's nose. But when it turns sour and the body bags start coming home, I'm particularly worried that if the USS Nimitz or one of the other carrier strike groups gets within range of Iranian missiles, and the United States has hit Iranian targets, and there's proof, and in fact Trump announces it as we're carrying out these attacks, and we're gonna teach those Iranians. Then if one of those ships gets sunk, because the Iranians have a capability that the Houthis didn't even come close to. So this is a situation in which Trump is risking his, not just his presidency, his legacy. And he could very well, there are even talks of wanting to impeach him over this. Impeaching him over other issues is one thing, but this going to war, starting a war, violation of the Constitution, I think that might have some legs on it.
And what we also run into the problem here when you do that kind of thing, and you have casualties, that then you want to have this rally around the flag thing, and everybody's like, well, you can't be against them now. Now that Iran has done that, right or wrong, we got to go after them now, bigger than we did before, etc. How would you see that part navigated? That would seem to be a problem, because there would certainly be some that would jump on that bandwagon, I would think.
Oh yeah, no, we'll forget that first rule of crisis management: when you're in a hole, stop digging.
Stop digging.
Yeah, man, we start digging faster and more furious until all of a sudden we wake up and go, "Oh my God, we are in a deep hole."
Well, yeah, and I want to, let me not get too far away from what you just said here, because I think that's something that it does concern me. Gary, if you can pull up some of those that B-roll that you've shown a few times of those missiles that were firing, especially those three that kind of came in one right after the other. Because I want to be looking at that in connection with this aircraft carrier that you mentioned. If we get into range, I was thinking that at the time. Now, remember, Israel is using, the Iron Dome. They're using THAAD, our THAAD, by the way, our Patriot systems, the David Sling. I mean, they have a multi-echelon thing. Some of them have been working on, especially some of the older, versions of, pardon me, cruise missiles, some of the drones, etc. They've been working on some of that. But then you have these things here, which go through these missiles that the Iranians have been firing, that go through all of it. And right. I was wondering, even as I saw this, I'm like, what if it's an American ship that's in the bottom of that, that's at the receiving end of that kind of thing? And these missiles are coming down. If all of this echelon and multi-capacity missile defense is not stopping that, what is going to stop a ship-borne air defense system? Is it better than this?
I know there are some on the U.S. side claiming that the Aegis, which is the system that would be on shipboard, is superior to that. I doubt it. And the West, we're very dismissive of, you know, Iran having a hypersonic missile. How could they have one? We don't have one. Well, again, we assume that we're so much smarter than they are, though I would point out that the average literacy rate in Iran is like 98%. Literacy rate in the United States is 79%. And of that 79%, well over 50% read at a 6th grade level or lower. So the fact is, we basically got a nation of dummies and who've, relish the reputation of not being too smart.
Yeah,
and if
and
I'm
this one right
insulting my
here,
fellow Americans, I'm sorry, but the truth hurts.
this one right here, I mean, you see all these missiles that are coming in one after the other. If they were to swamp this, I mean, you could certainly make a case that it would be in Iranian interest to make sure they have a stockpile of a large density of missiles and to take out an aircraft carrier, even at the expense of maybe having some of the, less defenses for themselves because of the impact that it would have of a U.S. carrier going down in the middle. And it seems to me, with this kind of firepower coming in with that density of missiles, I don't know that any system could defend against that.
No, and look, what's these kinds of videos, that's what Israel's now shutting off.
Dangerous game. They
don't want any more images like this. This is not good for the propaganda campaign because they keep telling people, oh, these missiles are ineffective. Or, what was the one in the last 12 hours is, oh, the Iranians only fired 20 missiles. Only? And how many did you guys intercept? And just like Ukraine, oh, we got them all. Well, we shot them all down. Okay, let's just go with that. If they shot 20 incoming missiles, that means they fired a minimum of 2, sometimes 3 missiles to try to bring down that one missile. Well, they don't have an unlimited supply of those air defense missiles. The one who's likely to run out of missiles before the other is Israel, as opposed to Iran, because I think Iran's got quite a stockpile. No, they're not all modern. Some of them are pretty old.
Yeah,
but you can fire old missiles that can be, if nothing else, great decoys to soak up some of the air defense systems so that they deplete themselves more rapidly.
And Larry, let me ask you something too, because when you and I talked earlier this week, you said something I have not heard anywhere else, and I wonder if you could expound on a little bit. And that is that you said, Israel has this, very powerful air force, no question about it.
Yeah.
And they have been very, very effective fighting against an enemy with no air defense, of course, in Gaza. But you said this is not like Gaza. This is going to be different because of the distances involved in the hours flown. I wonder if you could explain that.
Yeah, so the F-35 in particular is a fairly fragile plane. I mean, it's not designed to be driven, if you will, driven every day for an extended period of time, or in this case, flown every day. And I talked to one of my Air Force buddies who's actually managed one of these squadrons of F-35s. And he conceded that even the United States, in our last 20 years, we've never had an experience where the F-35 had to go out every day, fly a combat mission against potential air defense, and then return and do it again day after day after day after day, where we had time because we didn't fight, we weren't up against any Air Force opposition at all in Syria or Afghanistan or Iraq. The big 3 conflicts over the last 30 years. But these the Israeli aircraft are now, and they've got to stretch it out because the rule of thumb is for every flight hour of like an F-35, it needs 10 to 14 hours of maintenance. So, if it's been up in the air for 4 hours, you're saying, what is that, 40 hours of maintenance? Apparently. So, they've got to spread it out so far because, we're only 5 days into this.
Yeah, five or 6, yeah.
They're not reaching that point. But if this extends to 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, all of a sudden you're going to start seeing operational strain on that aircraft that while Iranian missile sites may be attacked, once they get those missiles out underground and put them on mobile launchers and start moving them around, the ability to detect, locate, and destroy becomes much more difficult, as we saw with the Houthis. You know, we kept trying to destroy the Houthis that way, and we couldn't.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I know that your time is a little bit limited here today because you're in demand and other people have to have you. I wonder if the last bit of time you have here, if you could talk about your view on what has to happen for either side to win, because it appears to me that for the Israeli side to succeed and win here, they have got to demonstrably destroy the Iranian not missile defense, their nuclear capacity in some demonstrable way, so they can say we accomplished our objectives. But for the Iranian side, they merely have to survive. How would you assess those two things?
Oh, I think that's exactly right. The only way Israel wins this is if they destroy the Islamic Revolution and there's a new regime put in place. They can still have their missiles. Hell, they could still have uranium enrichment as long as it's our guy that's doing the enrichment. So the destruction of the regime, that's the critical variable. If they don't do that, Israel's toast. And by the same token,
so what if they don't? What if Israel, let's say it's a month from now, and they've damaged a lot of stuff, but the mullah's still in power, they still have not knocked them out. What happens next?
They're going to have to find somebody new to lead Israel that can work out a deal with Iran. And, you know, Iran, with the help of the Chinese and Russians, would probably be willing to come to a peace deal.
But then there would still be the Islamic Revolution, whatever government would still be in place at the end of the day.
It's not going away.
Yeah,
it's not going away.
And of course, that also, I mean, that's wildly optimistic, because then we also have the issue of how many Americans might be killed as a result of whatever Trump does tonight if he takes that path. And I still hope that he doesn't, because until a plane is in the air and drops a bomb, there's still hope that somebody can talk some sense into him. And we certainly have to hope he's watching this show and listening to you, so he'll make the right choice.
Yeah, let's hope, man. I agree.
But
our earliest record of 5 million just once for the mother of all talk shows, indeed beating it by more than 40%. And that, of course, doesn't include tonight's show, with two of the best and the biggest guests we could possibly wish for. So let's get on with the show. Will Donald Trump take America into war in the Middle East again? A forever war. A forever war against which he railed from the moment of his emergence as a putative Republican presidential candidate exactly 10 years ago. He came down that golden escalator, having defeated the other dwarves in the Republican primary, primarily on the basis that they had all supported the disastrous war on Iraq. How he lampooned and lacerated them for bleeding America's young men and its treasure into the desert sands for nothing. Indeed, as recently as last November, Donald Trump was telling voters in the very narrowly contested and swing state of Michigan that he was the peace president. He was going to bring America's wars to an end. He was going to put America first. He was going to make America great again. But something has happened to Donald Trump. In the space of just days, he publicly, politically executed 3 of his best supporters, some of whom had put hundreds of millions of dollars into his election campaign. Others of whom had driven hundreds of millions of people in his direction through his vast audiences on his television shows, and one of whom was so glittering a princess to Donald, he made her the Director of National Intelligence. Elon Musk was slandered, as it turned out, as ketamine-fueled, as drug-addled, drug-addicted. Although Elon Musk has now produced his health records from SpaceX, which show that he has passed with flying colors every single drug test, including random drug tests, that he has ever entered into. And poor Cookie Tucker Carlson, having done so much for Donald Trump's re-election, was doomed as some kind of crank without even a television station to his name. As for Tulsi Gabbard, her public March protestation on behalf of 17 American intelligence agencies, including the CIA, that there was no evidence that Iran was seeking to build a nuclear bomb. When this was put to Trump 48 hours ago, he said, I don't care what she thinks. He doesn't care what his Director of National Intelligence thinks. It is exactly a replica, right down to the same tropes. I'm just waiting for little Marco Rubio to turn out at the Security Council holding a glass vial, holding a test tube, and telling us Iran's weapons of mass destruction are in this glass. I was thinking just the other day of the night that George Robertson, Lord Robertson, former head of NATO, former war minister in Tony Blair's war cabinet, answering me in a debate, he held up a glass of water half full and said that this amount of the weapons that Iraq has in its possession, hidden under presidential palaces, that's actually what he said, this amount of Iraq's weapons could destroy the entire city of Paris. The truth is, of course, if Iran did have weapons of mass destruction, they wouldn't be attacking it for the same reason that nobody will ever attack Pyongyang. Iran is being attacked precisely because it does not have weapons of mass destruction. Otherwise, Lindsey Graham, Miss Lindsey, loves a man in uniform, especially with their boots on the ground, if you get my drift. He's determined to have an American invasion of Iran, although, like Ted Cruz, he evidently has no idea what size Iran is and just how numerous is their manhood. Lindsey Graham seems to be running Donald Trump now, him and Benjamin Netanyahu. There are some grounds for hope in the fact that the National Security Council met last evening with great fanfare going in, but with complete silence coming out. Trump was supposed to give a televised address after the council, but cancelled it. And today is striking a slightly different note than he was on the plane talking to Netanyahu, no doubt, via text, via Pegasus. He was writing like Tony Soprano probably wrote his texts, if he ever wrote them. He was actually threatening in gangster language to kill a very old man in his 80s, the Grand Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Yes, that's right. The President of the United States said, we know where you live. We're not going to take you out, brackets, kill, exclamation mark, close brackets, at least not yet. It's almost impossible to believe that a president of the United States of America wrote those words, but write them he did. And he's been insulting and belligerently provoking, poking in the eye everybody in the last 72 hours. But the most significant of those people was the person he insulted this afternoon. when President Vladimir Putin, in a last-ditch effort to avoid what may very well be a cataclysmic all-out regional war, he patted him on the head and said, Vladimir, I'll mediate Russia first. I'll mediate Russia first. You can worry about Iran later. Putting Putin back in his box, he no doubt hoped and maybe thought. But the opposite is true. The supplies arriving at Tehran's military airport from both Russia and China have dramatically speeded up, and the number of flights coming in can no longer easily be charted. Significant and sophisticated weapons of war and material are now arriving from Iran's best friends and chief allies in the BRICS organization, Russia and China. China, in particular, has everything to lose from any regime change war, whatever way it goes. If the Iranian oil supply to Iran were to fail, there would be critical difficulties in the Chinese economy. If the Straits of Hormuz were to be blocked, there would be critical difficulties in every economy in the world, particularly in Europe. All the more remarkable, then, that the European pygmies who pose as the leaders of our countries are not just egging Donald Trump on to get involved in Netanyahu's war to save his own skin, but in the case of the British, of course, the tail of the American dog, we are getting ready to join in. A Cobra meeting, a British intelligence roundtable, committee room 14, cabinet office briefing room 14, but Cobra sounds all the more deadly, don't you think, is taking place right now. And so, having spent the last 20 months doing everything possible to assist the Israeli government in Gaza, in the slaughter of the innocents, Keir Starmer is about to join another war. He's already in one in Ukraine. He's been in one for 20 months over Gaza, and now he's getting ready to take Britain into yet another Middle East war. Perhaps it's Tony's revenge, so far as he's concerned. So let's spend a few minutes looking at what is happening right now and what might happen in the next 24, 48 hours. And if we're all still alive, I'll be back here on Sunday to review the efficacy of what I'm about to say. But I feel quite confident about it. In the sky right now, heading for Tel Aviv, or maybe Jerusalem, or maybe Haifa, or maybe an airbase, or maybe Dimona, the nuclear industry powerhouse of the Israeli state, where underneath which are Israel's nuclear weapons, is the very first use of a hypersonic Iranian missile. That's right, hypersonic, like the Orishnik. In fact, its trajectory looks dazzlingly like the Orishnik, the Russian super weapon that obliterates everything that it hits and cannot possibly, literally, scientifically, cannot possibly be stopped. It's called the Khorram Shah missile, and it's in the air. There it is on your screen now. And it will land, I predict, to devastating effect. The only question is, what exactly is it headed for? If it's headed for Israel's nuclear weapons, then we've got an all-round international global crisis, because the emissions from the shattering of Israel's perhaps 300 nuclear weapon fleet would be very considerable indeed. Talk about nuclear proliferation. But I have no idea where it's headed. I just know that it's in the air. The second point that needs to be made is that 30 ballistic missiles hit Israel last night. The fact that that is news to many, maybe most of you, is because it is now a serious crime for anyone, whether a tourist, a foreign journalist, broadcaster, or Israeli citizen, to publish any pictures or footage of these Iranian missiles arriving. Piers Morgan thinks there's only 2 have managed to get through. Well, if that were true, they'd be showing it every minute on the television. The fact that it's a crime to show the skyline of Israel demonstrates, I think, beyond contradiction, my contention that hundreds of Iranian ballistic missiles are raining down on Tel Aviv, to the point that the mayor of Tel Aviv, a former intelligence chief in the Israeli military, said we cannot go on with this war. We must get out of this war. And the Israeli finance minister said we can't afford to continue this war. Our economy is falling off a cliff. So if Donald Trump doesn't join in, Israel will have had a bloody good hiding and will have to come to terms with the new regional balance of power and force in the region. So we're back to the question of whether Trump will join in. Let's assume for a minute that tonight, tomorrow, the next day, or over the weekend, the United States Armed Forces, which are now in the Persian Gulf in profusion, both naval and air assets, most of the air assets in the nearby potentates, the satrapies of Qatar and Saudi Arabia, but there are other culprits. They're all now parked with fleets of American warplanes, bombers. And the B-2 bomber is in the air over Israel this afternoon. A so-called stealth bomber, but I definitely managed to see it. In fact, I took a screenshot of it. I'm sure the Iranians already have it. The B-2 and the F-35s, dozens of them, are now parked at the Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. And there's not much doubt what they will be used for if Trump gives the green light. They'll be used to drop Moabs, the mother of all bombs, massive ordnance bombs. The one that we've seen in action before destroyed a mountain in Afghanistan and was used for no other reason, certainly didn't stop the Taliban, than to chill the blood of everyone else. The largest non-nuclear bomb ever detonated. And it definitely destroyed the mountain. The question is, did it destroy what was underneath the mountain? And if it destroys the mountains, plural, under which Iran's nuclear assets, civil, peaceful nuclear assets, according to the IAEA and according to Tulsi Gabbard, these assets are deeply underneath mountains. So will one Moab be enough? Or will many Moabs have to be dropped? And if they are, will they in the end succeed? And what will Iran be doing while the Moabs are dropping on it? Well, here I think Trump, perhaps not his fault, his only knowledge of the Arab world is collecting gold and diamonds there. He doesn't know anything about Persia. He knows nothing about Iran. He knows nothing about the ancient civilization, many, many thousands of years older than the country of which he is the president. And he definitely doesn't know their attitude to death. You see, when he threatened the octogenarian leader of Iran that he was not going to kill him, brackets, not yet at least, he imagined that that would make the Ayatollah frightened. Well, anybody who knows anything at all about Shia Islam in particular knows that martyrdom is what they live for. The entire schism in the religion is based upon the reverence for, the glorification of the martyrdom of Hussein.
Own people, bro.
This idea that you're going to frighten an Iranian with threatening him with death shows that Trump is an ignorant New Jersey casino-owning mobster. If he imagines that the Iranian regime is going to go quietly into that good night while he's Moabbing them, he is an idiot. Here's what they'll do. They will immediately destroy every American base in West Asia. And
immediately,
if that happens to bring down the monarchies that gave the gold and diamonds to Donald Trump, well, that'll be a bonus so far as the Iranians are concerned. There will be no more oil pumped from Kuwait, from Saudi Arabia, from the United Arab Emirates, or from Qatar. Not for many years, until those oil fields stop being on fire and can possibly be repaired. If you've got a tall building in Dubai, you better check your insurance covers war damage. And they'll close the Straits of Hormuz, through which 40% of the entire world's oil supply sails through on a daily basis. That won't trouble America, by the way, because they've got plenty of oil. But it's sure going to bring the European economies to their knees, as if they weren't already on their knees. But it's going to make their leaders squeal, and not with delight. Coming up is only the world's best journalist, Glenn Greenwald. See you in a minute. Stay tuned.
No matter how much media covers for you, no matter how much politicians you buy to parrot your talking points, no matter how many fake influencers you hire to whitewash your face, no matter how many fake Indian-based accounts that tweets for you, no matter how many European models you bring in and you pay them so they can dance with the IDF uniform, right? That everybody can see you, everybody can smell your bullshit, right? You are like the neighbor who firebombs everybody's house, and he's sad why he's not invited to a house party, right? You will win in the battlefield. You will get more land because America supports you. It's like supporting a rabid dog that shits on your lawns and eats your cats and bites everybody, and it's like, oh, just like you have a bad day. You will win, maybe, on the battlefield, but everybody knows who you are. A bunch of heartless, psychopathic, demonic assholes.
All right. Buckle up, buttercups. Because the mainstream media wants you to believe the sky is falling over the Middle East. They're screaming about escalation and regional instability, as if Israel isn't the one constantly poking the bear. But let's be real, folks. This isn't about peace, it's about power, and who gets to wield it in a region that's been destabilized by Western meddling for decades. And guess what? While the usual suspects are wringing their hands, a real player is stepping up to the plate. China. Yes, the very nation the West loves to demonize is quietly, effectively, and quite brilliantly helping to rebalance the scales. Let's dive into the delicious details.
Iranians are firing all of their older missiles. And by older missiles, I mean old technology. And the old technology is being shot down, which is the goal. They want the Israelis to waste all of their inventory on these old missiles before they start using the really high-end, devastating material. So I think this is just the beginning. The other part of this is that we're now going to see the rest of the world sort of link arms around Iran. Because if you're sitting in Moscow or Beijing or Ankara or anywhere else, and you see what's happening to Iran, you say, well, look, if we don't stand by these people, inevitably we'll be next. So I think all in all, this is a catastrophe for Israel. Iran, first of all, has an almost inexhaustible supply of missiles. And they have alternative sources. They can not only build their own missiles, they can get additional components and warheads from other sources, whether those sources are North Korea, China, Russia, As I said before, potentially even Pakistan. And I'm sure that there are others. So I think there won't be a shortage of things for the Iranians to fight back with. The real question now is, what do we do? And I think President Trump is already signaling that he'd like to go back to the negotiating table. The problem is that no one believes him. He's destroyed his credibility. I don't think anybody's going to show up to negotiate with him about anything. So I think this is going to go on, and it'll get worse the longer it lasts. I don't know what's going to happen. But the Iranians, contrary to popular belief, whatever mistakes they've made, and I don't think they've made very many. I mean, everybody says, well, they should have given up enrichment. Not really. That's a sovereign right. And enriching uranium for purposes other than military is totally legitimate. Lots of countries have it. Lots of countries do it. The Indians and the Pakistanis both have nuclear weapons. They're too smart to use those things against each other. The problem we have right now in the region is you've got one country that has nuclear weapons. They want to maintain that monopoly, and they're willing to do anything against anyone to keep it. And that's where we are. And we, unfortunately, have encouraged it and underwritten it.
Now, the Wall Street Journal, which is hardly a bastion of pro-China sentiment, recently dropped a bombshell that they probably hoped would paint China in a negative light. Instead, it just highlights Beijing's strategic genius. According to their report, Iran has been ordering thousands of tons of ballistic missile material from China. That's right. While the West is busy sanctioning and lecturing, China is providing the very ingredients Iran needs to bolster its defenses. And let's be clear, defenses is just the operative word here.
To fight them people as long as
when you're constantly threatened by a nuclear-armed neighbor, you tend to stock up. This isn't about aggression. It's about deterrence. U.S. officials are wringing their hands, estimating this material could fuel up to 800 missiles. Oh, the horror. A sovereign nation building up its own capabilities. Who would have thought?
We strongly condemn the Israelis' attack on Iran. This is a violation of Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And we are particularly concerned that they are attacking nuclear facilities, which is another red line that Israel has crossed.
And it's not just about missile components. China has been consistently vocal in its condemnation of Israel's aggressive actions. Just look at these headlines. China warns of fallout from Israel's strikes on Iran. China condemns Israel's violation of Iran's sovereignty. While Western leaders offer platitudes and tacit approval for Israeli aggression, China is calling it what it is, a violation of sovereignty. They're not just talking the talk, they're walking the walk, supporting diplomatic efforts and urging de-escalation, unlike certain other global powers who seem to thrive on chaos.
Trey, I know they don't want you to show it, but how badly was their version of the Pentagon, Israel's version of the Pentagon, hit by these attacks?
I'm going to have my cameraman just pan up to this building here that is on the compound of the Kiryat. And you can see these are likely offices. The building just next to it I've been in many times. But there is significant damage. They have teams there just trying to ensure that no one was inside at the time. Likely when the missile attack happened, any senior officials that would have been inside their version of the Pentagon would have been underground. But there is damage to it. And again, this just speaks to the types of targets that the Iranians are hitting. They are targeting military installations, and this is expected to escalate because they have advanced missiles. We have seen them provide the Russians with these very missiles that they are using against Ukraine. And now they are using these advanced ballistic missiles to target Israel. And again, despite the fact that there is some advanced missile defense systems that are on the ground here, from David Sling to the Arrow 2 and 3 system, and the American systems, the Patriot system and the THAAD system, it is not enough to stop this incoming fire. And when we were live earlier today around the 2 p.m. hour, it was so intense in Tel Aviv that they were not able to shoot down the missiles with these advanced systems. And as the missiles kept slipping past the air defense, they started to use smaller systems in an attempt to shoot them down. And we saw missiles slamming into the ground, causing significant damage and killing at least one person. And so as we move forward here, it is very clear that the conflict that is erupting now between Israel and Iran is different than anything that the region has seen. And it is substantially different from the conflict that has been ongoing for more than 600 days between Israel and Hamas inside Gaza. These ballistic missiles make the rockets that were being fired from Gaza look like toys. It is causing significant damage, wiping entire apartment blocks off of the map.
So what does this all mean? It means the narrative you're being fed by the corporate media is a load of rubbish. They want you to believe that China is some nefarious actor while conveniently ignoring their own role in fueling conflicts and destabilizing regions. China, on the other hand, is demonstrating a pragmatic and principled.
Al Jazeera was reporting a few hours ago that the Israelis were telling their people to get into the shelters because Iran was bombing them once again. And Iran is reporting that they used some new bunker-busting drones to target the Israelis. Iran warned them they wouldn't keep being able to hide underground. It was going to get real ugly.
Principled approach.
No more hiding.
They're not interested in endless wars. They're interested in stability, trade, and a multipolar world where nations can defend themselves without fear of external bullying. And if that means helping Iran build up its defenses against a belligerent neighbor, then so be it. It's not support for terrorism. It's support for self-determination, something the West seems to have forgotten.
We also wish to express our appreciation to Algeria, Pakistan, China, and the Russian Federation for their support in convening this emergency session to address Israel's unlawful act of aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So the next time you hear the usual suspects wailing about the Iran-Israel conflict, remember the real story. Remember who's truly committed to a balanced and peaceful world, and who profits from perpetual conflict. China isn't just playing chess, they're playing 4D chess, and the West is still stuck in checkers. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up and hit the subscribe button. Also,
Dr. Victor Gao, who is the Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization, who joins us from Beijing. Dr. Gao, always a pleasure talking to you. We've never talked about the state of relations between China and Iran before, so why don't we make that the starting point? How would you describe the state of ties between Beijing and Tehran?
Thank you very much for having me. China highly respects Iran as a sovereign nation with territorial integrity, and the two countries engage with each other on equal terms. And China does not recognize the extraterritoriality of any other country's one-sided and self-imposed sanctions against another country or against China. Therefore, when China deals with Iran, we deal with Iran in all spheres of relations, including energy cooperation. And I don't think this is a problem. And if a third country cries foul, the problem is really with itself, with its attempted extraterritoriality of its unilaterally imposed sanctions. And I think once this Israel-initiated war against Iran started, the Chinese government's position is very clear. Israel is in violation of a self-imposed war against a member of the United Nations, against its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and China really deplores Israel's military attack on nuclear facilities inside Iran and considered it as a very serious offense against world peace and security.
Okay, I mean, just to give you the Israeli line on what you just said, what we're told by Israeli officials repeatedly on this channel is that Iran is very close to being able to build a nuclear weapon. It might already be able to do so. And they're constantly calling for the destruction of Israel. So they say what they're doing is preemptive self-defense. What do you make of that argument?
It is of high hypocrisy for a country like Israel, which violated international convention in possessing nuclear weapon to start with, And now it's accusing another country, Iran, for attempting to acquire nuclear weapons. I don't think there are any higher level of double standard and hypocrisy for Israel to accuse another country of trying to possess nuclear weapons. I think the Middle East will be much better off if Israel disarms itself with nuclear weapons and no other country will want to possess nuclear weapons. That will probably create a better level playground for all the countries involved in the Middle East. For Israel to possess nuclear weapons and to constantly threaten other countries with nuclear attack is really a very serious problem. And I think international community really need to join together to put an end to such blatant violation of peace and security, not only in the Middle East, but in the world at large.
We've heard from the president of China, President Xi Jinping, saying on Tuesday that China is, quote, deeply worried about Israel's military operation against Iran. Where do you think you and the president of China see things heading to? Why the worry? How dangerous could the situation be?
Well, as a general point, China is always worried if a war breaks out. And this time, this war is a complete surprise attack launched by Israel against a sovereign and independent country like Iran. And the fact that this surprise attack took place when the United States and Iran are still engaged in discussions about how to end this nuclear problem is particularly surprising. It's, in my best judgment, is like the Japanese surprise attack on Pearl Harbor in the Second World War. And I think Israel has also committed all the crimes in massively killing the government officials, military officials of Iran. And no country should tolerate any other country like Israel to commit such massive amount of assassinations before a formal declaration of war against Iran, for example. So I think the Chinese president is legitimately worried about the scale of the attack, the potential loss of life, as well as the potential escalation of the situation, because you never know how this situation may evolve eventually, whether it will get out of control, whether it will escalate from conventional war to nuclear war, for example, or whether, ironically, it will force Iran to really develop a nuclear weapon. And what will be the consequence for Israel and Iran to both have nuclear weapons? Do they really want to use nuclear weapons against each other? What will be the consequence for peace and security in the Middle East and in the world at large? Therefore, it is time to call on Prime Minister Netanyahu, stop all the craziness. He probably wants to save his political skin rather than really serving the fundamental interest of the people in Israel to launch such unilateral, self-imposed surprise attack on a big country, a great country like Iran.
Dr. Gao, on Tuesday, China accused the US President Trump of pouring oil on the conflict there between Iran and Israel. Why and how does Beijing see the United States making things worse with regards to this situation?
Well, I think evidence points out to a joint operation by the United States and Israel against the country of Iran. They probably have a division of work. The United States was not very much involved on the surface of the situation, but no one should be surprised if the United States highly coordinates its information gathering, etc., with Israel. And the fact that Israel has kept saying that the United States is involved from the very beginning of the war, etc., illustrates the level of cooperation and collaboration between the United States and Israel against Iran. And the United States still keeps saying that they are not involved, but then they need to come up with a proof that they are not involved. And not being involved is not sufficient. And the United States really need to pull all their levers to force Israel to stop this war against Iran, and also to stop Israel from misusing the United States, creating all the misinformation about that the United States and Israel are working together to, for example, destroy Iran or to create a regime change in Iran, etc. So I think it is time for the United States. My personal concern is that if the United States really gets bogged down in this war against Iran, no one knows what will happen to the United States in the coming years or coming decades.
Well, that could be beneficial for China, couldn't it? Because if the United States spends large sums of money, a considerable amount of time and attention on affairs in the Middle East, that leaves China to do what it wants to do in a more, let's say, unrestrained way.
Allow me to emphasize one point. China always benefits by protecting peace and stability anywhere in the world. And China will feel very much at a loss if peace and stability and prosperity anywhere in the world will be damaged by especially unilaterally imposed war of one country against the other country. Therefore, such benefit, if any, that China will enjoy is not for China's own benefit. It is for peace and stability and the well-being of mankind. It is time to stop Israel in this war against Iran and to prevent the United States from really joining this war together with Israel, which may escalate the situation and create unprepared consequences for mankind as a whole.
You mentioned regime change in your earlier response, and I want to pick up on that because we heard from President Trump on social media saying, quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but he is safe there. We're not going to take him out, at least not for now." How would China react if the United States did, or if Israel did, kill the supreme leader?
This is exactly the confusion that President Trump is creating deliberately or unintentionally. I don't think assassination of a head of state or head of government or political leaders or military leaders of another country is the right thing to do in the world of today. I think countries need to have the minimum decency and the protocol in dealing with another country. Assassination is the bad thing, and assassination may serve as a boomerang, eventually may come back to hurt yourself and haunt you. Therefore, engaging in assassination, especially against head of state or leader of another religious faith, for example, or against the major political and military leaders of another sovereign country, is the wrong thing to do, especially at a time when Israel has self-imposed this undeclared war in a surprise attack against Iran. This is the worst time for the head of the state of the United States to imply that assassination may be involved in killing the leader of Iran.
You mentioned in your first answer, well, you painted a picture of a very cordial set of relations, cordial ties between Beijing and Tehran. Let me put this scenario to you. If Iran goes the same way as, for example, Syria, and the assassination that you mentioned or otherwise brings about a change of management, shall we say, in Iran. I mean, that would be a loss for China, wouldn't it? Because you'd have lost an ally, a key ally in this region. Because if a pro-Western government replaces the government that's there already, that would be a loss for China, wouldn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think China has always the long perspective and historical perspective to look at any contemporary events like what had happened in Syria and what is happening in Iran. We are not confused by the events on a day-to-day basis. We look at the situation in 10 years, in 100 years, sometimes 500 years, if not even longer. Therefore, in the historical perspective, if you really look at the situation in the long-haul perspective, war is bad. For Israel to impose an undeclared war on Iran is an aggression. And whatever Iran is doing is justified because they are defending their own sovereignty and territorial integrity. They are fighting back against aggressors. And if the United States wants to join Israel to become an aggressor against Iran, well, history will eventually have its own verdict. Therefore, I think all of us need to work on with Israel to stop the war as quickly as possible and come up with peaceful ways to negotiate with Iran. And I personally will completely support the ending of whatever nuclear weapon program, if any, by Iran. And I do hope Israel will also dispossess nuclear weapons and Middle East will become a nuclear-free zone. That will be in the best interest of all the countries in that particular part of the world. China will do its best to promote the real justified result for any such tension or conflict of war, and China will do its best to prevent the war from escalating or from spreading out, impacting on more countries and hurting more people in that part of the world.
The United States and some of its allies view China as being part of what it now calls CRINC, which is this new acronym which is being bandied around quite a bit by foreign policy talking heads on television channels all over the world. CRINC meaning China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. I don't know what you think of that acronym, if you've heard it used much before, but let me just ask you this. Were the United States to intervene and join forces with Israel in a very overt way and join that conflict, do you see a day that China or Russia or other actors could perhaps join in support of Iran?
Well, imposing a war on a great country like Iran with 1.66 million square kilometers and with up to more than 90 million people, and a country which has tremendous amount of spiritual leadership among the Shia people throughout the world, is really poking for more disaster if it is not stopped right away. And if other countries want to join the fight on the side of Israel, I will urge them to stop that right away. And if, for example, other countries want to join the fight against Iran, you never want to exclude the possibility that other major countries want to fight together with Iran, because the war imposed on Iran is the unjustified war. It's a war of aggression. It's undeclared war. It's a surprise attack. And any people, any country under such surprise attack, an attack of aggression, has full legal justification to fight back. Therefore, stopping the war right now is the best way. Allowing it to escalate and to get out of control will most likely hurt the fundamental interests of the people in Israel, as well as in Iran and in many other countries in that particular part of the world. And I think China is doing the right thing, urging on Israel to stop the war, urging on Iran not to escalate, for example, try to wrap up the situation so that all parties involved can talk about peace rather than war and war and war. China does not like war of any kind, and China does not want to see any country launching a war of aggression against another country.
And just lastly, that acronym, CRINC, viewed as being a group of hostile or adversarial nations by Washington and some of its allies. What do you make of it? What do you make of the acronym?
First of all, whatever acronyms you come up with, it cannot change the fact that China today is the major force defending peace and stability and development in the world. And the fact that China is the largest trading nation with more than 140 countries in the world speaks eloquently about what China really cares about. That is, promoting peace, defending free trade, for example. If anyone wants to confuse China with a force against the peace, then he or she is either out of their mind or completely falsifying the situation against China. Now, I would urge the United States, don't mess around with China. Don't view China as an enemy. China is not an enemy of the United States. China has tremendous amount of goodwill for the American people. And China and the United States, like President Trump said, if they work together, they can work out miracles and no problem in the world cannot be overcome. And there will be better peace and stability and better future for mankind as a whole. If anyone bets that China and the United States will have a war against each other, let me tell you, they are wrong. I always promote the inevitability of peace between China and the United States. War is not and should not be viewed as an option between China and the United States. And China and the United States have added the responsibility to promote peace and to bring this war, for example, initiated by Israel against Iran, to a stop as quickly as possible for the benefit of mankind. No one should allow Prime Minister Netanyahu try to saving his own political scheme from justice at home and justice in Hague by launching this war of aggression against Iran. He will not be able to escape from the reach of law, either both inside Israel as well as in The Hague.
Okay, well, on that note, we wrap up. Thank you.
Appreciate very much your time with us. Do you think the United States of America, do you think Donald Trump understands this business of death and how close his threats may bring death to millions in the Middle East?
Obviously not, Judge, unfortunately. Well, instead of the business of death, I spent the day at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum talking and interacting with the business of life, trade, commerce, interaction. There was even a panel on religion and economy with Buddhists, Sufis, Jews, Orthodox Christians discussing interactions between religious spheres, economy, and the role of states in dealing with religious organizations. It's the absolute opposite of what we are hearing from Washington. Unfortunately, everyone here is appalled. There are, I would say, 10,000 businessmen at this forum now. It's absolutely packed. And the global south is here. It's not only Russia. The president of Indonesia arrived late afternoon. Southeast Asia is here. Parts of Africa are here. Central Asia is here. Cuba is here. So, and of course, I'm sure you know, Judge, President Vladimir Putin delivers the plenary session on Friday, and after that, there's going to be a Q&A. Everybody is waiting for him.
Wow, I hope you got to question him, and in a minute, I'll ask you, if you do, what you will ask him. Do world leaders and diplomats understand that Trump and Netanyahu connived to pull a trick on the whole world, pretending that the United States was negotiating with Iran, all the while helping Israel to plan and plot its surprise attack, including the assassination of the chief Iranian negotiator? Do world leaders and diplomats understand what happened?
They do. And here, Judge, is a microcosm, because there are lots of high-ranking diplomats, former presidents, the creme de la creme of Russian business interests, Central Asian interests. The SCO is here. BRICS are here. The Chinese New Silk Roads represented here. The Arctic Silk Road, which is how the Chinese define what the Russians call Northern Sea Route, which is basically a connectivity corridor in the Arctic. Everybody is here. And the connectivity corridors, which are what is interacting Eurasia and what is linking Eurasia on a daily basis, everybody is here discussing that. And something I would say it's extremely, extremely important. Only a few weeks ago, the first direct train from China arrived in Tehran. It came from Xi'an, the former capital of the Silk Road in China. From Xi'an to Tehran, going through Central Asia. And this means that this bypasses everything that is controlled by the US across Eurasia, Strait of Malacca, etc. So it's not an accident that we have a war only a few days later, because one of the key objectives of this war is to not allow Iran to be transformed and enhanced as a logistics hub in the middle of Eurasia.
Right.
Nobody in the US has this analysis. Nobody.
Did Trump trap Netanyahu into a plot to dismantle BRICS, or did Netanyahu trap Trump into a plot to allow Israel to expand its borders by neutering Iran?
Judge, is the same interest.
That's a Pepe Escobar question. I wouldn't put that to anybody else.
Yes, only you can pull that off, Judge. Well, if it's a wag the dog, I would say this is a double wag the dog. The fact is, this war has been planned since at least 1998, when the neocons were out of power, when they were basically peddling the clean break report, when Bibi was colluding with the neocons out of power, and then when they got to power, colluding directly. The supreme wet dream of the neocons and the Ziocons and the whole Zionist axis is Iran. Of course, after 9/11, it's one of the most quoted things in the history of the universe. General Wesley Clark learning at the Pentagon that is going to be 7 countries in 5 years. And guess what will be the cherry on the cake? Iran. And now they think that they have an opening. When I say they, it's the Zionist axis. And that includes everybody. Includes Bibi, includes everybody in power in Tel Aviv, and includes Donald Trump as well. So there's no surprise. They have extra incentives to launch this war now because of what we were discussing less than 5 minutes ago. They have to prevent Eurasia integration, connectivity corridors, logistics, the international north-south transportation corridor, which I had the pleasure to travel last month. I went from the Caspian to the Persian Gulf, tracking the corridor inside Iran. It's one of the most important geoeconomic projects of the 21st century, as important as the Arctic Silk Road. One of the guys today at the panel in St. Petersburg, he said, for Russia to build the Arctic, the northern route in the Arctic, this is equivalent to the conquest of space in the 50s and 60s. It's that serious for Russia. So from the point of view of the US, they have to prevent this integration. And Iran is right at the geography is destiny, really. You look at the map, Iran is at the center of everything. And the Chinese, now they are already counting on, okay, now we can deliver anything we want overland across Eurasia from China to Iran and even receive everything we want vice versa.
Yesterday, Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Rybakov warned the United States against attacking Iran. I would assume that is the official position of the Russian government if it came from Mr. Rybakov.
It is, Judge. And Ryabkov is going to be in one of the panels tomorrow. So I'll have the chance to meet him again. And I can even, if I have some time, 1 or 2 key questions. And Maria Zakharova, of course, spokeswoman for the Ministry of Foreign Relations, which she's a superstar all over the global south. This is what she said today as well. And I'll be on a panel with Maria Zakharova on Friday morning as well. So we can have
Please give her my regards. When Larry Johnson and I interviewed her boss in his residence, she could not have been nicer to us. The mainstream media joined the Israeli euphoria on Friday over the surprise attack. Trump denied it, then admitted it. He obviously didn't tell Rubio he was about to admit it. Secretary Rubio, the de facto Secretary of State, the de jure Secretary of State said we didn't know anything about it, blah, 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 blah. How long did that euphoria last?
48 hours, to be more or less exact, because it took 10 hours for the Iranians. By the way, this is a very sensitive information in Russia, with help from Russian technicians to get their grid back together. And then they changed completely their approach from strategic patience to, okay, let's start advancing. No concessions anymore. And we're not going to take it anymore lying down. It took them 48 hours to do that. And after their first response, the Americans and Israelis started to see that things had changed. And it's now a lethal mix of calculated attacks, psychological war, is psyops all the time. We're going to launch maybe 200 missiles, and then they launch 5. And then the Israelis, okay, what are they going to do next? They're going to launch 50? No, they launch 20. And then when nobody's expecting, they launch 50. So the other side is completely discombobulated, as our Tibetan friends like to say it. And on top of that, everybody knows that Israel has interceptors, maybe for the next 2 weeks, perhaps even less. And very, very important, they don't have a functional port at the moment. And their airport is basically nothing is taking off from Ben Gurion Airport. So this is what the Iranians are doing. You know, they're going for the nodes, and the nodes that really hurt. Not to mention what they destroyed. They destroyed Rafael, the biggest weapons maker and organizer and conceptualizer in Israel. The Weizmann Institute, which was a sort of MIT in Israel. So it's getting pretty dire, the situation. And that counts. This adds to the calculation by Donald Trump, of course, because in a matter of 2 weeks, Israel may be completely exhausted.
President Trump just had a Q&A in the Oval Office, during the course of which he said he's going to the war room in a little while. This is about a minute long. Here it is.
Contributed to that change, how you got to where you are in making your decision now?
Well, I think it started the first night. I mean, you know, that first night was devastating. And it really knocked the one side off, as you know. It was a devastating evening, day. And it pretty much proceeded that way. I have a meeting in the war room in a little while. Situation room, as some people call it. So we're going to meet, we're going to see. We're in the midst of it's a terrible thing. I hate to see it. I hate to see all that death, so much death and destruction. But death primarily is what I hate to see.
Does that mean you haven't made a decision yet on what to do?
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, you know, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other. War is very bad. There was no reason for this to be a war. There was no reason for Russia, Ukraine. A lot of wars there was no reason for, you know. You look right up there, I don't know, see the Declaration of Independence, and I say, I wonder if you know, the Civil War, it always seemed to me maybe that could have been solved without losing 600,000 plus people.
I don't know what the Declaration of Independence has to do with the Civil War.
Exactly. And there's no reason for Russia and Ukraine, of course. It just came out of the sky.
I don't think he understands what happened in the 90s. I don't think he understands what happened in 04. I don't think he understands what happened in 14. I don't think he remembers the 20 CIA facilities that were built in Ukraine during his administration. I don't think he remembers the hundreds of billions of military equipment he sent to Ukraine during his first term there. There's no sense trying to get into his head. It's frustrating. There either isn't much there, or he's a fantastic actor. It's one or the other.
And no, in Russia, it's tricky because some sectors, the corridors of power in Moscow, they believe that this pre-negotiation with the US is going somewhere. But more and more, among the intel agencies, especially, saying, oh, of course not. And there's I would say fierce dialogue on, look, what he did to Iran, he's going to do to us, Russia. And this is now discussed openly in Moscow and here as well. I heard some echoes today here in St. Petersburg from think tanks mostly.
How does the Kremlin view Trump the man? Is he trustworthy? Do they believe anything he says? Are these phone calls between him and President Putin just a charade, or are they meaningful conversations from the Kremlin's perspective?
Judge, we don't know what Putin personally thinks of Trump, or if he actually believes that these phone calls, some of them, they actually didn't take place, by the way. The last one, the Kremlin said was figuratively, which was a very elegant way to say, no, it happened only in Trump's mind. But
that would be the phone call on Trump's birthday, which was last Saturday. The Kremlin says that never took place.
Exactly. Coming from Peskov. We can ask Peskov the same question on Friday again, but this is what he said. And it's on Russian media. It's not on American media.
What will you ask President Putin if he opens up the dialogue to Q&A and he points to you? And I'm sure he knows you. I'm sure he will point to you. But
it's a lottery, Judge. It's very hard. And Peskov selects the people who... And Peskov
if Maria has any words, she'll select you. We both know that. But if you are selected...
Well, if it was Maria, yeah, it's different. She knows you, and she knows exactly.
If you are... I'm going to text her, not that that's going to change her mind or the procedures, but if you are selected, if you could ask Vladimir Putin anything you wanted in front of these 10,000 people, what would you ask him?
Are you aware that the double game employed by Trump vis-a-vis Iran is being replicated against Russia from the beginning? It would be, of course, much more polite than that. This is the blunt version, because this is the question that I posed to some of my friends today. In fact, in some of the panels in the sidelines when we were talking about Iran, and some of them said, "Look, you have no idea. Everybody's asking this question now in FSB, SVR, at the Security Council as well, and so there are no illusions anymore." It's like putting for some, we could even qualify as esoteric reason, would like to believe that it's possible to have a dialogue on substance with Trump. We know it's impossible. And on top of it, when you have a key ally of both Russia and China delivered an ultimatum by the President of the United States, it's my deal or I'm going to bomb you. They know that this could happen in the future with both of them as well.
Wow.
And Ayatollah Khamenei answer, Judge, just a second. Ayatollah Khamenei's answer was, wow, Khamenei is a very, very subtle operator. He talks by metaphors usually. He said, we will not surrender, period. And this 90 million Iranians, which, by the way, Ted Cruz have no idea there are 90 million people living in Iran, support.
Wait till you see the rest of the interview with my friend and former colleague, Tucker Carlson. The Cruz is demolished and he's being slaughtered in social media. Two things. One is we frequently conduct polls amongst those who are watching. And the poll we're asking about during this program is the following. Will Russia get involved in behalf of Iran if Trump continues U.S. involvement? But I want to switch gears before we leave, because we haven't talked about this all week. What is the status of things in Ukraine? The war is still going on. Is Ukraine finally on its last legs? How is the war in Ukraine viewed by all your buddies in St. Petersburg?
Well, I'm glad that you asked this question, Judge, because one of my commander friends in Donbass, he was at the forum today. And tomorrow morning, we're going to have a bombshell, by the way. Okay, I can announce the bombshell for you firsthand. The DPR, Donbass, Donetsk People's Republic, is going to sign 10 deals with China tomorrow morning here in St. Petersburg. The Chinese they will start to invest directly in Donbass. This is enormous, enormous. So, and of course, these commanders and some ex-commanders who are now part of the Donbass administration, especially Donetsk administration, they said, look, it is progressing according to what we thought by the end of winter. We are now in Dnipropetrovsk, like we thought we were going to be in summer, and it's progressing very, very fast. And the front is collapsing steadily.
What is collapsing steadily?
Yes.
I didn't hear the word you used.
I'm sorry. The front lines, Judge. The front lines. Over 1,000 kilometer long front lines, in fact. This does not mean that we're going to have the Russian armed forces taking over Dnipropetrovsk in a matter of weeks. No. The war of attrition, Russian style, is impeccable. It's exactly what they want. And now even more, because they know that the war will be decided in the battlefield, and all this kabuki of a ceasefire negotiations with the Americans, etc., is just a show. And Iran proved to them that it's just a show.
Well, we have an answer on the poll from, there's about 8,000 people watching you now, and a good chunk of them answered. Will Russia get involved on behalf of Iran if Trump continues U.S. involvement? Yes, 64%. No, 18%. Undecided, 17%. That's a significant feeling amongst the pro-peace, anti-war folks.
Exactly.
That are your fans and that watch this show. What do you think? Will Russia get involved? Will they do anything more than provide air defense? Will they provide offensive weaponry? Will Russia attack Netanyahu in return for Mossad participating in the attack on the 4 Russian air bases?
This is an immensely complex and very sensitive discussion to have in Moscow and in St. Petersburg. I'm going to try to force it a little bit more tomorrow and Friday. But my interlocutors say, look, you cannot ask these questions. You won't get a public answer to your questions. First of all.
Understood.
But very important, Judge, and for our audience is very, very important. There was active Russian help in electronic warfare to put the Iranian grid back together in those first 10 hours. But I cannot write that. I have to be very, very careful. So I can tell you, I can go live.
That is, as Tucker Carlson said to Senator Cruz when he said, we bombed Iran. That is breaking news. You're making news. There was active Russian help on the ground putting together the grids that were attacked by the Israelis in the first day of the attack.
But the Russians prefer not to advertise it. Very discreet. Just like the Chinese, there are Pakistani trucks with Chinese hardware help crossing Baluchistan from Pakistani.
Will the Pakistanis help defend Iran by attacking Israel?
They already offered help. But very important element, Judge. The Persians are extremely proud. Basically, they are saying, we can do this by ourselves. If we need you, we will call you. This is what they told essentially Beijing and Moscow. And we had confirmation from the Iranian side and from the Russian side, silence, basically saying, yes, that's it.
I'm going to guess you don't want to answer this. Are we close to World War III?
No. No. This is it's crazy. This is like the worst possible modern version of a Greek tragedy. No. But the problem, once again, we have a total irrational system on one side and very rational actors on the other side. The other side is here, Eurasia. And we have three top rational actors: the Iranians, the Russians, and the Chinese. I had a wonderful conversation with a Chinese from a top think tank in Beijing after one of the sessions today in St. Petersburg. And I asked him directly, does China understand that they may be next in line in the near future? He says, of course. In Beijing, everybody's, especially because Iran is an ally, and we made a deal with them for 20 years worth $400 billion, energy for infrastructure. And if they are attacked, our deal collapses. And for us, it's a matter of national security if this thing collapses. So this is immensely serious. But obviously, we cannot expect Beijing and Moscow to say, no, we are going to defend Iran against everything. No, it doesn't work like this. It's Chinese style, made in the shade.
Got it. Got it. It's late at night.
Do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that to be talking. We may meet. It's I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Big difference. Well, I don't know how much longer it's going to go on. I mean, they're totally defenseless. They have no air defense whatsoever. We've totally captured, we've totally captured the air, Brian. Two very simple words, a very simple, unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it, I give up, no more. Then we go blow up all the, all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. No, they had bad intentions. For 40 years, they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like.
And that's good enough for up there. That is President Trump just moments ago talking this morning about the Iran situation. And really, we have Colonel Doug McGregor on, Defense and Foreign Policy Analyst, former advisor to the Secretary of Defense in the first Trump administration, highly decorated combat veteran. Doug, listen, listening to him speak there, it sounds like that Trump, I don't know who's advising him or who's informing him, but it sounds like he thinks that Iran is finished already and they're just a shell of a country and we can basically do whatever we want. So now he's asked for unconditional, like Battleship Missouri type surrender from Iran. Where do you think this is going? What do you think of his comments?
Well, arrogance and self-delusion have a bad habit of trumping reason. And I think that's what you just listened to. I think his description of reality is completely remote from what's actually happening on the ground and in the air. With each passing hour, each passing day, Iran, with over 90 million people in a geographic region almost the size of Western Europe, grows stronger. And with each passing day and each passing hour, Israel grows far, far weaker.
Oh, they're getting stronger.
Israel is, comparatively speaking, a postage stamp. And it's being pulverized. Being subjected to enormous numbers of warheads from missiles that it simply can't stop. So now all of a sudden to turn around and suggest that Iran's only viable way forward is to capitulate unconditionally to whatever Washington and Israel, which are almost the same, frankly want, is absurd. It's not going to happen.
And that's certainly the answer from the Iranian side, as we had the Ayatollah, who came out very defiantly on his own just also earlier today and said this.
The conflict between Israel and Iran intensifies. The Iranian nation will stand firm against an imposed war, just as it will stand firm against an imposed peace. And this nation will not surrender to anyone in the face of imposition. The Americans should know that any U.S. military intervention will undoubtedly cause irreparable damage.
Now, there's a claim in many of these Western press, many of the so-called experts I've seen, former generals, other diplomats, they've come on in the U.S. and said, that's just a bunch of bluster. In fact, they're already almost out of missiles. They can't even, in fact, it's been going down, and pretty soon they're going to run out altogether. They're defenseless, which is maybe why President Trump said that in that comment we just showed there. Is that accurate? What's your assessment?
Well, look, the same people who are making these arguments right now about Iran are indistinguishable from the people that made the arguments about Russia's weakness. Russia was running out of ammunition. Russia was running out of tanks.
They said this in 2022. 2022, when Putin started the war, that same year, that all the newspapers, the same people were saying Russia running out of missiles. Russia, they're getting weaker, and Russia's getting stronger, and Russia had an endless supply of everything they was talking about. But they're willing to say anything. They lie.
Russia was running out of missiles. Russia was weak. It was incompetent. It was corrupt. Russia could do nothing except bow to our wishes and ultimately surrender to Ukraine. In fact, these same delusional fellows that are now looking at graveyards all over Ukraine that are filled to capacity are still insisting that with a little bit more time and a few more weapons, Ukraine can still prevail. How many times do you have to listen to these same voices that are full of poisonous lies and take them seriously? Americans aren't paying any attention. Let's face it right up front. Our three branches of government consist of one, basically Congress and the White House as one branch, the so-called military-industrial complex, which for the sake of discussion consists of active and retired flag officers, primarily 4-stars, and then the mainstream media. Those are the three branches of government. All three branches are saying the same things now about Iran that were said about Ukraine. They're not really discussing Ukraine very much because they have nowhere to go. We've already lost our position in Ukraine. So now the decision is to shift focus and shift the distribution of resources to Israel on the assumption that, well, we're in a new ball game here and we can win it. And that's the way these people look at it. Well, to some extent, it is a game for the three branches of government that I just described. Truth doesn't matter. You can spend as much as you want. You can use whatever you want, because in their minds, Iran cannot possibly win. Israel is going to inevitably be victorious. Well, that's not true. And right now, the rest of the world is rallying to Iran. Israel is running out of everything. Air defense missiles, strike missiles, whatever, you name it. Their skies are not their own. Their skies are full of Iranian missiles and attack drones. They are losing this war. They started a war without understanding what they were doing, which is incidentally exactly what Ben Gvir.
When Trump went on TV and said Iran is not winning this war, the whole world knew Israel was losing. Because why would you say that? You're the president of the United States. Why would you waste your time talking about whether or not Iran was winning? Because you knew, the whole world knew Iran was winning and Israel was losing.
Here was quoted as saying, why are you trying to bring in the United States? Well, we didn't understand the power of the Iran's missile arsenal. Effectively, that's what he said. He's right. Only he admitted it by accident in public. Well,
they warned
the word is out everywhere.
I got a whole live on here where we played hours of Iranian missile power, Iranian weaponry. How the hell did we know here at Core Figure TV that the Iranian was a missile superpower, but Israel and the United States didn't know? Come on, bullshit. They knew, but they didn't give a damn. Ego, arrogance, colonial mindset. Now they got to pay for it.
in the United States, and the same three branches of government, the military, the Congress, and then ultimately the mainstream media, are pumping out lies, saying that this is over. And unfortunately, Donald Trump, who has no depth of understanding whatsoever in these areas, certainly no strategic understanding, is inclined to believe what he hears. He doesn't know. So if the same group of four stars that told us, 3-4 years ago, Russia was doomed, Ukraine would win, Ukraine is winning, are all telling him now, Israel is going to dominate everything, Israel's going to win, we can go in and deliver the coup de grace. In other words, we can go in one big massive strike, we can turn this whole thing around and Iran will surrender. And he's believing it.
Well, and in fact, here's a great example that I could show you the comment from Lindsey Graham yesterday where he's saying, listen, it's regime change on. Let's go in and knock them out and be done with this once and for all. And then Jack Keane talked about the mechanics of how to do it.
In my judgment, assist the Israelis in their air campaign by conducting a limited but focused air campaign on using penetration bombing to eliminate the end of that nuclear end state. And that will be a major strategic achievement. That takes off the table, think of what it does. Takes off the table the thought of a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. It reduces Iran's as a major power broker in the region. Yeah. And for the congressman to say that we've never been at war with Iran, formally, yeah, but they killed 241 Marines in the 80s. They blew up 2 of our embassies in Lebanon and Kuwait and killed hundreds more. They killed scores of our Air Force personnel in the barracks in Saudi Arabia in the 90s. And it's a documented fact that they developed advanced IEDs to focus on U.S. soldiers in the war in Iraq.
He just goes through this whole litany of alleged offenses by Iran against us, like, why haven't we killed them earlier? But anyway, let's go get them right now. But let's start at the first part of what he said there about this limited, targeted airstrikes, and bam, problem's going to be over. Militarily, is he right?
No, Iran is at war. This is not limited anymore in any way. Iran is going to do everything in its power to win this war. For Iran, winning the war means destroying Israel.
They got to survive.
It has to, because if it doesn't, Israel will continue to make every effort to destroy Iran. So the Iranians have to utterly and completely devastate and flatten Israel. So this is a war. This is not a limited anything. He needs to dump that word limited. And if we enter it, we too will become the target for Iran. And Iran military power will be used against us in whatever way possible.
And if anybody's in any doubt about that, that was also removed earlier today when the Iranian ambassador added this.
Remarks made by Donald Trump are completely unwarranted, are very hostile. We cannot ignore them. We are vigilant about what Donald Trump is saying. We will put it in our calculations, in our assessments, and there is a line which, if crossed, there should be a response on our side. And that line will be defined by our relevant authorities, including military forces. And once the red line is crossed, the response will come.
The response will come. Now, I've heard from a couple of different sources just within the last hour that apparently a decision has been made in the White House and that strikes could be coming from the United States offensively against Iran, possibly even by this afternoon. In the event that that happens, do you think that that's just bluster? Will Iran actually take American forces under fire?
I think the Iranians will target everything that they can reach with their missile arsenal.
I guess you
beyond that, with their drones. Will they be able to harm us here at home? I suspect so. But remember that the first damage that Americans will feel, and this is critical, because in all of the previous operations that we've conducted since 1990, there was no real sense of pain here at home. But the Americans will feel the economic impact. And that's going to come as a result of the disruption of the oil flow and other things along with natural gas and the markets. And we're already very fragile financially. We've been printing money as though it doesn't matter, and it's about to catch up with us in a dramatic way. Our treasury market is going to implode. We can't sell any more debt anyhow. So the bottom line is we're going to feel the pain at home this time around in ways that we never felt before. That's going to sour the American people pretty quickly on everything that everyone is discussing in Washington.
Well, and probably the first target to that, I fear, could be our troops. I've mentioned several times that, all these far-flung bases, especially in Iraq and in Syria, many of them have barely even any tactical air defense, but certainly they don't have any strategic air defenses like the Iron Dome, the Patriot system, THAAD, et cetera, which we see graphically shown. Even that is very, very porous. Apparently, it's getting less than 10% in reality of the incoming ballistic missiles that Iran has been firing. And all of these bases here will be wide open. There was a specific danger, though, that I think not many people are aware of. It's not just hitting our bases, but as military summary showed this morning, there is a bigger threat to our Navy.
First of all, about the Middle East and about the possible trap. During the previous days, the United States of America were focused in deploying additional forces and troops in this area. U.S. builds up strike group of Iran, aircraft carriers, tankers, and alarm signals. Washington has sharply increased its military presence in the region amid the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. Yeah. So, of course, we see that obviously this is a part of Iranian plan to block completely the Persian Gulf. Of course, the main purpose of this blockade is not just to probably stop the international trade or something like this. The most important probably goal and task of the Iranians is the American bases in this area. According to information we have, the United States of America have lots of bases on the territory of Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, and the most important, the United States of America has their Navy base on the territory of the state by the name of Bahrain. And currently there are ships, military ships of the United States of America. And obviously we understand if something happens between the United States of America and the Iranians, obviously the United States of America will have no chances for evacuation their fleet from the area of Bahrain through this Persian Gulf and then further in the direction of the Gulf of Oman and further in the direction of the Indian Sea, because obviously the fleet of the United States of America would be immediately destroyed by missile strikes carried out by the Iranians.
Do you think that Iran would actually target our fleet at Bahrain?
Sure.
Yes, without hesitation. And I think President Trump knows that. But I think President Trump is betting very heavily on the promises that are being made to him by the Air Force and the Navy and Special Ops. What are those promises? Very simply, if we drop these giant bunker busters on the Iranian nuclear facility, we can destroy or disrupt that. But we can also decapitate the regime. We can drop these giant bombs on Tehran and kill lots of people at the top. This, of course, is nonsense. We should have learned this by now. I mean, as I tried to explain to several people before the Second World War really got underway with Stalin in 1941, the Germans were convinced that the Soviets had killed 35,000 of their best officers, and therefore the Soviet armed forces could not operate effectively and certainly couldn't recover from the reverses that were inflicted on it in 1941. That all turned out to be fundamentally wrong. When you start killing people at the top, you got to keep in mind that there are lots of other energetic, intelligent, ambitious people below them ready to step in. And they may turn out to be much better than the originals that you killed.
They usually
well,
are.
I think we're going to find that is true very much in Iran. The whole thing is nonsensical. We're betting that air and naval power will deliver victory. It never has. It can facilitate success, but it's not going to fundamentally change the equation on the ground. And you're not talking about little Iraq, which frankly, compared with Iran, is quite small. And we never did have to operate in the mountains for any length of time in the north. This is not Iraq. It's not the National Training Center that you and I know, which is a postage stamp. So you're dealing with a great power. Now, here's the other part of it. The world is rallying to Iran, not to us. We are hated and despised for supporting the genocidal regime in Israel. Well, Americans don't know that. They don't particularly care. But again, the mainstream media and the government itself, along with the senior ranks of the military, they're all in the pockets of the Israel lobby. So they're going to preach war, war, war. And they also think we can strike with impunity. They think we can blow things up and nothing will happen to us. We're about to get an education. We have 40,000 men in these places, at least, probably more, not including contractors. We're going to get a lot of people killed. And then as far as capital ships go, today they can be tracked by satellite. It's not as though you can hide aircraft carriers anymore in the depths of the ocean. They can be found. They can be targeted. I'm sure the admirals in command of the surface fleet have been told, whatever you do, don't lose a capital ship. Don't lose a carrier. It's sort of like Winston Churchill saying to his admirals, whatever you do, don't lose the Prince of Wales. You know, once the hood was blown up by the Germans, the Prince of Wales beat a hasty retreat. Don't lose the Prince of Wales. Well, guess what? We're being told the same kinds of things. This is a very fragile operation. You start taking heavy losses, you start suffering economic crises on a massive scale. You watch $7 a gallon gas show up. Things in the United States will change rapidly. The frustration for me, and I think for you and many of us, is what is wrong with President Trump, who is listening to these poisonous people who have destroyed us in Ukraine, who destroyed us ultimately in the Middle East, destroyed us in Iraq. There was never any reason to occupy Iraq. We could have been out of Iraq in 90 days, 120 days, and been done with it and successful. But these poisonous voices kept us there. We're transforming Iraq. The only thing we did was transform the Middle East into a boiling cauldron of misfortune, despair, poverty, and death. We've got to stop. But President Trump doesn't seem to understand that. So he listens to these people. They're catastrophic.
And I wonder, I'd like to drill in a little bit more on the military aspects of this and try to, I guess, help educate people about what is and isn't possible here and what the threats are that maybe we haven't faced before. When we went into, and we'll just pick the 2003 Iraq War, where Operation so-called Iraqi Freedom that Bush launched with the lie about the weapons of mass destruction and all of that. We went in there on the ground, and Iraq had already been under sanctions for 10 years after the Desert Storm, where we had decimated a lot of his military power. So he was very weak, et cetera, and had virtually no chance. Had some old scuds, and not even many of those did literally nothing to it. What is the difference between where Iraq was then and where Iran is now, if anyone thinks about doing anything, especially on the ground?
Well, the precision revolution has struck. In other words, Iran has access to the best precise missile technology you're going to find anywhere in the world. They have a virtually inexhaustible inventory of precision munitions, precision missiles, precision rockets. That didn't exist in 1990. But keep something else in mind. We were very fortunate in 1991, and very few people ever point this out. But Saddam Hussein always had the capability to launch roughly 30 to 40, maybe even 50 Scuds at once. And he could have launched all of them at one specific target, a place called Al-Jabail, the port.
Remember that, yeah.
On the Persian Gulf that most of us came through.
Right.
If he had done that, that would have fundamentally changed the strategic calculus. How many people would he have killed? How much damage would he have done? In fact, we had one Scud warhead land within perhaps 500 meters of a Marine amphibious carrier full of Marines. Now, just imagine what would have happened if that thing had gotten closer and struck. In other words, we were lucky. And what did we learn from all of that? Nothing. Nothing. We have a problem. We just don't learn. And right now, we continue to forget that every time Iran fires a missile at Israel, the Israeli air defenses have to launch somewhere in the neighborhood of between 2 or even 3 missiles against the incoming missile. Well, it doesn't take a genius in mathematics to figure out that you're going to run out of missiles very, very quickly. They already are. We're shipping what we can in, but we're not running missile production in Lockheed Martin or Raytheon 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah, and by the way, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that very fact this morning, that they're running low on interceptor missiles right now.
Yeah, and this is a losing proposition. Israel started a war. It had no chance of winning and is losing. Ergo, it has to go to President Trump and say, save us, come in and save us. And so Donald Trump is listening to all of the usual suspects on the Hill, in the Pentagon, retired and active, or in the mainstream media, and say, oh, the Iranians are weak, they can't hold out. We can pulverize them. We can beat them into submission. We can drop these 30,000-pound bombs and they'll have no choice. It's not going to happen. It won't work. It didn't work during the Second War before we had precision, and we still dropped tonnage on top of easy, soft targets like Dresden or Hamburg or Berlin. Didn't make any difference. In fact, we know that in both Japan as well as in Germany, the population coalesced around its government and defended it. You get the opposite outcome of what you want.
You know, Doug, I want to get your assessment on something. You talk about why is Trump listening to these people. What was reported in the New York Times about 2 months ago is that in early March, when Trump said that either Iran does what we tell them or bombs will be falling and all this kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden he changed pretty dramatically track and started saying, well, actually, let's have a negotiated settlement. I think we can make something work out here. It was reported that the reason was because Tulsi Gabbard was, among many other, apparently a handful of others, were able to convince Trump of the cost and the dangers of trying to go to war with Iran. And then all of a sudden, just about 3 or 4 days ago, apparently Tulsi Gabbard was still giving the same advice. We know for sure in March, after that conversation, that she said that the Ayatollah has not given the instructions for a bomb. They have not started one according to the intelligence community, et cetera. But then Netanyahu came in and said, our intelligence says that they are. And so Trump just says, yeah, I don't care what Tulsi said, just straight up said that. And then now it seems like he has just deferred to whatever Benjamin Netanyahu says at the expense of even those on his own staff who are telling the right information. What does that tell you, and how worried should we be about that?
Tulsi Gabbard is not beholden to people that provided hundreds of millions of dollars for her campaign. I mean, let's be frank. President Trump would not be in the White House today if it were not for wealthy Jewish billionaires allied with their friend Netanyahu, who put Trump into office. And Trump had to promise certain things if he were elected, one of which was that he's going to take on and destroy Iran. I'm sure that that was made very clear to him. Anybody who knows anything about Sheldon and Miriam Adelson knows that that, in fact, is what they want. They're not the Lone Rangers. All the top Jewish money oligarchs are all interested in the same thing because they flourish financially in London and New York City if, in fact, Israel is successful and victorious, because they're interested not simply in Israel's local hegemony in the Middle East, they want global financial hegemony. The United States is simply a tool in their toolbox to get them there. So Tulsi has none of that. Tulsi is irrelevant. Tulsi is there because Tulsi supported Trump to get elected, but Tulsi is also an articulate and intelligent woman. It's nice to have one of those in the cabinet, by the way. And she is a person of character that all of us respect. I'm not surprised at all at anything that Tulsi has said because Tulsi tells the truth, and I pay great tribute to her. I don't know how much longer she's going to be able to stay in the cabinet under these circumstances, but the truth really doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter because the military branch of the three branches that we've discussed continues to tell President Trump that we can dominate them. We can dominate Iran from the air. We can dominate Iran from the sea. The Iranians will have no choice but to show up and sign the unconditional surrender. And I think President Trump likes the image of President Trump showing up somewhere like the battleship Missouri and watching the Iranian mullahs crawl to him and sign this unconditional surrender. The problem is it's a fantasy. It's never going to happen.
And Doug, we just before this show here, and I recommend everybody go back to our
don't want y'all getting this information. Doing cyber hacks and everything.
Sign this unconditional surrender. The problem is it's a fantasy. It's
Well,
never
yeah.
gonna
And Doug, we just before this show here, and I recommend everybody go back to our channel and click on and watch this. We had Ted Postal on, graphically showed that the Iron Dome system, the whole integrated air defense system, is like a sieve, and Iranian missiles can go right through it. Then he showed that this GBU-57 bunker buster that we have, this 30,000-pound bomb, because of how, well, number one, because of the limitations of the bomb itself, but secondly, because of the defensive way that Iran is alleged to have built its bunkers underneath there, especially at Fordo, is that there's almost no chance this thing could even get close to destroying this thing. So if we think like Jack Keane that this is going to, knock that out and that it's going to be game over, or that our troops are defended, which Trump said yesterday, he said with confidence, oh yeah, our troops have all the defense they need, which implies that exactly what you just said, somebody is in his ear who's a military expert telling him that our air defenses work and that the bunker buster bomb will solve the problem, but it won't. So the question is going to be, if these people who are telling him this, they know those things, yet why would they tell him something that can't succeed?
Well, why did Biden gradually allow himself and his administration to be dragged into a war with Russia in Ukraine that could never possibly be won?
Right. Fair point.
The same people were involved in that particular scenario. I mean, we can take it back February, March, April, May, June. Russia's losing. Russia's a disaster. Russia can do nothing. It's the same bunch. Now, did they profit from this? Oh, yes. All you have to do is check the bank accounts of the retired military types, along with the key figures on the Hill, in the Senate, in the House. Then look at industry. Industry certainly pocketed billions as a result of that disastrous war. And finally, the mainstream media continues to pump out the lies, and they continue to have viewership. Now, they don't have as many views as they used to. The good news is that legacy media is on the downswing. It's declining. People are looking elsewhere for the truth. But Dan, if you go to people that are in my age, I'm a boomer. And if you look at the so-called boomers, oh yeah, I listened to so-and-so on Fox or CNN and they said this, and I know that they're right. Well, you're stupid, because they're not right, and they're lying to you. Just as they lied to you about Russia, they're lying to you about Iran. But this is a much more dangerous scenario. The Israelis have nuclear weapons, and as they become more and more desperate, they are inclined to turn to the use of a nuclear weapon to rescue them, to rescue themselves from certain defeat. And the problem is that Iran is not alone. Not only will China and Russia come to Iran's aid, they've already provided a great deal of assistance, and they're providing more as we speak. It's also the entire Muslim world. Even someone like Erdogan, who I like to characterize as an opportunistic vulture that sits by the side of the road and waits to see the roadkill, then decides whether or not he wants to fly in and devour the roadkill. Erdogan is sitting on the side watching what's happening. And if he thinks it's in his interest to do so, he'll sweep into Israel and march into Jerusalem and declare victory, telling the Muslim world that he did it all.
He absolutely
it's not
would.
impossible, and it's the kind of thing that I think he would eagerly.
I called that out earlier. Because this is Iran is winning the heart of the Muslim world right now, kicking Israel ass like this. They've been, and the Arabs really didn't like Iran, but what they see this going, the Arab streets love Iran. They cheering Iran on, and the leader of Turkey, the leader of the old Ottoman Empire, he absolutely will swoop in and try to help get in on defeating Israel if it put them back into the leading for the Muslim world.
Really do if he thought he could get away with it. But right now, he's going to sit on the sidelines. He's going to continue to play nice with the Israelis, providing them with some food and oil from time to time. And at the same time, he's going to say, Iran is right. Iran has got a legitimate beef Iran deserves to be supported, but he's not going to do anything until he sees his opportunity. But with the exception of Erdogan, if you look at everyone else from Morocco to India, they've pretty much sided with Iran, and that siding is going to become infinitely more important. Egypt has a very large force. That large force is now sitting closer to Israel than it ever has in the history of the region. It's only a matter of time until the Egyptians intervene. The Israelis know that. They're worried about it. But there's not a great deal they can do about it unless they want to risk a wider regional war with everyone, because the Russians and the Chinese have made it abundantly clear they will not tolerate the destruction of Egypt. I mean, that's fact.
Let's go down that path for a little bit more here, because that's the really the ramifications if things go sideways that almost nobody's talking about, certainly not in the mainstream here, and that is what could happen if Israel starts to get panicky. Now, you mentioned a minute ago that China is helping. There are reports in even Western media today that 4 747 style aircraft have come from China in the last 48 hours and offloaded something. We don't know for sure what, but something has come in and gone. We don't know how much more of that. I haven't seen any reports about whether Russia has been sending jets as well, but we can assume that Iran is not basically just running out of everything and there's nobody to help them out. In the event that United States does indeed enter this war, the bunker busters don't work, Iran could race to a bomb potentially. That's one bad outcome. But then if they start attacking our ships in the Gulf, like we showed there a second ago, or our bases in Iraq and Syria, et cetera, and we start having casualties, now there's going to be clamoring from that same class you mentioned for us to just get full on in the war. But if even that doesn't work and Israel starts to lose, what is the risk of them using their nuclear weapons?
I think it's quite real. And you know this man, his name is Finkelstein. He's spoken publicly about Israel. He's been a great critic for many years. And he has referred to them as a lunatic state. I never subscribed to that view. But the more I look at the decision-making that's gone on in Israel to this point, the more I'm inclined to agree. And I'm afraid that this man Netanyahu and his friends would turn to the use of a nuclear weapon, even if they used it in a way that's designed to bully us. In other words, if you don't do X, Y, and Z for us, we'll use a nuke. I mean, I think that's a possibility. In other words, we in Israel are about to go under, and you haven't done enough. If you don't do more, we will use a nuclear weapon. What they need to understand, and what we need to understand, is if a nuclear detonation results from Israel's use of a nuclear weapon, then a nuclear weapon will inevitably be used against Israel. That's the problem. There are just too many nuclear capable powers out there that will come in and assist Iran in the event that the Israelis use a nuclear weapon. And the worst part is that what we don't want is a president in the White House or people in Congress who are willing to put the United States of America, its 340 million citizens, its entire infrastructure, at risk of a nuclear exchange with another nuclear armed power over Israel. That's wrong.
And that is really the unthinkable. It is. No one is thinking it because no one's contemplating it. And, part of the reason is because you kind of alluded to this earlier in this episode, where our mentality is we never lose. Even though that you could demonstrably say we have, but in terms of battles or attacks or something, we even throughout 20 years of strategic failure in Afghanistan, we never lost a tactical fight against the Taliban, et cetera. And that's the only thing that people think about. I think, Doug, if you go back, maybe the last time we suffered a real, at least operational level failure and loss may have been in the Korean War, when we got pushed back from the Yalu River all the way back past Seoul, et cetera. What would that do to the American psyche? You've mentioned the economic issues, but what about the American psyche if all of a sudden all of these, we start losing aircraft carriers or major ships in the sea, that our aircraft get shot down, that our soldiers get blown up and we can't stop it? What will that do to our psyche?
I think the support for the president and Congress would collapse almost instantly. We are not, it's interesting. I was watching this short clip from Tucker Carlson's interview with Ted Cruz, the senator from Texas. And he asked him, questions about Iran. And of course, Cruz knew nothing about Iran and could care less. He's just taking in all the money that the Israel lobby offers him. And that's all he cares about because he's hopeful that he can finish out his term. He also wanted to be president. I think he may have given up on that one. Certainly after this interview, he should. But the bottom line is that there's no sense of anything mattering. In other words, we're so powerful. We have so much military power at our disposal. No one can stand against us. Well, you've cited some problems with that. First of all, yes, we were very nearly driven into the sea in 1950 by the attacking North Koreans. And we were rescued almost miraculously by MacArthur's strategy that landed us at Incheon. Then subsequently, we ended up in a war with the Chinese that neither we nor the Chinese wanted, but it was engineered by Stalin. That worked out because Eisenhower had the good sense to come to terms. And it was not a victory for us, but it also was not a catastrophic defeat. He understood the criticality of ending that war because there was no support in the United States for war against the Chinese in Manchuria, which is exactly what the maniacs at the time at the top of the Defense Department were pushing. It was ridiculous. Now, fast forward to Vietnam. No, we were strategically defeated there. And anybody who's seen the film clips of Americans on top of the U.S. Embassy clinging to helicopters trying to get out to sea knows we were defeated. That was a strategic catastrophe for us. And after that happened, because I remember this very clearly when I was a cadet at West Point, people made it very clear, well, that was a terribly stupid thing we did there. It made no sense. We never knew what we were doing. We had no attainable political military objective. We must never do that again. And that worked. It worked reasonably well. Well, we had some minor actions in Panama with this thing we call Just Because. It was not a very impressive operation. And Grenada, of course, which was another Chinese fire drill, as it was termed at the time in the building. But we ended up with this perfect enemy in 1990, frankly, who instead of taking action against us early, and it could have been done with terrible consequences for us, managed to behave like a patsy until it was almost too late.
And I wonder if I just kind of take it aside from there, because I know you said this before, but hardly anyone is aware of it. When George Bush first sent, I think it was 101st and 82nd to man these lines up on the front, you argued that we were really vulnerable at that time. What could have happened?
Well, at that point, the 101st and the 82nd both admitted, along with the Marines, there wasn't a great deal they could do if Saddam Hussein massed his tanks, his armor, and then continued to drive into Saudi Arabia and head south to the oil fields. There wasn't a great deal we could do. In fact, that's when I think Shinseki, who became chief of staff much later, described the 82nd and the 101st as essentially road bumps. What good is it? That's where we got this striker thing. Not that changed the equation much, but it sunk in. People figured it out. The problem was that we didn't learn the essential lesson. We came out of Desert Storm, and everyone became convinced at that point we were invincible, invulnerable, invisible. In other words, we could do anything. It simply wasn't true. It's never true. No power is ever in that particular condition. But since it happened quickly and it seemed to cost very little in terms of human life, and the American people were delighted, people decided, well, now we can do anything else we want. Then we go through this long period of interventions. We were in the Kosovo air war, and the Serbs were brilliant at how they essentially obstructed us to the point where we never reduced Serbian air defenses below 83% effectiveness. Never, despite all of the air power that we employed against them. And we also lost a lot of costly munitions attacking decoys, which we've now seen happen in Iran as well. Decoys are always with us. They've always been with us. The Germans were pretty good at it. The Serbs were brilliant at it. It turns out the Iranians have been very successful with it. We're seeing the same things occur. We haven't learned something. You can't rely on one particular leg of a table to hold up the table. And we rely far too heavily on air and missile power. We can't win wars with air and missile power alone. We're not going to compel anybody to surrender over that. Somebody needs to get that message to President Trump. Now, I don't think it'll make much difference because President Trump has an ego, and once he's committed to something, he's extremely reluctant to back off and say, you know, on second thought, I've given it some additional consideration. We need to take a different approach. That's not something he does. He doubles down. We've seen that with the tariffs. We've seen that with so many dumb things that have done terrible damage to us. I think that's what we're going to see happen with Iran. So it's sad. And one of the reasons I wrote the article that was published initially on X and then came out on Zero Hedge was to put forward an alternative to get us out of the mess. And I've gotten a lot of interesting emails from people saying, you know, this is really a great plan. This is something we ought to do. And so then we don't have a war. They don't get it. The three branches of government want a war. They want a war. It's
we have that up on the screen here.
And the military.
And I do want to put that up here because I was one of those who just was really hearing about this, because this the second I saw this, and I'd like you to go through your 5 points here. This is nearly categorically the same thing that you told Trump that he could have done to get the Russia-Ukraine war off the table right away. I mean, within the first month of being in office, he could have done, you told him, you know, in the war, in support for Ukraine, withdraw our troops, you know, tell them that you guys got this, all those things that you've said, we've mentioned many times here. Now here you have a 5-point plan with what we could do right now before we get sucked into a war. And I wonder if you could run through what those main points are.
Well, the points are very straightforward. First, you ask for an emergency UN Security Council meeting. You ask for an immediate ceasefire, making it clear that Washington opposes the destruction of Iran, Israel, and any other state in the Middle East. Well, of course, you know, that's unacceptable. We don't oppose the destruction of anybody in the region that Israel doesn't like. But that's number one. And of course, no one in the Trump administration, no one in Washington wants to go to the United Nations for any reason. They all loathe, hate, and despise it. The second point is demand that Israel stop the killing of Palestinians in Gaza and withdraw its forces from Gaza and the West Bank. Well, people don't seem to understand that the catalyzing influence for Muslim solidarity and for, you know, billions of people to rally to Iran and stand beside Iran along with Russia and China and India and everybody else is effectively this genocidal war in Gaza. We need to get out of it and we need to stop it. Well, that means you're contradicting your masters, and your masters that elected you and funded you are not going to let you do that. And then, of course, there was some discussion about suspending all military aid to Israel until they agree to get the troops out of Gaza and permit humanitarian assistance to go in. But finally, and this is very, very important, you got to have the commitment of armed forces from non-aligned nations to go into Gaza, not the United States, nobody in Western Europe. It's got to be from non-aligned nations. And then ultimately, you need a great power conference. And what's a great power conference look like today? Well, it looks like the United States and Russia and China and India and Brazil. People say, well, why do we want them? Well, it's because they are great powers. They have enormous economic, political, and ultimately military influence. We want to get along with them. And we're looking for a solution that they can support. In other words, you can't impose, which is what President Trump wants to do, a solution anymore exclusively with American military power. In fact, we haven't managed to do that anywhere. As you just pointed out, Dan, we haven't succeeded in doing that anywhere since 1950, certainly not after 1965. So why are we trying to do it? We don't want to admit anyone else to the great power club except ourselves. We want permanent hegemony. Israel is part of that hegemony. It's a catastrophe for the American people. It's a disaster for the world. And unfortunately, Donald Trump seems to strongly support it.
And one of the reasons I'm so glad we have you on today, and especially when we do now, because at least as of this time we're airing this video, the time we're making it, we have not gotten involved in the war. We have not irreparably crossed that line from which we can't come back from, and engaged ourselves in the war and all the potential consequences that could fall from that. If if the White House were watching this show right now and saw those or read it in the other things that you published on Zero Hedge and on X, that can keep us not only out of the war, that can extricate us from all of this stuff right now. That is still possible as we speak here. But if we don't, if we continue to go down the line, and I say we, that means Donald Trump, if he continues to ignore combat realities and geopolitical realities and plunges us into this, it's not going to end well. And then this option that you have on the screen will no longer be available.
Well, I think, and again, President Trump and his advisors are betting heavily that if the Iranians attack our bases in the region, and let us say that thousands of Americans are wounded and say 1,000 or more are killed, that this will fill Americans with anger, and that will then allow them to, quote unquote, use everything at their disposal to destroy Iran. Now, I'm not convinced that will happen, because I think it could also be accompanied by the economic downturn that we discussed earlier, the financial implosion. I think Americans are much more likely to react the way they did when the Marines were killed in 1982. And they'll say, what were we doing there? Who put us there? This was a very dumb idea. And remember that after those Marines were killed, Ronald Reagan immediately held a press conference and said, we are going to find the people responsible. We're going to hunt them down, and this will not go on. What happened? That did not happen. Now, let's talk about the rest of the story very quickly so your audience understands the way these things work. I had the opportunity to sit down with Cap Weinberger for 2.5 hours. He saw my book, Breaking the Phalanx, liked it, wanted to talk about it. I came to Washington, met with him. And it was a very interesting conversation because he told me that Ronald Reagan had made an agreement with George Shultz to put Marines into Lebanon. And he had done so without even discussing it with Cap Weinberger. And Weinberger told me I found out about it while I was watching the news on television. And I said, well, sir, what did you do? He said, I immediately asked to see the president. And of course, the secretary over there knew me and said, absolutely, Mr. Weinberger, come over. The president will always see you whenever you like. So he walked in there and he said, sir, what did you do? Mr. President, what have you done? And he said, well, what do you mean, Cap? He said, you're promised to put Marines into Lebanon. He said, oh, yeah, George Shultz came here and made a good case that, this would contribute to stability and peace in Lebanon, and we ought to be on the right side of this. And I talked to him for almost 3 hours. I finally relented. I said, okay, George, we'll do that. And Cap Weinberger said, that's not going to happen. They won't contribute to anything but the chaos. We're going to be used like a puppet by the Israelis. We're going to be attacked by everybody. We shouldn't do this. And President Reagan said, well, I'm sorry, Cap, but I already announced that I would do this. I put my name to it. I'm sorry. So the next time that Cap Weinberger got a call, it was from President Reagan after the Marine barracks was destroyed and 240 plus Marines were killed. And the secretary said, Mr. Weinberger, the president would like to see you immediately. So Weinberger went over to see him. This time, he said, the door opened and Reagan came to him and grasped his hand and said, Cap, you were right. I was wrong. Now we need to get our men out of there immediately. Now, what happened? There was no major campaign to hunt anybody down because he knew that we had made a terrible mistake. We fell into the trap, the usual Israeli trap, which is to drag us into the Middle East, make us targets. Well, the point was that Ronald Reagan was smart enough to recognize we didn't need to be targets and got us out.
Well, and obviously that leads to the question, will the current president recognize what happens, what needs to happen in that event, and does the same thing about getting us out? I fear that he'll only try to double down no matter what the economy does, no matter how many more people die. I don't think that he knows how to handle a crisis, Doug. I mean, what do you think?
Well, I can't say there's a great deal of evidence that he does, but I'm hopeful, ever hopeful that at some point he will wise up. But I'm not sure that will happen. And so I fear, the worst possibility, which is that the Israelis continue to be beaten into the dust. The Israelis threaten to use a nuclear weapon. and they may even do it. And the consequences of that action are too terrible to contemplate, because that will not simply be the end of Israel. It will involve us, and it will involve others in the region. And I think the ultimate outcome is that we will be, whether we like it or not, driven out of the region. And that's the thing that the neocons continue to insist, we will not be driven out of the Middle East. Good Lord. What in the hell do you think will happen if a nuclear weapon is detonated in that region as a consequence of what I just outlined? This is very stupid thinking right now. And President Trump should say no. But I don't see much evidence that he will. I agree with you. I think that's the problem.
And based on that opening scene that we played from where the president was talking just before all this, you see somebody who's very, very confident that he's got all the upper hand here and that he can do whatever he wants. And I think you're right. I think he's looking for this USS Missouri top signing ceremony where some mullah is going to come and sign this instrument of surrender. And I think he really believes that. So I think he will be really, really shocked if what you have laid out happens instead. And
arrogance and self-delusion are trumping reason. That's
and there fortunately are, and I do want to end with this. There is one positive that Bernie Sanders, at least in the government, he's been pretty much consistent with this from the beginning. But here's the message he's given right now.
Now we face a dangerous and escalating war in Iran, which was begun in violation of international law by the extremist Netanyahu government. And the main point that I want to make today is that it is absolutely imperative that the United States not be dragged into this war. Let me say a word about how this war began. On Thursday, Netanyahu launched an illegal and unilateral surprise attack on Iran, bombing targets across the country and killing hundreds of people. Iran has responded with attacks of its own, which have killed dozens of people in Israel. Whatever you may think of the corrupt and authoritarian Iranian regime, Israel's attack clearly violated international law and the United Nations Charter. While every country has the right to defend itself, they do not have the right to launch so-called preemptive wars of this kind.
Well, it's hard to argue with any of the facts that he just mentioned there. It remains to be seen what's going to happen with it. Before we let you go today, though, Doug, I do want to end. Gary has something, an angle of all this that I really hadn't thought of before. And Gary.
And co-founder of Freedom of the Press. He's a great man, and I'm very honored to welcome him for the first time, I think, onto the mother of all talk shows. Glenn, thanks for joining us. So I started by saying, will he, won't he, will he, won't he, will he join the dance? Will Donald Trump join this war, as he earlier seemed to make certain that he would?
He himself today, and first of all, thank you for those very kind words, George. I was confused because I know I've talked to you before in this setting, and I realized it's because you've been on my show. So I'm happy to make my debut appearance on yours. Hope it won't be the last. You know, as Trump himself said this morning, and I think he's right, nobody knows what he's going to do. He's saying, you know, I could join the war. I couldn't join the war. At this point, if I were a betting man and I were forced to speculate, my guess is that all signals that have been sent in terms of Trump's rhetoric, in terms of his posture, in terms of the actions of the U.S. government and other people who are close to Trump and what they're telling me, it seems very likely, very, very likely that he intends to have the U.S. military join with the Israelis in some form to attack Iran. I think Trump is displaying this very disturbing hubris, almost like an intoxication, where he's inebriated from the power he feels about how he can single-handedly destroy or kill. A lot of deranged comments coming from him that suggest that he very much is kind of connected to and being motivated by and almost excited and aroused by his capacity to wage war and destroy and the power that's in his hands to do that. So it looks as though, if I had to bet, that it's more likely than not that the U.S. military will become more involved, directly involved, visibly involved than it already is.
It makes you pine for a return of the auto pen, almost. Because if this is human control of events, then the sword is being wielded by rather unstable individuals. Some of the language that he's using on Truth Social is, as you say, unhinged, deranged. Is there anyone, any grown-ups in the cabinet room or amongst the top brass who can take his phone away and take his finger off the trigger?
I think, a lot of people, I think you might have been one of them, I certainly was, understood that one of the reasons to be potentially optimistic about the election of Trump as opposed to Kamala Harris, given that those were the only two choices, is that Trump really did have this potential to be what Seymour Hersh called a circuit breaker, somebody who would actually come in and put a stop to and kind of break and crush what had been the bipartisan foreign policy dogma of imperialism and militarism that dominated Washington for so long. And we know for certain that had Joe Biden or Kamala Harris been reelected or elected in the case of Kamala Harris, there's zero chance that anything would have changed. They would have continued to be as subservient to Israel as they've always been. It's hard to imagine them standing up in any way, whereas I think Trump actually has the ability. He doesn't care about anyone really but himself and his own power. And so I think, and also there are people in his administration who are far more anti-interventionist, far more opposed to this kind of militarism than anyone that would have taken an important position in a Biden administration 2.0 or a Kamala administration as well. There are people in high levels of position and authority inside the Trump administration who are very much opposed to involving the U.S. in any way, even to the extent we've already been involved, and are counseling him and urging him not to do so. I mean, you saw Tulsi Gabbard, who he handpicked to be the director of national intelligence, go before the Senate openly and say the consensus of our analysis of our intelligence is that Khomeini has done nothing. The Iranians have done nothing to change the fact that they are not actively pursuing a nuclear weapon. She recorded a video a few days ago warning of the dangers of nuclear war and war between nuclear powers that seemed very much to suggest that she was concerned. You definitely have people in his orbit, more so than you would have had with Kamala, who are encouraging him to avoid this. But I think one of the things that Trump was determined to do in his second term that he rightly felt didn't happen in the first term was to make sure that he alone made decisions, that he wasn't surrounded by people who were sabotaging him or trying undemocratically to subvert what he was wanting to do. And unfortunately, that is how they built this administration, with absolute, complete loyalty being the sole real requirement. Everyone knows that that's what they have to do. And that's what concerns me, is that Trump is pretty much alone to make whatever decision he wants, and whether he's watching Fox News and hears something or talks to Netanyahu or Marco Rubio and gets convinced by something, that's what's going to happen. And that's why it's hard to predict and also pretty alarming.
Well, Oscar Wilde described someone once as bearing the impression, like a sofa, of the last person to sit on them. And one gets the impression that on Air Force One, just coming back from Europe overnight, he was definitely on the phone to the wrong kind of people. We'll come back to the war in a minute, but it's definitely splitting the MAGA ranks. I'm following avidly the school of thought of the likes of Steve Bannon and the likes of Tucker Carlson, the doyen of broadcast journalism, who was summarily executed, so to speak, by Donald Trump in the most cutting possible way just the other day, despite everything that Carlson had done for him. So if he's not listening to them, and he is listening to the wrong people, I think we've reason to be pessimistic, as both you and I seem to be.
Yeah, the fact that he turned around and publicly mocked Tucker Carlson, not only mocked him, but tried to humiliate him by saying he's not even on television, which is ironic since Trump himself said the mainstream media is dead, that podcasting and alternative media and independent media is where things are happening. That's a major part of his campaign strategy. But now he seems to be saying, if you're not appearing in my television screen on cable news, you don't really have a relevant voice. That is deeply concerning because I know Tucker and Trump have a very close personal relationship. Tucker has been nothing but publicly effusive about Trump's character, about supporting Trump. He campaigned for Trump. He gave speeches for Trump. So I think what Trump was doing there was, number one, showing how invested he is in the idea of involving the U.S. in this war, that he became so angry instantaneously at Tucker for questioning it that he was willing to humiliate one of his closest and most important supporters. But also he was sending a signal, more importantly, to all the other influencers and podcasters and activists to rely upon good standing in MAGA or access to the White House, that the minute you question me, you will be summarily dismissed. If I can do this to Tucker Carlson, as I just did, think of what I can do to you. And that is this kind of very closed, authoritarian, dissent-free bubble that Trump seems to be determined to create around himself. And I'll tell you, George, what really bothered me and disturbs me the most is that email, that text that Mike Huckabee, who, as you know, is a adherent to end times, messianic Christianity. It's so ironic that they're constantly saying we have to be worried about Iran because they believe in a messianic form of Islam, when there is no more messianic foreign policy at this moment in the United States, because of people like Mike Huckabee who believe that defending the Israeli government is the prerequisite to having Jesus return to earth and consign all non-believers, including pretty much every Jew, to hell. That's a major part of U.S. Influence and support for the U.S. And Mike Huckabee was basically telling Trump, the reason God spared you in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the reason God chose you for this moment is because he wants you to be as consequential a figure as Harry Truman was in 1945. And of course, the only thing that Harry Truman did in 1945 that made him so consequential was the unleashing of 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, combined with the demand of unconditional surrender. And not only did Trump go and post that text as though he believes in it and is inspired by it and moved by it, right immediately after is when he started demanding, quote unquote, unconditional render from the Iranians. So if that's the mindset in which he's currently operating, and it seems to be that he is, I can't think of anything more alarming than that. I guess the only word of optimism I'd offer is that Trump likes to troll, even in these kind of situations, likes to provoke, likes to make people think he's going to do something, and then likes to do something else. So again, he's very hard to predict, but all the signs, I think, are disturbing.
In that case, maybe I'm, as George Bush might put it, misunderestimating what's about to happen. I predicted a Moab, but maybe we should be thinking about the potential of a tactical nuclear strike on the mountains that under which the Iranian nuclear facilities are based. Is it conceivable that Donald Trump could nuke Iran?
You know, I don't want to be too alarmist on the one hand, but on the other, when you're dealing with a situation this grave, this serious, this consequential for the planet, for the humanity, I think it's irresponsible not to pay attention to the worst case scenario, especially when the person in charge is clearly flirting with and trifling with that on purpose. I mean, one of the things, remember, that he did was after Israel suggested that everybody who lives in Tehran should evacuate, Trump went on to True Social at 2 a.m. Baghdad, Tehran time, and said that everyone who lives in Tehran should immediately evacuate. That's 15 million people at 2 a.m. trying to stir this panic. Now, if this war is about destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities and nuclear facilities, why would they need to evacuate Tehran when there are no nuclear facilities in Tehran? We all know where they are, at least mostly where they are, and they're outside of Tehran, in the mountains in central Iran, some in the east, some in a couple in the west. So that was at least designed to, let's say, put it as generously and optimistically as possible, induce panic in the brains and minds and hearts of 16 million Iranian people. And when you have Trump posting something like, you have the chance to be as consequential as what Harry Truman did, and I guarantee you there are people around him telling you this is your this is your Churchill moment. You have to decide if you're Churchill or Chamberlain. I know in the UK, Unfortunately, that's what contaminated the U.S. with this pathology. That's the only thing through which everything is understood. Are you Churchill, meaning are you for whatever latest war we're telling you? Or are you Chamberlain, meaning the coward that's too afraid to send other people to wars? That's the way that neocons have created U.S. discourse. And they're trying to tell Trump, this is your moment to be Churchill. And of course, the way that that war ended again was through the use of nuclear weapons, which Trump is openly discussing. So I'm not ready to say that Trump is going to do that, is actively contemplating it. But when you think about Trump's personality and the thing that he hates most, which is appearing to be weak or humiliated, and you have the Ayatollah scoffing at him, as you just pointed out, saying, I don't care about your threats to kill me. That's not going to change my mind. That is the sort of thing that can psychologically affect Trump, that can make him subject to the manipulation of others. And the kind of worst case scenario, which isn't just dropping the MOAB on a nuclear facility where very few people live, but dropping a worse weapon still in a densely populated area, at least becomes a possibility.
As you're talking there, my mind was flashing back to, I thought, the rather overblown movie, The Apprentice, Ali Abbasi's movie, about the early Donald Trump and the sinister figure of Roy Cohn, possibly the most serpent-like human being that ever walked in the United States. And I'm thinking that Trump is kind of morphing into Roy Cohn.
Well, Roy Cohn was a hero and a father figure to Donald Trump, as you all know, not just from that film, but from basic history. He really admired Roy Cohn and everything he talks about, you know, the way he speaks about people with admiration only if they're strong and tough. What he means by strong and tough is the kind of Machiavellian, amoral, you know, sort of limitless will to power that Roy Cohn believed he embodied, that a lot of people were very intimidated by Roy Cohn, were afraid of him, and that's what he very much cultivated. That's clearly what Trump has always sought to portray as well. I mean, he talks about Xi, even talks about Maduro, with a certain Putin, with a certain kind of admiration because of how strong they are, meaning they'll do anything to remain in power in his mind. That to him is the highest value, and that's what he wants to embody, and that's what makes the situation so dangerous. And I, you know, would point out as well that although I'm not necessarily opposed to having people in their late 70s and 80s in high positions of government power, I do think that one of the risks is that people do start to change how they think about life and the world as they get closer to the time when human beings generally die. And that means caring a lot more about what your legacy is or how history will think about you, and a lot less about the effects for everybody else who has to live on the planet once you're gone. And I think Trump is entering that phase as well. And that too is very alarming.
Now, there's a pin drop silence from the top Democrats. But there does seem to be a bit of a congressional revolt going on. Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie have introduced a bipartisan bill into the House which asserts the plain constitutional truth that President Trump does not have the power to make this war. There is no imminent threat to the United States from Iran. It would be a grossly unconstitutional act simply by fiat to do any of the things you and I have just been discussing. Does that motion have any chance of passing? Indeed, I mean, are there enough Republicans that would be ready to side with enough Democrats to pass this?
I really don't think so. I believe me, I'm looking for anything to be optimistic about as well, and that's one of the things I would love to grab on. You know, you're the last person I need to recount the history of the Iraq War to, but for people who weren't young enough, who were not old enough to have lived through it or forgot, in 2002, George Bush and Dick Cheney took the position that we're allowed to invade Iraq, you know, a ground invasion on the other side of the world without getting congressional approval for whatever reason. And Congress is basically left begging, please, please, just let us vote, let us weigh in, let us have a vote. And it was only once the Congress basically guaranteed that they were going to vote in favor of the war, and they basically told Bush, look, your war will be stronger if we get to vote for it and show everybody that it's not just you, but us as well, including Democrats behind it. They kind of gave permission to vote. Okay, you can vote on this as long as you guarantee that the vote is going to be yes. And of course, overwhelmingly by a bipartisan majority, it was yes. So what is happening now is, you have senior Democrats. Chuck Schumer, 3 weeks ago, the senior Democrat in Washington, a longtime loyalist of Israel, was mocking Trump as being too soft for trying to negotiate with Iran, was mocking him for being a quote unquote chicken for trying to arrange a diplomatic resolution to deal with the Iranians, daring him to go to war. And since this war started, Schumer has made clear he's on the side of Israel as always. Same with Hakeem Jeffries, the senior Democrat in the House. Is it possible that a procedural vote might be supported where Congress says we should vote on this if we're really going to go to war with Iran? I don't think so, but maybe. But the only way that would happen is if AIPAC and Israel are assured in advance that vote is going to go in their favor. So even if that were to happen, I think it would be at most the kind of symbolic procedural step that actually ends up fortifying the U.S. attempt to go to war with Iran rather than impeding it by saying, oh, look, the people and their representatives in Congress are behind you.
At this point, it's clear, isn't it, that it's Israel first, not America first, even with the Trumpites, who made their whole insurrectionary move against the old guard of the Republicans on that basis, putting America first. Is putting America first now very last decade, last year?
Unfortunately, putting America first or making America great again or America first, at least in the modern iteration of how Donald Trump presented it, has always had a gigantic, glaring Israel exception. I mean, Trump's first term, he boasted about how he would give his primary funders, Sheldon and Miriam Adelson, Miriam Adelson being the multi-billionaire who is Israeli, became an American citizen late in life, but served in the IDF. They only cared about Israel. Trump boasted that nobody visited him more in the White House than Sheldon and Miriam Adelson, and every time they went, they demanded more things for Israel. He not only gave them everything, but he even gave them more. He said, they didn't even ask me for the Golan Heights, and I gave Israel the Golan Heights. And during the campaign, he would give speeches in front of Miriam Adelson, who gave him $100 million, and not just her, but plenty of other pro-Israel billionaires as well, where he would give speeches and he would say, we're going to make Israel great again, and we're going to make the U.S. great again. And I think that's the reason he got so angry at Tucker Carlson and why he's become so defensive, because, of course, George, there's a gigantic, irreconcilable contradiction between saying, on the one hand, you want to put America first, and on the other, continuously pursuing policies and fighting wars that are in the interests of this foreign country and have absolutely no effect on your own citizens other than harming their economic security and even their physical security. And yet we continue to do that because the Israel lobby is stronger than ever. That is the reality, not just of the United States, but also Donald Trump. And it's hard to imagine seeing an American president, even if he wanted, refusing to go to war for Israel the minute that Israel demands it.
I want to talk about what a war with Iran would look like. The Iranian Air Force, as I understand, is pretty decrepit, not very effective, outdated fighters, many going all the way back to the Shah. I don't know what their air defenses are like. Certainly it would start out as an aerial bombing campaign. Would it look like the bombing campaign that we carried out under the Clinton administration against Iraq during the sanctions? Well, what's it going to look like?
It's not going to look anything like that. In fact, it's going to look quite different, and it's principally because of China, but more so Russia. I think the Israelis in this last attempt, they're lying about it now, and I have that from very good sources. They're lying about it, they're propagandizing it. They didn't do any damage at all to speak of to Iran. And the reason they didn't was because they ran into a buzzsaw of Russian-provided air defense systems. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to read the radars. They didn't know how to jam the radars. Their suppression of enemy air defense, SEAD, did not work. They took a few out, but it didn't work enough to where the pilots thought they could go any further. So they launched all their missiles, as I think was the plan originally for the first echelon after the SEAD got through, from outside Iran. they were deterred from going inside, and they would be deterred again. And there's every reason to believe that there might be some S-400s as well as S-300s on the ground. And the S-400, sorry, Lockheed Martin, sorry, Raytheon, consumed by Lockheed Martin, is the best air defense system in the world. That's another thing that's happening right now that's disturbing our defense contractors. Chinese and Russian equipment is outdoing in Ukraine and in the Middle East American equipment, which is 3 or 4 times as expensive. One of the reasons India is back with Russia again for its armaments and such. Despite what our protests are. So we're looking at a situation where we will think that aerial will be all we'll have to do, that is to say bombing. Israel's going to think that. Israel really can't do anything other than bomb Iran, ballistic missiles and bombing, air-launched cruise missiles and such as that. It's not going to do it. It's not going to work. It's simply not going to work. There'll be some damage done. There'll be some toll in Tehran and elsewhere in the outlying territories where the nuclear facilities are and such. But it's not going to work. So what do you do then? I've wargamed this. I wargamed it with the Lieutenant General in the Marine Corps, who took great censure from his own buddies in the Pentagon. He was retired at the time, but he used to be my boss when I was down at Quantico to War College. And he said we would lose. He wargamed it. He ran the war game 2 times just to prove that the computers were not wrong. I think he's right. I think one of the things the Iranians will do is take out a U.S. aircraft carrier. That's 5,000 U.S. souls on the bottom of the sea or in the water. And incidentally, we now have so few escorts for our CVs, our aircraft carriers, that if, let's say there are 2,000 sailors in the water, we couldn't rescue them all because we don't have berth space on the escort ships. Interesting development there. We can't even man some of our ships because we're so short in terms of recruiting. I think it would be a disaster. And what do we do when we get into a disaster like that? It's America. We don't back away. We don't retrench. We don't check our 6 and look around and say, maybe we made an error. We double down. That's what we'll do. And then it will be a full-fledged war. And if you liked Iraq and you liked Afghanistan, Iran will top $10 trillion, take 10 years to pacify, if it's even moderately pacified, and cost a fortune in blood and treasure.
You're talking about You're talking about ground forces going in?
That's the only way you rid the country of a nuclear.
Yeah, that's true. But where do they go in from? Iraq?
Well, you'd have to sit down and do what we did in the Pacific when we were. I actually had the war plan for taking on the Soviets in Iran. You recall, we were very worried about them looking for a warm water port around Chabahar or Bandar Abbas. A typical Russian Empire thing to do. Go back and check the history of the Russian Empire. We thought that was the case. So out in the Pacific, the force provider for all of this, we were war planning for fighting the Russians, the Soviets, inside Iran in the Zagros Mountains and elsewhere. I know that terrain really well. It's not Iraq. Very different country. Great strategic depth. 53% Persian. Great homogeneity amongst that 53%. A lot of problems around the periphery, but basically a homogeneous population. 10 years, $10 trillion. And you still haven't solved what you wanted to solve, which was to defeat the nation any more than you did.
I'm just curious, where would the ground troops go in from? I have a hard time believing the Iraqi government, which is allied with Iran and Shia.
We are illegal under international law and under our own domestic law. We are illegally present in Syria right now.
Yeah, that's true.
We're there protecting oil going to Israel.
That's right. Which Trump said got him in a lot of trouble, but it was an honest statement.
Yeah, and we would go through Syria without batting an eye.
No.
Israel, Syria.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Let's talk about how it might start.
Incidentally,
because
when we were doing the war game out in the Pacific, our major invasion was amphibious. Now, it'd be a little difficult today. We had a lot of amphibious bottoms then. We the ones we have today are broken. Ask the Commandant of the Marine Corps, and we don't have many.
How would it start? So there would be an Iranian strike on Israel with significant Israeli casualties. What do you see as the trigger?
The debate in Tehran is heated right now, I'm told. This is about 48 hours old, but Doug McGregor sort of confirmed it this morning. The debate is between the different groups of security personnel in Tehran, the IRGC, the Guardian Council, the Ayatollah, the new president, and so forth. Do we continue with our previous plan? And the previous plan was, we're going to smack them, and we're going to smack them really hard. Israel has seen nothing like what's coming. Much the way they're seeing real casualties, significant casualties in Lebanon right now. The debate is to whether to go ahead and do that or not, because they don't want, the new president in particular, doesn't want war with the United States. They got enough problems. They don't want war with the United States. I don't know how that debate's going to fall out, but if they decide, and Netanyahu wants them to decide this, I'm quite confident of that, to go back whole hog at Israel and do some really significant damage that his propaganda machine cannot hide, which he has done a lot of up to this point, like, for example, hiding the casualties in Lebanon. The casualties are enormous in Lebanon right now. For the IDF, they're enormous.
Have you heard a figure? I have not. Have you heard a number?
I've heard 4,000. And here's the kicker. Modern armies do not show loss or win by KIA, battle, tactical, operational, whatever. They show it by WIA because they have such sophisticated battlefield surgery and such sophisticated hospitals that look at our casualties in Afghanistan. What you have is high rates of WIA. The WIA is over 4,000. That's missing arms, missing legs, whatever. So when you're looking at a modern army fighting on interior lines, and Israel is very interior lines, no evacuation route hardly at all, you look at the WIA, not the KIA, and the WIA in Lebanon are screamingly high right now, particularly for the IDF. I think you'll see them leaving. Very shortly, you'll see them leaving or moving.
Well, they haven't moved very far.
No, not at all. And look at what they're doing.
In terms of interior lines, they haven't gone very far into Lebanon.
What they're doing is precisely what they do almost every time they encounter this kind of resistance, though they've never encountered this stiff a resistance. They bomb the hell out of the cities and the infrastructure. They kill Lebanese. They even bombed Tyre.
Yeah, they got driven out in '82, and of course that's the invasion that created Hezbollah. I remember Cy Hirsch telling me a little while ago that the reason that Netanyahu wants the United States to engage Iran is because he needs the U.S. to take out Iran's air defense systems, which seems to be in agreement with what you said. Would that be correct?
I think so, but I think we are going to get a rude surprise too when we lose F-35s, extended range F-15s, F-16s, and other flights that'll come out of Al Udeid and off carriers, F-18s and such. We're going to lose a lot too. The war game said 30% attrition.
Wow. I mean, how much damage do you think Iran can inflict on Israel? Israel's a small country. I think it has a population of 6 million. What does Iran have? 90 million? I mean, I can't remember. It's big.
You're talking about between the river and the sea, about 14 million Israeli citizens, 7 million plus are Palestinian, and 7 million, not quite as much, or Jews. Very small, not as small as Gaza, no bigger than the Greater London. Are smaller than Greater London. Gaza is, where they're dropping all that ordnance, just putting the military template on it and saying how many casualties have been that ordnance, that concrete, that rebar, those streets, those buildings. The template puts down on the terrain and says with great accuracy how many casualties. It's 200,000. Guarantee it's not 40 or 50,000.
Yeah.
The template says it's well north of 100,000. And we'll not know because you won't find some of these people. They're buried so deeply under rubble. If Israel were to really be attacked by the full weight of Iran, it would be a nightmare for Israel. It's becoming that way just with Hezbollah. You're never going to get those Israelis to go back to their homes. They're going to evacuate Israel eventually. I was told the other day by a friend in Tel Aviv that already, by his count, 1 million Jewish Israelis have departed. Will they come
Since
back?
October 7th? Yeah, that's numbers they've hidden, but I've heard 500,000, but certainly a significant number have just left the country.
Yeah.
And these are often the best educated. They tend to be the secular part of society.
Yes. Putin was, exercising his prudence and strategic verve by offering any of the Russians who had immigrated to Israel, come back. We need you. You're our brain trust.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that, just to talk about the Israel-U.S. relationship, is that Pollard, who gave Israel all sorts of intelligence information, he gave them information on CIA and Russian assets, which allowed the Soviets to roll it all up. But he gave it to Israel, and then Israel was giving it to the Soviet Union in exchange for the release of Jewish citizens of the Soviet Union, but it obliterated the intelligence operation of the U.S. in the Soviet Union.
And Pollard is now, I'm told, I learned this 24 hours ago, Pollard is now instrumental in and very important to Bibi's propaganda effort with regard to Gaza and Lebanon.
Huh.
A traitor, and we let him go.
Yeah.
And Bill Clinton did almost as much damage as Trump in that regard with Pollard. Bill Clinton pardoned Mark Rich as his last ignominious act in office. I think it was David Rothkopf or someone said that was the most ignominious use of the pardon power by the president in the history of the country. I think they were right. Mark Rich was a criminal.
You should explain who he was. He was
Mark Rich really ran a company that a huge company that sold, amongst other products, discounted price oil to Israel, and was responsible in large measure for Israel's economic success under the finance minister named Bibi Netanyahu. And then later, as he became prime minister, interrupted only by his fellow mate, Ariel Sharon. Mark Rich made sure that Saddam Hussein's oil in the UN Oil for Food program was stolen and shipped to Israel. He also made sure that the pipeline in Syria, the one we were just talking about, was pumping to Israel. And he made sure that eventually the pipeline out of Kirkuk, out of northern Iraq, which has always had a problem with Baghdad, was shipping to Israel. So one of the reasons Israel's what do you call their system of capitalism? It's not quite what ours is, but they have more billionaires per capita than we do. He made that happen with that discounted oil, And now look at what Netanyahu has done. He had inked an agreement with Lebanon for the richest gas field in the Mediterranean thus far. That's abrogated. It's all belonging to Israel now. There was a deal that Gaza had the second richest gas field in the Mediterranean for its own. That's gone. He's got that too. 30 years of the future needs of Israeli energy are contained in those two gas fields. He's got them both.
Yeah, they're off the coast of Lebanon and Israel. That's all, an important point that's often missed in terms of the occupation of northern Gaza, because they need the coastline.
Donald Trump does a lot of things he's not ordinarily supposed to do.
The U.S. president has called up members of the California National Guard.
We are getting news from multiple U.S. agencies that about 700 U.S. Marines have been mobilized.
And by that I mean the law, by default, and this has been
of interceptors in 10 to 12 days. So after that, they can't intercept any. There are obviously quite a few are getting through now, but they won't be able to intercept any. And I think, maybe it was the Wall Street Journal that has a story on the Arrow interceptors in particular. What Israel has is they have, let's say 3-4 different systems to protect themselves from missile and rocket attacks. And the highest level, the one is the Arrow 3 that actually extends into the beyond the atmosphere. And it's for, some of these ballistic missiles that Iran is sending, they do go out of the atmosphere, like the THAAD missiles that the U.S. has supplied Israel. So the Arrow 3 deals with that. And then there's the Arrow 2, which is slightly within the atmosphere, but still a high altitude. Under that is the David Sling. And then at the very bottom is the Iron Dome. The Iron Dome is actually not relevant to what's going on here at all, because that's actually just for very primitive, Katyusha rockets and low technology missiles fired from Lebanon or from Gaza. It's mainly the Arrow 3s, and apparently those are very expensive interceptors, and the Israelis, according to the Wall Street Journal, are facing a critical shortage of them. And the thing is, these are irreplaceable, basically. They're very difficult to manufacture. They're very expensive. The THAADs cost, I hear, $12 million a piece.
Per missile?
Yeah.
And are we shooting 2 at once? Or
Yeah, usually. Well, actually, there was recently, the Iranians have fired some of their more advanced missiles recently. There was one, I think it's called the Fatah 1. And it's one that they hadn't fired, a hypersonic. I don't know if it's true hypersonic or we'll call it quasi-hypersonic. There's a debate over that. But this is according to the Middle East Spectator. I haven't seen it anywhere else, but according to the Middle East Spectator, they said that, they provided the video footage. 12 interceptors were fired at this, and none of them hit the target. The Fatah 1 actually struck Israel. 12. So if you're talking about, okay, these are interceptors. If you're talking about THAAD, that's $12 million a piece. If you're talking about Arrow, I don't know how many it is, but it's millions of dollars a piece. And apparently one of these Fatah 1s, that's the most expensive, or one of the most expensive that Iran has, costs $200,000 a piece. So again, in the long run, if Iran can retain its launch capability, you just see that the long run favors Iran.
Yeah, I mean, when you say that they'll run out of interceptors in 10 to 12 days, you said Israel will, but does that mean the collective West is? Because like we said before, it's not just Israel doing it. We're talking about the THAAD system. Right. That's the U.S. system. 12 million a pop for that. The Patriot interceptors are like 2-3 million a pop. And who knows how many THAADs we make? I know we only make 550 Patriot missiles.
Right. THAADs, apparently it's about 60 a year. Yeah,
okay.
Right.
And so
and then there's the SM3s, and that's about the same. I had heard actually 30 a year for SM3s, but the more recent figures show about 60 a year. And those are the ones that are fired from the ships, and they're part of this defensive system. I talked about the Israeli system, the different layers, but remember, Israel's also being protected by the U.S., both by, ship launch missiles, by the ground launch THAADs, the Patriots. The Patriots apparently haven't done anything because the Israelis seem to regard them as junk. And then, but then also air launch missiles by the U.S. Air Force, the French, fired from, French jets, British jets, Jordanian jets, they're all part of it. And still these missiles are getting through. And then the thing is, we've talked again about the shortage of interceptors within Israel, but it is a worldwide shortage. We've talked about that in relation to Ukraine. And the stockpiles have been depleted severely in Europe, in the US. The production capacity is very limited. So this is a war that the whole, even if the West rallies behind Israel, as they are, they're supplying Israel with all kinds of things, their ability to support Israel is limited. It clearly is. We've seen that in Ukraine, and now it'll become even more obvious here in Israel. And by the way, the diversion of all these air defense assets from Ukraine to Israel is already causing a real crisis within Ukraine.
I think you give Israel and the United States too much credit when it comes to, like, is there a chance that they could come out? Could they enact regime change? Or again, they all. I just, when you tell me this though, it's just I don't care how many tanks that the United States has. I don't care how many aircraft carriers that they have. I don't care how much money we spend on our military. At the end of the day, in modern warfare, what we need to look at are missiles and air defense, drone. We need to look at production capacity. And the fact that this is something that we talked about before is that I was thinking that maybe one thing that could potentially save us from the death throes of U.S. Primacy, the death throes as it's going out, it's going to start flailing around, is that it's going to try to turn on its big war machine, and we're going to find out it's just going to sputter and die. That might be really what happens. Okay, yeah, we're moving a lot of big assets, but does that really matter? Like, if aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf, well, if you use them, we know that Iran can sink them. They have ship-killing missiles from the Chinese that are provided there. And what we've seen from Ukraine, what we've learned is that it's a war of attrition. We saw what happened with the Houthis, how many billions of dollars the United States spent, and they couldn't even affect any real change in a third world country, the poorest country in the Arab world. So it's so ludicrous. And then I just see the war propaganda just pumping out so much. And it scares me because I see it and it looks like it's winning, and I'm happy to see this pushback. And thank you to everybody that likes all of those little comments to go against those warmongers, those Zionists that are trying to draw us into this awful war. We need to speak out and support all those people. Jackson Hinkle is ratioing all of these Zionist warmongers, and I love to see it. I think we really need to keep that up. But I just don't. I think even if we did get dragged in and the warmongers get their way, there's just these hard realities that we will try. We may try. Maybe we're able to do some aerial bombardments. I mean, basically, that's all I think the U.S. can do. If it can't do that, what are you going to do? A ground invasion? No way. It's
We're not going to do it. Yeah, I don't see that happening. Again, Trump may be talked into this by people who are telling him this will be short and sweet. We'll send in a few B-2s, they'll take them out, and then they'll go home, and that's it. Everybody will be happy. Everybody loves a short and sweet air war. You'll be a hero. But that's not the way it's going to be. Even if it is a relatively successful raid and no B-2s are shot down, Iran can retaliate, and they can retaliate very easily. We know that. They're all those very vulnerable targets within the region, with an easy reach of even short range and mid range Iranian missiles that they haven't even used yet. It would be an air war. That's all we could do. There's not going to be a ground invasion. Now, again, we could cause a lot of misery and death in Iran. But it's, I think, as I said in a previous program, it's close to impossible to really win an air war. It's just that you really need to have forces on the ground. Now, I can think of one air war that we won, and you could say was in Serbia. But, Serbia is a much smaller country, and it was going against all of NATO. Even there, it took 2 months, and then they surrendered. But it's, for Serbia, it also wasn't quite the kind of the existential struggle that it is for Iran. So, I guess you could look at Serbia, even so, and say, well, maybe we could force a surrender. Maybe we could cause. I don't see these things, but I just have to admit that there's always a possibility. Sometimes we can become so fixated on our own hopes, and we can become so dismissive of what the other side says that we don't really entertain the possibility that the other side could win. I don't think they can win, but they're, again, we were surprised by that, of course, by that surprise attack and the effectiveness of it. And maybe there are other tricks up their sleeves. Maybe there are weaknesses in the Iranian society that we're not aware of. But yeah, in general, I agree that this is not going to succeed. It could just, again, cause a lot of misery and death, but Iran will be still standing. And if finally the U.S. gives up, it's going to be hard to, but I think in the end it will have to give up. Even in spite of its entanglement with Israel, they'll just have to give up. It will, you say, okay, yeah, Iran really suffered, but what did you achieve? The U.S. What did you achieve, Israel? What have you done? What is it? As the whole world will see that that these aggressors, succeeded in causing a lot of misery and death, but that's about it.
Right. Would you say it's fair to say that what has been set in motion right now will ultimately lead to the collapse of Israel and the empire? Right. That is what we're looking at. That is the significance. There's no putting that genie back in the bottle now, right? Israel can't stop now. We went through and just said that as this progresses, the United States cannot let Israel collapse. Donald Trump won't let that happen. The Zionist machine will do everything in its power to push for this, and it seems like it just can't happen, right? So this is happening. This is.
Well,
what's going on?
Yeah. Well, I don't know that. I don't think we're going to see, unfortunately, the true collapse of the American empire, like when this is all over. I may be wrong. It depends on how bad this gets and how long it goes. But there's no question that it's again accelerated all the trends that we've been talking about, and it's done quite a bit to shine a light on this very dark relationship, let's say, between the U.S. and Israel. There has been, an increasing awareness of our entanglement, let's say, with Israel over the past, ever since October 7th. But this is just only going to accelerate that. Now, all the people that sponsored this war and supported it, they're not going to disappear overnight. They're still going to be there. But yeah, I think they're going to be weakened. I mean, this would be a huge failure. This will be a huge failure for Israel if as I expect, they do not succeed in their objectives. Iran is still standing when it's all over, and it will be sort of an emperor has no clothes moment. There has been this myth of Israeli invincibility, and it's something that has been really important to the identity of Israel, both within Israel and back here in the U.S. I think that myth really took off in 1967 with the Six-Day War, and it's been building up ever since. And this could be the end of that myth. It wouldn't be the end of Zionism, the end of Israel, but it would be one of the pillars that has been supporting Israel and Zionism will collapse, I believe, when this is all over.
Yeah, it's hard for me to see Israel still standing as it is, because it's still engaged in this genocide in Gaza. It still holds parts of Syria. It holds parts of Lebanon. As it gets weakened and it gets damaged more and more, I don't see them being able to continue what they're doing. And you said, for example, that Iran would stop firing missiles into Israel if Israel stopped its attacks as well. Do you think that's really true, that Iran, that they could just stop at this point? Because we're seeing Israel just still slaughter the people in Gaza.
Yeah.
I think there is so much, almost like a cathartic feeling when Iran finally struck back. Everybody was just like, yes, finally, Israel's getting a taste of its own medicine for everything they've done to the Palestinians, to Gaza. And I think it'll just, I think there's just so much public support behind what Iran's doing around the world that they should only stop to say, like, you have to stop killing the people in Gaza. I mean, that's what this really comes back to. This is what kicked everything off to begin with. Mm-hmm. And if we don't address that root problem, then it's going to continue, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think it has to be pointed out, again, that we're all focused on what's happening in Tehran and in Tel Aviv right now for obvious reasons, for very good reasons. But the carnage in in Gaza has not slowed down. It was just within the last 24 hours that 59 civilians were massacred. Hungry civilians that were hoping to get some sort of food were massacred while waiting for that food shipment to arrive. And the IDF hasn't even, pretended like, oh, they were Hamas or anything. They just say that, well, they were in the wrong place. Like we had zoned that for combat and they were supposed to be over here. So we fired our tank shells at them and killed 59 of them, injured hundreds of them. This is something that, again, this would be big news, but because it's all overshadowed, it has to be remembered that it continues. The carnage continues, the starvation continues. So, yeah, I mean, it just seems to me that there has to be some sort of breaking point where the world, it just says enough is enough. It hasn't happened so far. I mean, it's amazing that again, we have basically just the Houthis and then indirectly the Iranians acting against it, really opposing Israel. But the rest of the world it hasn't. There are the countries that really can do something about it. And the number one country, of course, is the U.S. And but then following the U.S., we'll just say is the Western Europe collectively, because they do supply a lot of arms to Israel, but not nearly as much as the U.S. And the U.S., if the U.S. said no, I think Europe would say no. The U.S. could again end this, could end the Iran war. It could end, the attack on Gaza, the genocide in Gaza. It could end it almost immediately. So this is the one country that can make a difference. But then there are other countries just around Israel, like Turkey, that can make a real difference. And Turkey is supposed to be a brother nation, right? It's supposed to be a Muslim nation. Why aren't they? They're Sunni Muslim, and so are the Gazans. They're Sunni Muslims by and large. And why aren't they supporting them? They haven't. Now, other countries are far away. I say, well, maybe either the Russians should do more or the Chinese should do more. Yeah, there's a problem though with, they have that military power, but they can't, if they intervene directly, then you have the risk of World War III. And that's the problem that we're looking at too in the case of Iran. Now, but I think there's no question that both the Russians and the Chinese are going to provide very vital support to Iran. And then it also has to be remembered that Iran hasn't asked for any other country to intervene on their behalf. But we know that Iran has been meeting with both Russian and Chinese representatives, high-level meetings. We're talking about foreign ministers and heads of state. And I'm sure they always understood that this could happen, and they made arrangements. Now we're already seeing on the Chinese side that deliveries are being made. There are reports of military transport aircraft flying into Tehran from China. And then it should also be remembered that there is now a rail link between China and Iran that actually went into operation just a couple of weeks ago. But that's a way that China can support Iran, very directly. We've gone away from I know the original question was about the genocide. The countries that can make a difference aren't doing it. Other countries, it's more difficult for them to do something, especially in the case of, Gaza and Palestine in general. But when it comes to Iran, we have two superpowers, Russia and China, that can make a difference. And, even though they will not intervene directly, they're not going to send their own, pilots and aircraft there. I don't see that happening unless who knows, this gets just too crazy. They can do a lot to keep Iran in the fight and keep them standing.
Yeah, I mean, you say that Russia and China, they don't want to intervene around militarily, understand causing greater conflict. But the problem is that's basically all the United States does, right? We're constantly going around, and it takes people need to stand up to it. I mean, that's what Iran's doing. So I think, don't you think these other powers are realizing that it's time to stand up? I mean, they are, and that this is the end. I know they have to calculate it carefully.
Right. Well, I think they're moving. They are moving in that direction. Let's just put it that way. It wasn't too long ago. Let's say it was actually back. When was the JCPOA finalized? I think it was 2015, and it was around that time that actually UN sanctions were imposed on Iran. Just prior to that, it was part of the whole process. The pressure that the Western powers were putting on Iran to bring him to the negotiating table and so on and so forth. Well, back then, Russia and China voted to impose those sanctions. Now, it must be pointed out that both of them did quite a bit to water down the sanctions. The U.S. and France and Great Britain, they wanted to impose even harsher sanctions, and the Chinese and the Russians got them to soften them. But still, they went along with it. That was back in, I think, approximately 2015. They've gone a long way since then. I think it has to be said, and I think all of us should remember, all of us who believe in BRICS and kind of the resistance to the empire, to the, U.S.-led global hegemony, all of us who are part of that, let's say, movement or community, I think we all have to really show our respect to Iran, because Iran was in a sense a pioneer, the first one, and there was a time when Iran stood by itself. It really didn't have any clear friends in the world, powerful friends anyway, and they withstood all these incredible pressures and survived years of sanctions, and the war that was launched against them with U.S. support by Iraq and so on and so forth. And they were still standing after all that time. And it's only just over time that actually, I think, let's say the Iranians and the Russians have long been sympathetic, but they were also, reluctant to offend the West. They still wanted to maintain good relations with the West. So they were careful not to get too close to Iran. That's over. Those days are gone. They're okay. They have made it crystal clear we stand with Iran. It's like they've learned their lesson. It's just that, this power is, it's not about Iran. It is about this mad dream of global hegemony that the West has, and that anybody who risks is going to be attacked in the most vicious and comprehensive way. The Russians have learned it. The Chinese are learning it right now. And they've all kind of come, it's not like they cut their relations with Iran, but it's after suffering their own, being the victim of sanctions and everything else. I think they picked up the phone and called the Iranians and said, okay, now we understand, we're with you. So now, things have changed, and to the benefit of Iran. And that may really make the difference. Maybe if Iran's going to survive and still be standing at the end of this, and I believe they will, they're going to, it'll be in no small part due to the support that they receive from China and Russia, something that they didn't have before.
Beginning to take dangerous steps of all. Because if the United States enters the fray, it will be a fight for survival, and Iran will destroy everything. And that means the end of the global economy, because the oil and gas fields and the tankers, they'll be gone.
I'm John Kiriakou. Welcome back to Deep Focus. Israel and Iran are in a state of war, hot war, and the Israelis are bombing Iran relentlessly. The Iranians, of course, are responding as best they can, but Israel is a superior military power and has the support, of course, of the United States. What we're seeing lately is Israeli attacks, very specific attacks on elements of the Iranian infrastructure. Iran's sewage treatment facilities, for example, water purification facilities have been targeted. Besides the military leadership, elements of the civilian leadership, the intelligence leadership, the nuclear leadership. Now, though, the Israelis are going after softer targets, including just yesterday, Press TV and the Iranian media. They bombed Press TV. Now, of course, that's an international crime, but they did it anyway, and they almost got our next guest. We are very pleased to be joined today, honored to be joined today by Dr. Mohammad Marandi. Mohammad is a professor of English literature and Orientalism at the University of Tehran, and he's a frequent commentator on political and social developments for a wide variety of international outlets. As you can imagine, he's been highly sought after since the initiation by Israel of hostilities. Mohammad, thank you so much for joining us. There's so much to talk about, but first of all, I'm glad to see that you are healthy and safe.
Thank you, John. I just want to clarify something. They hit the IRIB, the Iranian Radio and Television Central Building, afterwards when where Channel 1 is, the most important channel in the country. And I think you've probably seen images of the news broadcaster where she was speaking, and then the explosion happened, and a number of people were killed. I was in a different building. I am in a different building, and I was in Press TV, as you said, and they evacuated the building immediately. But and the guard came to me and pleaded for me to leave. But since I was preparing for an interview with Piers Morgan, I refused to leave, and poor guard said, "I'm staying here till you finish," and I yelled at him. And anyway, so the poor young man, he left. So I did the interview. Basically, I was the only person left in the building, and I did the interview with him. And then I did a couple of other interviews. I did it with the judge and also with RT. I left the building, came back to do it with the judge, and left the building again and got permission again to do the interview, because they've slowed down the internet across Tehran. And so it's very difficult to do video conferencing. And so unless I come inside Press TV or inside IRB, I can't do it. But even inside, the quality is not ideal.
We are
just very poor.
We're very pleased to have you. Even if we only had sound, we're very pleased to have you. I want to ask, I'm going to ask you in a minute to give us your view on what the situation is like on the ground. But first, I want to address this this interview that you did with Piers Morgan. I've been on Piers Morgan a number of times. He's difficult, and he wears his support for Zionism on his sleeve. So tell us about that. You gave as well as you received in this interview. I'd love to get your thoughts on what that was like.
Well, Piers Morgan is, as you rightly pointed out, a supporter of Zionism. And you have to be a supporter of Zionism, whether you really believe it or not, in order to get a decent position in legacy media. That's why for over 20 months, we've seen this genocide in Gaza, and no one says anything about it. They don't say anything about it. Actors and actresses don't say anything about it. Musicians don't say anything about it, because they are captured. They are, they either it's the money or it's something else. But while the rest of the world is outraged, the rest of the world is in shock for seeing all of these atrocities, these people pretend as if this is all ordinary or acceptable. So I have no expectations. And the only reason why I accept going on shows like his is because even though I know he will not be honest, he will say nonsense about Iran. People who you and I know have visited Iran just recently. George Galloway has been here. Max Blumen's here. for a very long period of time, and he's done a lot of. He's shown Iran on his Gray Zone or his Twitter account, and some others. Many have been here. And Iran is a fantastic country. I know you have a relationship of sorts with Iran, but which may grow in future. But the point is that everything that he said was just complete nonsense. And the reason why he does this is that he, like everyone else in Western media, they have to antagonize Iran. They have to caricature Iran. They have to demonize Iran. That's the only way you can convince the population to go to war and to accept slaughter and massacre, to say that it's a must. You have to do it. There's no other choice. And if you demonize the other, if you dehumanize the other, that makes it easy. That's exactly what Zionists do. When they call Palestinians Amalek or Arabs Amalek or everyone else besides themselves who are, according to their beliefs, the chosen people, a master race, then everyone else is subhuman. And so killing subhuman people or harming subhuman people becomes more acceptable. And that's, I think, very clear that the Western media has to do this. So Piers Morgan basically, even though his people, because they knew what my circumstances were, I told them on WhatsApp, they saw me yelling at the poor guard or pleading with the poor guard, depending on the moment. They saw me and I explained to them what my situation was like, but they kept delaying my intervention. And so I had to sit here. Of course, the guard left because I am older than him. Out of respect, he ultimately left. Even though I don't belong here. I don't work here. But that's Iranian culture. If your beard is white, it counts for something. So, in any case, so I waited. Yes, it was a dangerous situation because they evacuated the building. Apparently the Israeli regime said they're targeting IRIB or Iranian radio and television. And I don't see what I did as being courageous. I just felt that it's what I have to do because I have a responsibility to humanize Iranians in the eyes of a Western audience in particular, because the rest of the world obviously does see Iran as human. They see through the propaganda, especially nowadays as the West is in decline and Western media is in decline. So that's, I felt and I feel that I have this responsibility. And I think that many other people would do the same.
Mohammed, I want to ask you about something that Donald Trump said yesterday. Almost offhandedly, he said, and then he posted on Truth Social, that Iranians should evacuate Tehran immediately. Now, that's ridiculous, of course. And it's also a violation of international law, which nobody really pointed out. But you can't evacuate a city of millions and millions and millions of people. And what was the response in Tehran to something like this? We know that the Israelis have begun hitting these civilian targets. They hit the sewage system, the water treatment system. They hit the media. Do residents of Tehran expect even more civilian casualties, even more Israeli attacks on clearly civilian targets? What's the response?
Well, his objective was to terrorize Iranians. That's it. He's a terrorist. And trying to make millions of people flee a city, you know what the results would be. Tehran, a lot of people have left Tehran over the past few days, and the government has also encouraged it. Government employees, a lot of them has sort of become like Corona. They're working from home. Others, they're on vacation. And the university exams are not taking place. So they want to give people the opportunity to leave. Of course, many can't leave, and many don't want to leave. But what Trump said, so the city is not as crowded as it usually would be under normal circumstances. But what Trump was trying to do was to terrorize or the Iranians. He was trying to help the Israeli regime create fear and terror. And that just shows that there's no difference between the United States and it. The genocide is a joint operation. The genocidal strikes in Lebanon, they are done in coordination. I was in Lebanon when the war started. As soon as it started, I went to Beirut. And I was there when Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah was martyred. And I thought I could help there by doing media, just like now. And so I also had to leave the hotel. So I was I was a refugee, but a Lebanese family took me in, and I did many interviews from there, including one with Piers Morgan. And of course, even there, he was supportive of the genocidal strike in Lebanon, even back then. So for example, I was going to be on Al Jazeera, and the Al Jazeera reporter would come to Beirut. While the Israelis were bombing, she was bad-mouthing Iran. She was saying Iran is a, human rights violator, women's rights, are exactly what Piers Morgan was just now doing yesterday. She was doing it on Al Jazeera English. So that's Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is that's the news channel that's supposed to be different. Not really all that different. They'll be sympathetic towards Gaza, but they're not sympathetic in reality towards the existence. So I protested after she spoke. I said, they're bombing Beirut, they're bringing down apartment blocks, and she's bad-mouthing Iran. I mean, if people can find the clip, it's anyway. But all these Western journalists, they were also in Beirut, and their fixers were Lebanese, their producers were Lebanese, their drivers were Lebanese, and many of them lived in these neighborhoods. So they knew what was going on. But these Western journalists kept saying, Israel is bombing Hezbollah strongholds, Hezbollah targets.
Exactly what they said.
Knew. Yeah, whereas they knew these were just apartment blocks full of people. And they were massacring people. The Western media had to justify the Israelis. So they would speak in a way, they would use language in a way that made the crimes go away, disappear, or make the audience cause the audience to fail to recognize that a major atrocity had taken place. So, for example, on the first day when they attacked Iran, they bombed an apartment building, killing 65 people to murder, I think, 2 senior officers, 1 or 2, I'm not sure. They killed everyone, 20-some kids. And then in the Western media, they were talking about how sophisticated the Mossad is. Everyone knows where people live in town. In my neighborhood, people know where I live. So how's that a secret? So if they bring down my apartment block to get me, then tomorrow the Western media will say, yes, right. Israelis in a sophisticated operation took out so-and-so. What's sophisticated about that? Slaughtering everyone. If you recall, they did the same in Yemen, when in that signal chat, the U.S. Secretary of Defense said, yes, that their main rocket guy was going into a building to see, into an apartment building to see his girlfriend. And in traditional societies, that's not exactly how it works. But anyway, and especially if he's a high-ranking military.
That's right.
And he didn't even know the name of the guy. So they brought down the apartment building. But it turns out that no senior official of Ansarullah, or the Yemeni Armed Forces, or what the West likes to call the Houthis, no one was killed throughout this whole 1 month of America heavy bombing by the Americans. They just killing ordinary people. So this apartment blocks, they wiped out everyone. and there was no one there. So the point is that in the West, Western media, they will frame the situation in a way to hide the atrocities, and they will demonize the other to justify what is seen by the public. And that's what the likes of that woman reporter at Al Jazeera did, who turned out who was actually I don't. And that's what Pierce Morgan does, but that's what they're all doing. So these people have an agenda. Some of them are ignorant. They believe their nonsense. So I, for example, on my second appearance on Pierce Morgan, I think maybe, I think I invited him to come to Iran, and he said no. He said, and this time he said, you'll, because of your connections, he was implying that I would have him arrested and tortured or whatever. That's how, how childish he is. So he not only does he reject a polite invitation, but he accuses me of wanting to take him hostage or to kill him or to torture him. That's how twisted their minds are. And, well, if you're associated with Zionism, your mind must be very twisted.
I want to ask you about these reports that both sides are.
By the way, just one thing, John, and that is the Israeli regime does not have the upper hand in this war. The Iranian missiles that are striking Israel have very big payloads, and the explosions are much greater than the missiles that they fire at Iran. And many of the missiles that they fired at Iran, most by far, have hit decoys. So there's a lot of footage that the Israelis themselves put out, which show that they're like bombing F-14s. One came out yesterday showing them bombing two F-14s. But there's no secondary explosion. And the F-14s are right beside each other in the open. Those are decoys, or they bomb these missile systems, or these almost all of them have been decoyed, which is the norm. I mean, all sophisticated armies and armed forces, that is what they do. And Iran in particular does it even more because Iran is under threat. So a lot of their missiles have not hit their targets. A lot of these that they do strike, these are drones. So they have people who've infiltrated, not Israelis. None of them are Mossad commandos.
Of course.
That's just glamorizing the Mossad, which they haven't even been able to take Gaza. And during the battles in Lebanon, they couldn't even take a single village. But these were ordinary people who they would recruit through WhatsApp or through Telegram, and then they pay them through Bitcoin, and these people would carry out these operations, and they're being caught because everyone, and I mean everyone, well, many people are now themselves organizing and looking for people with drones or suspicious people, and they've captured a lot. So you have in small cities, people themselves are organizing groups. They go around military bases to see if anything's been planted there and what's hiding there. The people are checking trucks, and by the way, these drone attacks, it's obvious that the people who are behind what happened in Russia are the same people who are behind what was happening in Iran. It's the same thing.
The similarities are striking.
Very, very striking, especially since they really happened almost simultaneously. This is not something that, you organize overnight. So the drones, which they're, their TNT or their explosives are much smaller than their missiles, which are much smaller than our missiles. So it's, and as I said, they've been hitting a lot of drones. Iranians have moved things around. So I believe that the Israelis are actually on the losing end. And that is why Trump is beginning to take the most dangerous steps of all. Because if the United States enters the fray, Iran will it will be a fight for survival, and Iran will destroy everything. And that means the end of the global economy, because the oil and gas fields and the tankers, they'll be gone. It's not just closing the Strait of Hormuz. They'll make sure there will be nothing to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, because these Arab dictatorships, they're hosting U.S. bases.
Right.
And they'll be complicit. They already are complicit. But Iran is, closing its eyes for now. But if the United States wants to get directly involved, then everything changes.
I've said many, many times, and I said in our last conversation, that one of the things that I learned early on at the CIA is that if you want to really understand American military intentions, watch naval deployments. And I've said repeatedly over the past several months, we're not seeing the United States send aircraft carriers to the region. Today, the president ordered 2 aircraft carrier battle groups to the region. That scares the daylights out of me, because it shows a commitment to prepare for hostilities. What is the reaction in Iran today to the notion that the United States, which already has 34,000 ground troops in the area at these 9 different bases that they have in the Gulf states, will also now send significant naval assets with significant fighter aircraft into the Persian Gulf?
The Iranians have the upper hand. They own half of the one side of the Persian Gulf is Iranian territory. That's why it's called the Persian Gulf. And you have oil and gas installations all across the Persian Gulf. And you have these tiny Arab family dictatorships that are in control of the oil and gas revenue on the other side. So any conflict, if there's any conflict, Iran can easily destroy everything.
Yes.
You see these very long-range missiles that Iran is firing, which cannot be stopped by the Israelis. Imagine how easy it is for Iran, which has all these underground drone and missile bases alongside the Persian Gulf, firing off many more missiles and drones at these tankers and at these installations. And the Iranians will have the justification to do so, because these Arab family dictatorships, they're responsible for hosting the Americans. And John, if that happens, I think it is impossible for us to imagine the world after. Because when the global economy collapses, life will change completely. And it will be terrifying for everyone. You will see hundreds of people, hundreds of millions of people on the move.
Unprecedented.
Unprecedented in human history. It'll be far worse than the Great Depression, for example. Iran doesn't want this to happen, but Iran is not going to allow the United States to strike Iran and get away with it. It's impossible. Iran will make sure that the United States is defeated. It will make sure that Israel is defeated. Iran does not want war, but if you're going to fight for your survival, then you do what you have to do. And these regimes, Qatar, all of them, the Emirates, all of them, they are completely complicit in all this.
Mohammed, let me ask you about that. 2025 is not 2002. It's not 1990, when there have been other conflicts in the Persian Gulf and large American military deployments. Iran is now a member of BRICS. Iran has very healthy economic and diplomatic relationships with the likes of Russia and China. The Russians have said that Iran is under its nuclear umbrella. So times have changed very dramatically over the years. Now we're seeing reports of both sides putting out feelers that they want this thing to end. Do you see at least a ceasefire being negotiated by one of the bigger powers, or do you see this dragging on, or can Iran and Israel come to some sort of an agreement to just stop firing at each other organically?
Well, you're absolutely correct. The world has changed dramatically. The United States and the West, they are on the decline. They're also engaged in multiple conflicts. They're divided at home. And you know this all better than I. This is not 1999, but it is 2003. It's a very different world. And back then, Iran was isolated. The Soviet Union had collapsed. The United States was the hyperpower, as someone once called it. And Iran was struggling to survive under, the United States had taken Afghanistan, it had taken Iraq, it had virtually surrounded Iran. It was present in Central Asia and the Caucasus and the Persian Gulf. So it was a very tough time for Iran. And Iran began to prepare itself for a possible U.S. attack or invasion since then. That's why we have so many underground military bases. That's why so many things are deep underground, because they've been preparing from 20, 25 years now. And of course, the entire global South is really turning against the West. So it's not Iran that's isolated, it's the United States. And that's why I think it's going to be much more painful for the United States if it enters any conflict with Iran, because Iran has prepared itself for the last 2 to 3 decades, 2.5 decades. And the United States is much weaker than it used to be. And the world is very unhappy with the United States. And the genocide in Gaza has made the Israeli regime reviled across the world.
Mohammed, I also want to ask you about espionage. The Israelis, I won't say claim, the Israelis are allowing the public to believe that they have a well-placed, quite extensive network of espionage agents across Iran. You alluded to this a little bit earlier. It is, of course, possible to accidentally or unknowingly or inadvertently commit espionage. Is that what we're seeing here? People have been duped, not even realizing maybe that they're working for the Iranians, or for the Israelis, rather? Or is this something more nefarious, something that Iran should be worried about?
I think there are many. You have millions of Afghan refugees in Iran.
Yeah.
Half of them are here legally, another half illegally. You have, Iran has 15 countries bordering it. It is a huge country with 90 million population. And the Israelis cultivate people just like Iran. You know that in Israel, they've arrested many people for allegedly spying for Iran. So obviously they would be doing the same. Also, you have really the West working together to help the Israelis gather intelligence. So it's not Iran versus the Israeli regime. Israel without the West would collapse in weeks. So you have this huge intelligence gathering apparatus, like the Five Eyes. All of this is serving Israeli interests. And right now, for example, when they asked me to put aside my cell phone, the reason is that American AI companies, they are feeding the Israelis intelligence. So they are obviously involved in targeting in Iraq. Of course, in my case, if I put aside my cell phone, then I can't do interviews. And if I don't do interviews, then I feel like I haven't done my So AI, high-tech businesses in the United States in particular, they are all a part of it. So it's not the Mossad. The Mossad is just one piece of chess on the chessboard. It's just one piece. There are many pieces, but all of them are working for the Israelis or helping the Israelis.
Another thing that has struck me over the last week or so is how we have heard virtually nothing from the Saudi government, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis, the Qataris, even the Egyptians, the Jordanians. Why are we just getting silence from all of these different countries? They you would think they would have a vested interest in trying to push for peace as hard as they possibly could and to be implemented as quickly as possible. And yet we're hearing nothing. Why is that?
They're all terrified because they know that if there's war, all of these regimes will collapse. And I believe that in some cases, you will see these slaves and indentured servants that they brought in from all over the world that they'll take over. In the case of the Emirates or Qatar, for example. In other cases, I think tribes will rise up and you'll have internal fighting and that sort of. So they'll all be swept away, in my opinion. They're very terrified. But remember, they all belong to the American camp.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Erdogan. Erdogan speaks about Palestine, but after over 20 months of genocide, he's still transporting oil from Baku and Kurdish areas of Iraq and Syria to Israel. He's doing trade with Israel. And in some cases, he's selling goods that the Israelis can't get through the Red Sea and are too expensive to go around Africa. So he's helping the Israelis overcome the blockade that Ansarullah and Yemen have created. And he has political relations. And when I was at Istanbul airport last, there were Israeli flights. So these are, regimes that are in the American camp. They're not really pro-Palestinian or anything like that. The Americans allow Qatar to play a role. They allow Turkey to play a role. But if you recall, once upon a time when Erdogan arrested this pastor, Trump threatened him.
That's right.
Few sanctions, and he bent the knee.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't expect much from any of these governments or regimes, but they are very terrified right now.
What about the
countries in the Persian Gulf? They're very terrified, and they're right to be terrified. And the world should be terrified because when the collapse comes, as I said, it will be unlike anything we've seen before. And I think the world it'll be just unimaginable.
We haven't heard a great deal from the Russians, and the Russians, of course, are preoccupied in Ukraine, but we also haven't heard much from the Chinese. It seems to me, and I know this is the conventional wisdom as well, but it seems to me that it would be the Russians and the Chinese pressuring the Americans to pressure the Israelis to back off, that it would be these great powers that want this thing to end as quickly as possible. Is that how you think this might play out, or is there a reason why we're not hearing stronger statements coming out of Russia and China?
Well, I'm sure Russia, China, I'm sure countries in the region are all putting a lot of pressure on the United States. But I don't know if that's going to have an impact because Zionists and the neocons, they have the upper hand. And I don't know, I'm sure you saw, what's his name? The U.S. ambassador to Israel, Huckabee?
Yes. Shouting that. Nothing, yeah.
That Trump published. I mean, these are madmen. These are crazy people. So we're dealing with madmen and racists and ethno-supremacists. And, we're dealing with Christian Zionists who believe Christ supports genocide or claim that Christ supports genocide. It's a cult. Christians, the Christ that we know, the Christ that Christians in our part of the world and in the whole world, for the most part, that's not who he is. He's the exact opposite. So we're dealing with crazy people. We're dealing with sinister people who consider others to be subhuman. So it's a very dangerous situation. But I'm sure the Russians are trying to prevent the war from expanding. The Chinese too. They all know the risks. And of course, these tiny regimes in the Persian Gulf, they know the risks probably more than anyone else because it will be the end of their reign, possibly within days or weeks, depending on what happens.
A podcaster asked me a question earlier today that I thought was a good one, but I really wasn't able to give him a well-considered answer. And you are such an expert on these issues. I want to ask you, Donald Trump's personality is such that he fancies himself the deal maker. Everything is always about a deal, and he uses the word deal a lot. We also know that he's obsessed with winning the Nobel Peace Prize because he's still angry after all these years that Barack Obama was given a Nobel Peace Prize, even though he didn't deserve one. So the podcaster asked me if I believed that Donald Trump was making these, on the one hand, provocative statements, on the other hand, conciliatory statements. He was contradicting himself, but with the idea being that behind all of it, he was trying to push not a ceasefire so much as a big overarching deal where everybody gets something. Are we looking too much into this? Or do you think that there's actually a bigger, broader deal to be had? Not a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, but maybe something bigger than that and involving multiple countries? Or is this fantasy?
John, are you still seeking a pardon, presidential pardons?
Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, let's not go with it. I don't want you to lose your opportunity. So I think I would rather skip that on this particular show.
Well, I appreciate you thinking of my best interests. Mohammed, thank you so much for taking the time. I know how busy you are. I've been thinking about you for the last 24 hours. I hope that you're safe, and I wish you the very best. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you, John. And I admire all that you've done over the past years.
Same to you.
I really like you, and I hope to see you if we're live after all this comes to an end.
Kofi, follow me.